We brought the sound that shook the ground. There is a meaning buried within the sound. We brought the sound that shook the ground. There is a meaning. We brought the sound.
Couple of good opening shots. A lot of control already over there in favor of Freeze God. Kill onto Cool, and that's going to cause a lot of distress for them. A beautiful flashbang triple kill for Freeze God. Not PS1, who is pretty much just second only to the Bomb King right now. It's definitely not looking good.
Wow, Respect Team triple kill and Carnage Gaming. We're just going to leave Crimson back on the point. Finally, Tuga falls. One last shot on the Amadeus, and Scooter will find the double. What a dream start here for Carnage Gaming, a triple kill. But you gotta be kidding me on the
Developed as we've already started the action low in the backline is this Vivian. It's so important that she survives, but instead it's a double. The other direction is 2-2 steps on the gas, a triple kill. And they lose bulk. I just talked about how critical he was going to be. Those are two huge bounties to find, but Fish Echo answers back with a triple kill for D69, making a full team wipe.
Testing the point, but a lot of damage coming out even after that assert. Kills are still going to Celestial.
Paladins. Nixus does make their way back in and at least get the kill into Closar, but now it's a Quadra slop starting to rip through the map.
We still have two ultimates up on the side of Sanguine, Headhunter, and the Person Armor ready, but Headhunter already busy hunting heads. Not one, but two, but three!
Comes up and Tea Party have to run.
They do have to fall back. That's a bunch of kills there from Flame.
But suddenly Rubu falls. Now there's an Inflame to just help out the remaining members of Team Project.
Hey there, Paladins fans, and welcome in to the Paladins Pro Circuit Summer Finals. Aggro joined by Kresnik here to kick it off, and we're going to have a fantastic event all weekend long. We want to make sure that we know exactly what you guys are doing and how you're watching the Paladins Pro Circuit Summer Finals, so make sure you're tweeting at Paladins Pro with hashtag PPC. Maybe a couple pets in there. Here's a little bit of a tip for you watching at home. If you have a pet and you put it on your lap and you show yourself watching the screen, we will put you on broadcast. It is very, very simple. We're all pet lovers here. A little bit of a tip for you there. But Kresnik, it's finally here, the summer finals. We finally get a chance to see who's the best Paladins team right now, not just in your region, but across the whole world.
And this is something we've been talking about basically the whole season. You know, these top teams in the region's like, oh yeah, they're great in Brazil. What's it going to look like when they play NA? EU, are they the best region? We're never going to know until they get to play against them. This is always the time of the year for Paladins when it was online and having those tournaments where they all finally get together that I look forward to the most. I want to see what the LAN meta ends up being. I want to see what these teams pull out, what they've had hidden in the pocket this whole year all the way up until now.
And we get a chance to see Corvus as well, the newest character joining Paladins, so that should be a lot of fun. We're going to kick it off today with Team Project up against Carnage Gaming. Team Project, certainly one of those teams that we expect to see go very, very deep into this tournament just based on name power alone, but that Sanguine team is the one sitting there with the bye coming out of North America, so Project not necessarily where we expected them to start off the tournament.
Project, yeah, for second seed, definitely not what people expected from the start, but they've been to these tournaments before. This is online, but they've had the pressure. A lot of the players on Sanguine, other than some of the PCL veterans, maybe haven't had that. It could give them an edge, but Carnage also has veterans on the other side, so even with that backing them, it won't be that easy for Project.
Yeah, let's actually start with Carnage here, the team that Project is going up against, because this is a team that has a lot of recognizable names as well. It's not like Project is the only one that has some name power on their side. But what do you see from this Carnage Gaming team that you think they should lean on today?
I think the DPS play has to be very strong for them, and I think it has been throughout, and it's what kept them kind of near the top every time they had those close contested games. It was Aspexy, it was Ares, really just kind of bringing it to another level. Aspexy pulling out some of these picks that maybe we weren't seeing from other people. Shaolin, a character that kind of fell off. Aspexy said, I can play that. I can make that work. Easy. And then he pulls out Sandtrap. Shaw almost goes on an annihilation, if I remember correctly, in game. So having the ability to pull out flex picks like that and just outperform the counterparts on the other side, which I think they have the capability of doing.
Yeah, I think that this is a team in Carnage that you have to look to some of those veterans on their side, right up, going up against some of the great veterans that you see on the side of Team Project. Ares, Gervin, guys like that have to try and step up today if they want to find the win.
Yeah, players that have been playing for a long time in their region, and some of them now with a chance to shine. But watching some footage of Gervin, he's been playing for forever. I will say I mispronounced his name for about a year and a half, but once I was with SSG, they did correct me. I'd been saying Govern for the longest time, but he's really shown his flexibility now. Now that these brilliant teams really have this chance. I think playing all the DPS roles, tank roles, now that we're in this meta where you can kind of do whatever the word flex, meaning flex more than ever before. We've seen a lot from him, and flexibility in draft will help him significantly going up against Project, because Project have been kind of one-dimensional in terms of composition for pretty much the whole season.
Yeah, when we were doing our prep work before this and talking about what we expected from these teams, you mentioned that Project usually plays the pretty standard stuff. You know, they're picking what you can expect a team that's good to be picking. Do you think that will hurt them today? It
could, depending on how far they get, what teams they end up going against, right? I think against the EU, super flexible teams do whatever they want. They're going to get counter-drafted, and they're going to have to find a way to adapt to that. Again, against the teams that maybe are going to also be in their same lane, it could help. That's consistency. If they're not experimenting and the other teams are trying something out that they haven't practiced as much, it could hurt them. But Europe, I think, flexible enough to deal with it. Brazil might not be able to.
That's what NA is at least hoping for here in their first round matchup. And guys like Cuss, when healers are so strong right now, you expect to be able to really step up. Do you think Cuss is the type of dude to be pulling out Corvus pretty early here? Or do you expect him to stick to what he knows?
I think he's going to play around his comfort zone. I just don't know how much time Cuss has put into Corvus. Really, he's been around for a while, but people were kind of writing him off at first. I think Cuss has played for so long. He can stick to those comforts. He can stick to the Damba. He can play the Furia. Surely, if Io gets through the draft, he's going to be playing her as well. But I don't know if he put in the time into that Corvus to have it ready, considering how complex of a healer he can be.
That's just one of those things that you're talking about land meta that can develop. I think that these characters, that the newest character to the game in Corvus, that's the type of thing that I'm always looking for in situations like this. Will he be undervalued by some teams and maybe turn out to be a very strong pick, or overvalued and turn out to be a little bit weaker? That remains to be seen, and that's why we're excited to get things kicked off here pretty soon. Let's take a look and see what we've got for the map. It's going to be Stone Cape up first. Bazaar and Fish Market banned by Team Project. Brightmarsh and Splitstone Quarry by Carnage Gaming. Any surprises on the map bans here, Kresnik?
A little sad that Brightmarsh is banned, I'd say. I think that's a map that people think is kind of standard. Jaguar Falls also not being banned means that Carnage don't have anything against the close-range cluttered maps. They just specifically don't like Brightmarsh. Happy to see Fish and Bazaar gone from Project. I think those really wide maps where they can struggle against hit scans could be something they struggle with. They want to get rid of it, go to a more standard map like Stone Keep.
Well, let's see what happens in the picks and bans here for the very standard Stone Keep start off. Io, you mentioned, is one champion that you expect to be banned pretty much every game, but it seems like there was some flexibility in some of the bans as well. A lot of off-tank frontliners getting taken away, but not always the exact same ones.
Yeah, and ROM going early for Project is kind of their target, I would say, towards the Brazilian region. They're the ones that kind of stuck with ROM for the longest time, pressuring or valuing that pressure into the back line, being able to make people turn around and force focus so you can pressure the rest of your team forward. With ROM being gone, Team Project, they don't have to focus on drafting a CC counter. They can maybe go a little more CC light, focus on damage, and overwhelm Carnage that way.
So now Androx is taken off the board as well. So now Carnage Gaming, we're all kind of expecting the Io ban with how dominant that pick has been throughout the first half of the year, but it won't be an Io ban, and it's Strix instead. Be pretty surprised, as you mentioned, if Cuss doesn't snap up that Io right away, but it looks like they might not. Ash being hovered, what do you make of this development where Io has not been prioritized so far?
Confidence, I guess, from Project. They don't expect Carnage to play it well enough for them to deal with it, and some teams think that aggression can be the answer. Ash is one way to do that. She can cross such a large distance, she can bully a backline without really being able to be answered unless a DPS rotates back. Just put the shield between you and the support. They can't answer what you're doing. You're going to be harassing them the whole time. Force an answer from them. And you can also dive way past everybody into that back line. Barika's response is a little curious for me as well. I know a lot of people have been talking about how high value Inara can be right now. People are calling her the best tank over all else, but Carnage seems like a comfort pick to me, but they at least end up with that high win rate IO.
Yeah, that's something that you like to see, but normally the type of character that Inara wants to be. Just sit on the point and wait around for the healing to come to you. Feel like that could synergize pretty well with IO, but not the decision here by Carnage. Eevee picked up something that can get into that back line. Do you think that this is the type of pick where Project was trying to bait Carnage into picking the IO and then going with something like the Eevee to try and counter it?
I think so. The double aggression Ashe Eevee can dive straight into the back line, and Inara sitting in the back, stopping them from wrapping around. Just keep Inara on the off lane to peel, potentially, not let them walk into their support, whoever it ends up being by the end of the draft. But Inara's not going to be able to stop this Buck, even with that Ashe Eevee dive. If the IO can live with whoever they have as an off-tank or as a peel force for Carnage, might be Shaolin with that AoE cripple or the Silence Arrow, whatever way he decides to go, they might not be able to stop that Buck from going in and bullying the backline. Project's going to need a support that can really stand on its own two legs.
And that's what Cuss is going to be looking for here with the last two picks coming through from Project. You mentioned that Shaolin pick from Carnage, so I'm excited to see it happen. Grover is the pickup here. Is that the type of support that can stand on... he kind of walks on like 3 and throws the axe with the other hand, I guess. Is that what you were looking for?
It's a lot of support, right? You have that extra, the arm on the ground to keep him up, but yeah. The root is pretty much going to be the answer to that Buck and the Sha. If they want to get aggressive, root them vying away. That Dredge answered a lot of questions I had about this IO. I have been pushing this Dredge pick for the longest time against IO. He has a cooldown that gets affected by Bulldozer. You throw the broadside onto the point. You can't move Luna fast enough. It blows up, deletes Luna from the game. Counter pick, love to see it out of Project, and they clearly came prepared for this tournament.
And the Barrack pick also gets kind of destroyed by that Bulldozer, right? So I feel like Project pulling out the Dredge right at the right time. Victor to round out the draft, though, for Carnage. Is that the type of DPS that can maybe take care of this Dredge?
It can do some damage to him, but Dredge has so much lifesteal from long range. If whoever's playing the Dredge on the side of Project, if they have the right build, if they come in and hit their harpoons, I don't know if Carnage can turn it around.
Well, Project going to look to kick off the summer finals with a win with their counter pick draft. We'll see if they can do it. Let's throw it down to the casters to get us started.
Always appreciated aggro. Kresnik as well. It is Dolson and Gormizer on the call for game number 1 of the Paladins Pro Circuit Summer Finals. Team Project versus Carnage Gaming, Gore. And if you win this one, your grand prize is a matchup against Parallax later today. How excited are you to get this one kicked off?
Man, I am incredibly excited. I think this is a really good matchup to start things off with, right? You get the number 2 from Brazil and the number 2 from NA. But there's so many big names that we've seen go against each other in the past. And, I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't expect to come into the summer finals with a Dredge in the first game either, so I think that ramps it up to the next level. Then you get to see it next to Rock Monkey. I actually don't know where life is right now. I am maybe overflowing with excitement.
And a Turtle Dredge, something I know Kresnik is maybe the biggest proponent of Dredge here at the moment. So, big things expected for Rock Monkey here. On Stone Keep. Dredge is such an interesting pick, though, Gore. I mean, it's sort of the Ice Mines Frog Isle every once in a while, but now we're going to get to see it here on Stone Keep. Yeah. What are your expectations for not only Rock Monkey, but this Dredge? Where do you see this performance?
Well, it is very much what Kresnik had just highlighted, right? It is the space denial. You can't stand on the point, which goes doubly there for Luna out of Io's kit. But it does depend on where he wants to take that control, right? Over here on the high ground means he can't get up there. If you're Victor, you can't find that safe spot to be able to just pelt damage from the long run. And because of that, they own Keep right now.
Yeah, Carnage Gaming have responded in kind. They're down to the low ground. Goes the red side of things. Hero's going to toss up the wall, move himself down to the point. It's him versus Luna for point contention at the moment. A little overextended. Here's the Barrack. Shadow and G-Bunny, though, both going down. Great trades for Carnage Gaming as Scooter picks up a couple, and it's 81% for Carnage Gore Project. They have to fight back in.
Now they're trying to lock him down. I think Rock Monkey, it's this really weird position right now where he's the one who can box it in, but with Hero with Cuss Gun, I mean, who do you send to the point? I guess Ashe, but I don't know if she's going to be able to last long enough.
Well, Luna is down, but just one final touch for Carnage Gaming will be the first point here in this set up against Team Project, and they've got a decent little stagger out on the back end. 4 members of Team Project left alive, and it really seemed like on that mid-fight, Gore, yeah, the high ground was under the control of Rock Monkey in this Dredge, but Carnage just kind of said, okay, we'll fight down on the low ground and work ourselves in. Scooter on this Buck, wreaking havoc. Project just couldn't fight in onto the point.
That's what I was going to be looking at. I mean, Gervin right now, first off, we were talking about how Flex right now is the ultimate term that it could be used for, and the fact that Gervin's playing a Victor, which I at least don't have a perfect memory, but I don't remember him playing it too often, is pulling out. That gets to control a lot of the long range. Scooter got a very good first pick against this Eevee, and while it maybe isn't going exactly the way they want it to right now, I think those are the inner machinations right now for Carnage Gaming to keep things going forward. If this Buck finds a good kill, or even just a distraction factor on the side, then Victor or Shaolin can move up to find the rest of either the scraps that he's leaving behind or a kill for themselves.
Well, this is exactly the area where you want to be if you're Team Project now. You've opened up some space for yourselves. A Kraken used on the low ground there as well. Hero finds an opening kill over on the Crimson. That's going to give Project a great opening stand here on the defensive side. 3 members sweep down. A Spexy looking just to trade back a few, but that's going to be it for this offensive stand for Carnage Gaming. You look now at the ultimate score, this kind of pivot point, a minute left here in this round. Project probably a little bit more patient on using theirs, but Carnage with all 5 could make some noise if they choose.
You could try. I feel like there's a couple that I'm more willing to throw out than any. Like, Heat Haze can open this back up to be a push. With 40 seconds left, that's a great way to open it up, but it's also a really good opener for the round. Barrage charges back pretty fast. The same thing, Be Gone. It's Stone Keep. It's not necessarily going to have a lot of kill fields that you can use. So there's a couple of ultimates that you might be willing to throw out, but I feel like if you're Carnage, you might just have to hold this one.
Yeah, right here is where that kind of decision-making stops, I think. When you've got Team Project inside of your base, the moment you lose one, that seems to be the end of it. 15 seconds left. We'll maybe wait just for a moment to kind of fully recap this round. There is a chance for Carnage to get back and touch onto that payload, but as the seconds count down, looking ever less likely. So Team Project able to answer back on defense, tied up at 1 apiece here, Gore. And after losing a little bit of ground on that mid, the composition of Project just did not give up any space.
I believe a Kraken and a Whirlwind were used by like Rock Monkey and Cuss, but the fact that they're already at, I think it was 87 and 85% respectively, like it just showcases how open they're going to be able to come into this point. They didn't really risk anything for that loss. And this is a composition that it is a fine wine. It gets better with age. The longer this goes, the better it is for them because Bulldozer starts to come online if they want to go for it. They get higher cut so they can deal with Io's healing a little bit more, and they can help shut down specifically this Buck. His own self-healing won't be enough to keep him as aggressive anymore. And so I think Shadow is going to be able to jump back there. Now with a Bulldozer 2 for Rock Monkey, Crimson's not going to be able to put Luna on the point as safely. I think this is the opening for Project. This is where it starts.
Agreed. As much space as Rock Monkey's been able to control, Shadow carries so much weight on this Eevee, one of the best in the world. It's going to be an opening barrage for Gervin, but he drops down the goggles after not finding much. Look at Shadow bullied out by Scooter over here on this low ground. It's another Kraken used as well. Carnage Gaming, low health bars, but nobody dead just yet. A Whirlwind is going to save Project for the moment. Rock Monkey drops down the first kill here in this engagement. Into the ice block goes Shadow. A couple members of Carnage looking at him. And it's Scooter who finishes off that kill. But look at the numbers. Look at the percentage. It's all climbing for Project.
And this is where that counter comes into play. I mean, well, the best way to counter... Well, Luna is either kill Luna or kill Io. You get rid of that Fox, and all of a sudden it becomes a lot easier. It's the same thing with an Inara. If you can kill Hero here, you're going to be able to get rid of it, but it took him 99%. I mean, if you're Carnage, you're playing with the 6-man that is the objective working against you.
Yeah, 99% and a couple ultimates to get yourself back in there. Buckwild Barrage both used. It's an assert dominance from Project to try to answer back, and Shadow will lock down Gervin. It's the front line getting it done for the blue side here. Scooter's going to have to drop himself down, and ultimately Rock Monkey finishes off that kill. A Dome Shield late on in the engagement is going to delay things a little bit longer, but finally Barrett goes down, and it's Project who makes good on a great start and grabs point number 2.
Look, in the history of this team, it's mixed amounts of success all around, right? But when you come down to it, if G-Bunny's having a good game on any team that he is on, the team's having a good game. And that's exactly where this Ash is at right now. I mean, just absolutely running the sidelines. Makes it so much easier for Shadow and for Rock Monkey to just move up, do whatever they want to. They're going to be able to relax and move forward. Cuss never feels fully threatened as the support, and that is the power of these tanks. And I think when you get G-Bunny specifically on a roll, it just makes it so much more easier for these blasters to start popping off.
Yeah, this Ash has really started to come alive, hasn't it, for G-Bunny here. Scooter is going to receive some good healing from Crimson here. This is a big battle onto the low ground. Gonna pinch in Carnage Gaming. If Scooter isn't able to stay alive, that's the knockback, but the leap up to the high ground is enough to keep him alive. Small moments that make a big difference as G-Bunny shoulder bashes through. Ultimate starting to ring down. One final shot, and Shadow finds it. A barrage from the high ground. Not enough to dislodge Team Project. But is it enough for Team Project now to push it in? We'll have to see.
Well, that's going to be a couple of kills, making it a lot easier. They have 1:20 to work with, and, well, G-Bunny's knocking on the door.
And that's a double from Shadow here. Payload close. Down onto the low ground goes the Buck. One more time. G-Bunny controlling all of the space on the high ground. But it's on the low ground where Carnage Gaming wishes they were. This one rolls in, and after a great start for Carnage, Project have now grabbed themselves 3 straight points.
I mean, more or less what I would expect. Again, it feels like a draft that needs some items, right? It doesn't need the late game, hey, we're 3-3 and gone the max distance we could have taken to get here late game, but it is we need like 300, 400 more credits than we start with to make this work. And now, I mean, still having, 1,100 there that was just spent by Rock Monkey, about 600, I think, spent by Hero. The more they have accrued, the better it feels for them. Hero's applying a ton of Cauterize. He's just one-tapping, hitting Scooter once, maybe hitting, Eco once, just to make sure that their healing won't be there. And then again, G-Bunny can run in and sweep up the kills. Shadow can run in and sweep up the kills after that.
Well, this is exactly what Carnage has done now 2 times in a row. Push over onto this side, onto Shadow, and it's worked out twice in a row. But last time they gave up so much onto the point. Maybe similar here. Carnage Gaming are going to drop down Luna, build up some percentage, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. Cuss Cutie, though, falls in the meantime as the Spexy and Scooter combine for a couple. Gore, their health is low, but it's actually Carnage Gaming with the bigger numbers.
I mean, they have the numbers advantage. But Hero's still hanging around, and granted, I don't think there's a lot Hero can do on his own, especially with the barrage getting dropped on him. And that's going to put a fork in this. And once you lose your Inara here, you don't have the same staying power on the objective. You need this Dredge to be able to keep them off the point. And you need Hero to be able to stay on the objective to make sure you can match it up. That 74%, it's not going to be taken lightly.
Look at Shadow deep into the backline. He goes unable to finish off the final shot. Over onto the Victor. Hero, seismic crash down. Doesn't connect on anyone except onto the backline. It's Team Project now storming forward. A be gone. Canceled out here. And G-Bunny controlling the left side of the map. Cuss Cutie. He's found Equal and Crimson. He'll fall by the wayside as well. It's a heat haze, maybe from a Spexy to save the game, but it's the full-on wipe for Team Project. And Gormizer, it looks like they have just won game number 1.
I mean, getting first blood in the summer finals has got to feel pretty good, especially a team that did so well. I mean, they lost one set in Phase 1 throughout all of it, and it was to Sanguine, so granted, it's something that you kind of expect to have happen that way. It looks really good for them starting off. Again, with the Dredge, it shows that they've been doing a little bit of homework. They have been practicing. And normally when I see Grover on Stone Keep, I can talk for 20 minutes about Vex, but I think Cuss is in that conversation as well. They've got some versatility coming in for them. Project are playing, honestly, in a way that kind of felt they were missing the last few weeks of Phase 1.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from this Project squad. They bring the name recognition, and second place in NA, as stacked as it's been, is nothing to scoff at here. But really bringing it in game number 1, a great start for Team Project. We'll have to see if they can go back-to-back in game 2, but first we'll go back to the desk to break down game number 1.
As Gore and Dave said, Team Project looking to open up the summer finals in a strong fashion with the 4-1 victory right there over Carnage Gaming. And you know who was looking real comfortable while watching that game? It was Laura's dog, who's very cute. At QuackyBubblesR, on Twitter. Laura says she is watching PPC. We love her, and that's all that really matters. And she watched a great game there, Kresnik, out of this Team Project squad, because it took them a little bit, and as Gore and Dave were saying, I think that it really was just itemization that took a little bit to come online here for Team Project.
Yeah, at the start of the game, they didn't have the bulldozer that they needed to really burn through Luna early. They had the beginning cap time, but when they had to disengage back into the keep side, of the map, they just got locked out. They didn't have the bulldozer to peek and quickly burn down Luna, so Aya was able to keep Luna and the entire team healed up. When you can do that, that's when Aya really shines, but once bulldozers were online, once they changed their focus, played outside a little bit, things just quickly went back in favor of Project.
It really felt like G-Bunny was completely unstoppable in that game as well on that Ashe. I mean, it just felt like once the ball got rolling, it was very, very difficult to stop. And I feel like this is one of those games that is really difficult to come back from if you're Carnage, because you get the priority pick in the whole tournament that everyone's thinking is going to be super OP in IO, and it gets handled this easily. And that can change picks and bans, not only for the rest of this set, but potentially for the rest of the tournament.
I do think it's a map-specific pick. IO did a great job here, but Dredge, not necessarily going to be something you can pull out on any map to easily counter. And Dredge really handles getting dove the best, right? Maybe if they had a backliner without the ability to just teleport away from any fight that's going poorly, maybe the Buck can dislodge this Dredge, or maybe duel the flanker on the other side if it's not Eevee. These two work really well on this map. But you can see, let's say something goes wrong for Rock here. If he thinks he's going to die, walk into that portal. He warps to the other side. They're not going to be able to burn him down. And not being able to get those people down from the high ground while they free fire on the Luna made IO significantly harder to play.
And that's going to put Carnage in, I think, a pretty weird position. But as you said, maybe it could be really centered around that map selection. So that's going to be important going forward in this game. But the Ashe first pick, I thought, looked phenomenal here for Team Project. I mean, it wasn't just this Dredge alone that I thought looked pretty strong. The Inara was great for Hero as well.
Yeah, both the tanks, I think, did a great job. The prioritization on Barrack might be something that they have to look at as well on the side of Carnage, because giving them Inara, a character that Hero's been known for since he was level 40 in the game. I mean, he's been playing competitive since that early, and it's always been a strong player on this Inara. You can't give that tank duo to Project, I think. They're going to work with any healers. They're going to work with any DPS. Rock Monkey and Shadow are flexible across the whole gambit of the role. So maybe just take a little bit of comfort away from them and get someone that pairs better with the IO if you manage to get it again.
Especially, you don't want to pick Barrack whenever the Bulldozer is going to be so good already against IO, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to kind of let them double down on that. Well, let's see what we've got for the map. It's going to be Ice Mines coming up next, so might have to strap in for a bit of a longer one here. How do you feel like a pick like Dredge can do on the Ice Mines? This doesn't feel like it has the verticality, at least on the point fight, that will let him be quite as effective.
It's a different style of Dredge that you pull out on ice. You can still play Hurl, you can still run that poke, but having the Scuttle, AoE control, I've always talked about this map. If you have the ability to lock down a choke point, you can win it. If your team is better at doing that, as long as you get that initial control, spam the chokes, don't let them in. And Dredge can do that excellently. I will say, though, I think this is a map where IO could also be lower priority. The point is, in the open in front of everything, you can get a little bit of cap time with IO, but you're going to lose Luna, and you need someone that can heal through walls effectively with how many twists and turns the map has leading into the mid.
So maybe the top pick that we expect might not necessarily be the case here on Ice Mines. Well, now it's the CG squad in that first pick, and they actually ban away that Grover right away. Felt like it was giving them a little bit too many problems on locking down this support in Game 1.
Yeah, and Grover's great on this map, too. I mentioned healing through walls, and Grover can do that while Cuss could get up and get a drink and come back, and he'd still be healing with Grover a lot of the time. So get rid of that ease of use support with the great CC, something that will be high priority on maps like this. And Project respond by getting rid of the IO. Maybe they're not as comfortable playing that aggressive style to deal with it on here. So 2 supports out. Now we're going to see the depth on the supports on both sides. We're going to see some Dambas, some Yings, Genos. Maybe we'll get a first look at Corvus too.
Certainly possibility here is Khan taken off the board by Team Project, in addition to that IO Strix there on the other side. So now we're looking at that first pick potential. Could be that Inara, try and get some good point presence, but you mentioned how much the Brazilian region seems to love playing ROM, left open this time and first picked by the CG team.
Picking it this early, I think, is tough, though. CG just really wanting to force some of these tanks with easier counters really high in this draft. ROM, against some forms of CC, can be tough to make work, and Bomb King, coming in for Project, has some CC, maybe not as easy to stop ROM with, but pair it with a Genos. He can heal through walls, he has hit scan to dismount people when you're on the initial rollout. Could be a great flexible pick for them, but instead they focus on controlling the closer side of the mid, that little barn. This Terminus will be able to protect this Bomb King and get aggressive. Logic is, if you go forward enough, if you can get aggressive enough, doesn't matter how far behind you the ROM is, just leave him in the dust.
Yeah, let everyone else worry about him. You don't have to worry about it too much. Memory serves, Ice Mines and Terminus is kind of peanut butter and jelly, often found together. And we will see our first Corvus here of the summer finals. You seem excited there, Kresnik. How do you think he performs on this map?
I think he's great for this map because you can heal through walls with your mark if you're good at cycling them. And he also has the hit scan to dismount. He fits in pretty well here, and his ultimate is basically just a big Tyra Molotov with a slowing effect. Put that behind a team they can't back up, put it in front of them they don't want to push through. He has a lot of what you want from a support and added utility that I think just pairs well with the map.
Tiberius here as well. I haven't been watching a whole lot leading up to this, so you'll have to inform me here. Is Tiberius a pick that you expect to see? Because when I was playing Paladins the very beginning of the year, I saw only Tiberius in every single one of my games, and he was pretty good back then.
And he's still good now, especially on ice. So many corners, so many close turns. Bounce your shots around the corner, constantly harass. You can really get people low that you can't see, keep them in combat from getting that passive healing. It can help a lot that way, plus the burst damage from the explosive blade from Tigron's Fury, something that Carnage, I believe, or just in general, Brazilian Tiberiuses have been running. Can get a lot out of that potentially, and he can even go aggressive with the ROM and the Talus. So if the backline, if the Victor specifically isn't ready, Tiberius can really take advantage of him playing alone up in the stage side.
I mean, now you get that last pick Inara here for Carnage, but Team Project at the last pick Ashe on the other side. You predicted the Moldamba potentially here for Cuss. I feel like Carnage, though, I mean, they've got a lot of exciting picks on their side. The Corvus, the Tiberius, and now the Talus as well. Do you think they've got the tools to come back here in game number 2?
100%. I think they have a great aggressive draft, other than maybe the Inara. It's about how well G-Bunny and Cuss can protect Rock Monkey on this Victor, because if they can't do it, a lot of damage is out of the picture, and Carnage can just wipe the stage side of the map and surround Project.
Rock Monkey certainly huge in game number 1 on that dredge. We'll see if he can repeat that performance on the Victor here in game number 2. Let's throw it down to David Gormizer to kick us off.
And we get our first look at Corvus here in the Paladins Pro Circuit Summer Finals. Game number 2 on Ice Mines, Carnage Gaming, looking to bounce themselves back here, Gore. We kind of with the jumping off point is maybe Rock Monkey as Ryan drops it to us there. Dredge in game 1 looks good. The Victor is a whole nother animal, I think, when it comes to this guy, so I expect big things, but the big talking point, I think, really needs to be Crimson, and this Corvus now, we're seeing it for the first time.
And running that spreading influence. I was curious because, you talk about Corvus, I feel like every conversation I've had about him almost always comes up about how every single one of his talents has some use somewhere for whatever playstyle you want to bring. This one, he's going to have those 2 marks out, so maybe not the same amount of healing as you expect, but he's still going to be able to apply it. And this is what you expect if he's a main healer, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing him keep up with this Moldamba as well.
Well, right around the corner, you can see what one sticky bomb does there, and it forces Crimson back just a little bit. G-Bunny doing plenty well, controlling the space down on the low ground. It's 2 for the Ashe already here on Ice Mine. Sometimes that's a death sentence score. Rock Monkey finishes off a Spexy. G-Bunny has 3 through the first minute and a half of this game. And knowing Ice Mines the way we do, that could just be it for the point fight.
Honestly, sometimes it's not even Ice Mines the way it is, but Ice Mines the way this looks. They look like, from Project here, this is a team that should have the payload at 30%, 40%, right? Like, they're marching the payload down towards the base. When you get that aggressive on a point capture at the beginning of the game, there is very little chance for you to get back there. Rom has, like, that unique ability to knock everyone out of his way and try to touch it down, but I mean, they're just too aggressive. Even those kills on the Hero and Shadow might just slow down the initial push more than stop anything from happening here.
Well, G-Bunny absolutely continues his performance from game number 1. The Ashe is always something you have to be on the lookout for. And able to control that space so well, and Point Fight 1 certainly no different here. This is really that pivot point. The fight right after that mid-fight so often sets the pace for these Ice Mine pushes or defenses, and it's Team Project right now that are actually able to open up that space. Look at what Shadow's doing, fighting just behind that massive power siphon, connecting with all of his shots and melting the health bars of Carnage.
Man, I don't know if they could have given me a combo on Team Project that would be more fun to watch. I mean, one of the conversations around Project early on, specifically after Ricotta, had left, was who's going to be able to fill those shoes, and Rock Monkey's maybe the only player who would fill those shoes, maybe actually bring just his own pair of shoes into the equation, right? Because he's just that good of a player, world championship under his belt. And you get him on Victor, so nice hit scan. You put Shadow on the Bomb King, which is something that is just a classic. This is just looking like perfect play from them.
Well, King Bomb is going to delete Scooter, but the defense is sound from Carnage Gaming for the moment. Usually on Ice Mines, you need the full-on sweep to really get that payload to roll through. Respawn's just a little bit too close for Carnage Gaming, or for Team Project, rather. Carnage Gaming able to successfully defend. Ares played a big role just now on this defensive stand on the Talus score. We're going to need a little bit more of that to keep this payload at bay.
Yeah, and honestly, Brazil, one of the things they're bringing, or two things, I really should say, that they're bringing to this is two unique picks that have done, I would say, well in Brazil, but nowhere else, and that's this Tiberius, that is this Talus. But I just don't know if they're going to be able to keep up. This ult right now, coming down from a Spexy, and needs to do a lot, either in terms of distraction or kill factor. It just needs to slow down Project.
Well, it did distract, but not much else. The kill factor was sort of missing from that equation. Rock Monkey with a couple, and Scooter will go down as well. 13 seconds left. Payload just makes its way underneath that first archway. One member down still for Carnage Gaming. This is a moment where you need to kind of complete the stagger if you're Team Project. Rock Monkey in a good spot to do so. Down from the high ground goes Scooter. The barrage looking to plug down some damage, but Rock is taking just a little bit too much as Gervin will melt him away. Shadow moves back as Crimson stays at distance in order to heal the rest of his team, and looking like a successful defense here. Carnage Gaming respawns just in the nick of time.
It's going to need to be a drastically different mid-fight, though.
Oh, yeah.
And Carnage aren't really coming in with anything drastically different. I mean, they're about to have Ramzul, which, honestly, huge AoE shield-destroying stun, can be very potent depending on how G-Bunny uses his shield early on, or just who he catches out. I mean, Shadow, Rock Monkey, if they're locked down in that, that's going to be a death for them. And maybe Ares, there's two paths you can go when you have this ult as a Talus at the beginning of the round. It's the cheese of, I'm going to ult across the map, dismount everyone, then ult, and then Rune of Travel back. Then we all have to slowly run to the point while my team captures it. Or I might use it to specifically isolate Rock Monkey. Isolate Shadow when they're around this mid-fight. Try to lock them down where you can. Just get that one-on-one, kill them off, and then it sets your team up for a 5v4.
Some good dismount potential for Carnage Gaming. They've been able to find just a few. Maybe a pivot here from Carnage, as G-Bunny was able to control the low ground before.
Oh.
What a reaction on that Dread Serpent. Sends one running, and the true power from Ares won't find much. Gervin sprinting around, but he's sensed out by Rock Monkey. The ultimate will go down, and looks like Victor maybe in a little bit of trouble, but unable to complete the kill. Is Gervin. You kind of have this Corvus out on his own on an island right now, Gore, and Shadow's finding kills in the meantime on the back line of this fight.
Well, finally getting some kills coming through. Gervin, so that's the one thing Rom's going to be bringing to this. He didn't get a kill there, but, I mean, he kept Cuss busy and he kept Rock Monkey busy to allow the rest of the team to maybe open up some avenues. Unfortunately, the rest of the team wasn't able to get anything done. Now that Rock Monkey's back in the fight, you just have nowhere to go, and I think that's the issue with the ROM, and this is something that Kresnik had highlighted as we kind of saw him fall off in Phase 1. It really is the fact that, it sounds dumb to say it, but when you kill him, that's the best counter to him. He doesn't necessarily do anything, he just kind of stands there, he's a bullet sponge for a little while, and then he's gone. And then once he's out of there, it's a 4v5, and you don't have to worry about the damage on the side, you don't have to worry about his ult anymore. It just makes it so much easier to then get aggressive, deal with this Tiberius, this Talus, and ignore everything else.
Well, I think it's got to be extra tough for Carnage Gaming as Team Project in the meantime is able to find a few more kills. But you look at that moment where Gervin is basically controlling the attention of Rock Monkey and Cuss Cutie, so you'd think that elsewhere in the fight, there's a 4v3 that's going in your favor. We're sacrificing one guy to pull the attention of two for Team Project. But then you look at the ultimates that Project were able to use. A King Bomb, assert dominance, the Dread Serpent used very well by Cuss in the other aspect of the fight. Just worked out so well. And that really is what got this payload to where it's at right now. Another true power from Ares will find its way into the backline here. Gervin, not dissuaded by what happened in that mid-fight, Gore, is going to move his way once more deep into the back and try to find some dismounts.
I mean, it feels weird to say it this way, but Carnage Gaming kind of feels like they've gone for what I will call the classic Ice Mines, which is, hey, whatever happens for the first 3 mid-fights, who cares? It's that 4th mid-fight that's going to matter for them, right? Push it to a 3-3. If it means just having to fight on defense, you're going to suffer in the credit department, but as long as you can keep Project slowed down, backed off, you don't necessarily care as much as long as you are able to keep up with them and force it to that final mid. The problem is so far, if you lose 2 mids in a row, that last mid, I don't have the the wherewithal to put my money on you to win that one. So you have to figure this out. And well, now with 45 seconds left, you should try to figure it out in the next defense.
Yeah, Team Project were able to kind of open the door for themselves and get back to the payload with 38 seconds left. Bit of a different fight here for Carnage Gaming. Further out from the back of their base, and Ares learns that the hard way. Gervin left on an island on his own. Once more, Juggernaut will rip through the Team Project lineup. But look at this response. Rock Monkey says, I don't care. He's going to turn his attention to Crimson in the backline of Carnage Gaming. The dash forward from a Spexy not far enough as G-Bunny will knock him down a peg or two. Scooter left alone by the payload, nearly the full wipe. It's Gervin. He's alone in the backline here, and the rest of Team Project has ignored him. Or maybe he's bought enough time for the respawns.
He's definitely going to be able to stand around 1 more second, no problem, but unfortunately he was the only body there, so the respawns come through. But, you have to play at a distance. The problem with the rest of Carnage Gaming, save for the Inara, is, hey, if this victor puts you in his sights, I mean, he's 16-3-11. It speaks for itself. I don't have to explain what's going on here. It is all Rock Monkey. You have to figure out how to deal with that. And guess what? If it's not Rock Monkey, well, 7-5-14. It's Shadow. If it's not Shadow, it's 8-1-13. It's G-Bunny, of all people, getting in there. The kills are just rolling through for Project. And I think they handle it perfectly. I mean, Gervin goes into the backline trying to do what he did on the mid-fight, and they just say, all right, have fun back there. We're just going to go kill everyone else exactly the way we need to, open up the point. And it just makes it so much easier. You have to change the plot for this for Carnage Gaming. And I don't know, they just don't have the ults to do it right here.
Yeah, the ults is kind of, I think, where the big pivot is. It's a big one. Remember, these are still best of 5s. The Team Project win this mid-fight here. Carnage Gaming already on the back foot, at risk of dropping down to the loser's side. Gervin, a different look here, moves over. Seismic Crash drops down into the back line, so Scooter has found some value. But can they get the kills? Cuss Cutie doing a good bit of healing here. A Spexy will knock down that Maldamba. Juggernaut from Gervin deep into the back. And Crimson just sacrificing himself here to avoid the heavy stagger. It is Gervin left alone in the back of Team Project, but the other 4 of Carnage left respawning.
Cuss deserves a raise this game. I mean, he has done so much, so many crucial heals, so many pinpoint accurate Dread Serpents that have changed the pace of the game. He is honestly maybe the main reason they're doing so well.
Gora, this might just be it here. Rock Monkey's finally found the kill over onto Gervin. It's a 3v5. Carnage Gaming looking to fight back in, but Shadow, he has something to say about it. Overtime is on. Overtime will be off. Crimson, no real chance to contest this one. And Team Project sweep away Ice Mines and go up 2-0 in the set.
When everyone on your team except the support has a streak that is burning for them, that is the showcase that it is entirely that support player, right? That is doing everything, that's helping set it up. And again, you talked about how Gervin was distracting 2 people. The 2 people he were distracting, Rock Monkey and Cuss, right? That's the worst combo to have to go up against if they have 2 of them. And Cuss was just so essential in all those little moments where it's just, hey, this Dread Serpent to make sure that you're getting a little bit more damage off than he's getting his ult off. Here's that crucial heal you needed, right, when you needed it. I think he was the engine that just kept this machine running for them. And then everyone else just did their job, right? And they did it exceedingly well because of the way they were set up.
And then you look at the ultimates as well. We're still thinking, all right, yeah, it's a 4v5 or 4v3 while Gervin is distracting 2 people. But then you got a King Bomb to fight against and Assert Dominance to fight against. The ultimates just kind of deleted the other few members of Carnage Gaming that were fighting back. Big performances here from Team Project. We'll have to wait and see if they can make it a clean 3-0. We'll go back to Aggro once more to break down game number 2.
Thank you, Dave. Team Project continue to look unbelievable here in our first set of the day and our first set of the entire tournament. I mean, Kresnik, the Corvus didn't work, the ROM didn't work. You mentioned as long as Rock Monkey's able to stay up and healthy, this is going to be a good game for Team Project, and Rock Monkey was up and healthy an awful lot that game.
Yeah, 19-3 I would say is alive enough for sure, and outputting the amount of damage that he did. How do you beat that? How do you beat when you're just getting rolled over by a Victor at that level? The ROM tries to go in, but even if the ROM gets in on the Vic alone, Predator 5, 40% lifesteal early in the game, he just outtrades that damage and charges ult so fast, and almost every barrage that Rock had was impactful.
It just felt like we saw so many ROM Victor 1v1s that lasted like a good 15, 20 seconds. That, you know, it takes the Victor a while to kill the ROM, but it was never close. That Victor was really never close to losing those 1v1s, and I think that was a huge determining factor here for Team Project. Do you feel like the Corvus was underwhelming because of how well Team Project played, or do you feel like the character just didn't do what you expected?
I think it's just how Team Project played, because Corvus was outputting heals. He was living through dives because of his fantastic mobility, but the rest of your team tries to get aggressive and falters because of this great peel from Cuss and Hero. You can't burn through a Siphon no matter what, and Corvus is just left alone deciding, all right, do I try to run away the entire length of Ice Mines, or do I just delay point maybe a couple more seconds? Crimson getting caught with that quite a bit makes it really hard for him to shine through, I think. Maybe a more defensive comp where he can be in line of sight of people as often as possible could show a little more of the value that Corvus can bring.
We'll have to wait and see if that's what they're able to find later on, but we've seen Rock Monkey in all of these highlights just tapping heads over and over and over again. 19-3, as you mentioned, 12 assists for him as well, nearly hit the 4K credit mark in what was a very quick game, so I think that's pretty telling. And Gervin really was just the, hey, do you want to charge your ult damage on me? I mean, that's kind of the way it felt.
Look at
Gervin
the damage
was really
taken.
Just yeah, that is absurd, man. That game's crazy.
He took only a little bit more damage than Rock Monkey dealt. He basically just completely nullified him, and none of that was in shields. All of that damage is going right into Rock's ult charge, and again, it's a close-range map. You can't escape the barrages if Rock Monkey has the right line of sight.
And he certainly did in game number 2. So now Carnage has to find a way to win on Jaguar Falls, or they will be dropping to the lower brackets swiftly here to start off our day. Jaguar Falls, you said this is a map that usually gets banned. How different do you think that this can be here for Carnage?
It's not so much usually gets banned, but surprised that they didn't ban it with a Bright Marsh ban. Having that a very similar map that they've already gotten rid of, now they're saying, all right, well, we didn't want to play them on this map that plays a lot like Jag. Let's take them to Jag. This seems like a comfortable place to be. Maybe they think they can pull out something that Project haven't really seen. Jaguar being so flat, you can play a lot of those champions that are limited by the lack of vertical mobility, whether it be Lex, whether it be Moji, pulling out any of those tanky kind of flankers. They can have something unique to bring out against Project, but Project clearly see it coming. Ban Moji, and Carnage try to get rid of Shadow's PK in response.
Interesting. The Moji ban pretty early here. And without that verticality, I do think that maybe that IO can get some extra value, right? Because that Dredge pick shouldn't be quite as scary, at least in theory.
You can play Scuttle on this map, but it's not as good. You can overwhelm him significantly faster. I wouldn't be shocked to see Project just ban it. They banned ROM last time, and we saw how little effect it was able to get last game, so get rid of that IO, something that will be harder to counter. Carnage, I don't know if they want to go ROM first again, because if they do, they're really opening up Project to a whole line of counter picks, just like they had on Ice Mines.
Instead, it will be the Cassie, a mobile option here for Carnage. Do you feel like this is giving up too much priority, though, on the frontliners? I mean, we've seen the Ashe be so dominant over there for Project and G-Bunny. I'm a little bit surprised that we don't see something like that taken away.
It's also a little bit of, I would say, DPS priority, too. Cassie's, I wouldn't consider her the highest tier, best DPS in the game right now. She's going to look like it this game, though, against a ROM with Big Game just absolutely shredding through any of his bonus health, but this does give them potential to take the Vivian on the side of Project, who I think is phenomenal on this map. Any flankers they wanted, but instead, you're right, they do go for those front lines, taking away the arguably best point tank, and an off tank that, if enabled, can go off. He's just going to have to find a way to avoid these crossbow shots.
Well, there's the typical ROM counter pick in the Genos, someone who can pick him up out of that charge. And you like the damage amp potentially there for the Cassie as well, helping her stay safe as well, but feel like Carnage is going to have a little bit of trouble finding that actual front line that'll be necessary to protect the Genos, the Cassie, and now the Andro that they've picked up. I mean, if the other team isn't going to prioritize double frontline, though, I suppose it does make sense to save yours until pretty late in the draft.
And they can even still flex to triple DPS, too. Khan's still available. Khan also great into ROM. So Carnage could take the Sanguine line of thinking. Khan solo tank. If your tank's good enough to survive through the damage with Khan's cooldowns, you have that great CC. He can sustain, he can get away, he can give himself bonus rejuvenate, and he's great into Xin. So if Carnage go that route, they've actually set themselves up for a great draft on Jag. I think they just need a blaster, some kind of AoE damage to poke around corners or poke out whatever direct damage that Project ends up with.
Instead, it's going to be the Makoa try and use that hook to bring some people in. You're not liking that quite as much there, Kresnik?
Solo tank Makoa is struggling right now, and I think that's the nicest way I could possibly put it. Half Shell, only so effective, you can play within your shield, but if they ignore it, you are basically not a tank for 15 seconds. And that's 15 seconds that a Ramen is in would love to have. Pip in response, undervalued right now, and great on this map potentially, but Team Project, they know they're opening. Only Androxus to counter him. Drogos could potentially be something that could just pop off on this map, high above the chokes, spam down, don't let Carnage walk out for free.
Seems like that's the exact direction that Team Project is going to go. That Makoa, I think, is going to have a heavy burden on his shoulders here for Carnage, not only as the only tank, but the only frontliner in a game where you need to win absolutely in order to keep this set going. Do you think Carnage, not going the Khan, has still done enough in order to win this game?
These Ancient Rages from the Makoa are going to have to be the fattest I've ever seen. It will literally have to get 1v5 wipes and avoid the Dragon Punch coming into counter. It's going to be tough for Carnage. I think they have characters that can pop off. It's just, they have the counters on Project. They have to find a way around them.
Easy enough. I mean, 1v5 Ancient Rages shouldn't be a problem here for Carnage. Let's let Dave and Gore bring us the action.
Yeah, it really seems like Carnage have drafted themselves a high execution floor composition where if you start to swing, it'll swing, but you've got a lot of room to make up before you get there. Is that sort of a sentiment, Gore, you might line up with as we jump into Jaguar Falls for what could be the third and final map of our first set?
Yeah, it's going to take a lot here for Carnage Gaming to make this work. I think Pip is, the flavor. Honestly, you go back to what Kresnik was saying there on the desk. If you trade out that Makoa for a Khan, I think Carnage Gaming, they at least win the draft in my eyes, right? I think it's a lot of control. I think it gives them an extra set of hit scan to help deal with this Drogos, which is maybe where my eyes go next. Because, Dave, how long has it been since we got to see a Drogos?
I don't know. I'm excited about it, though, especially when it's in the hands of Shadow. Jaguar Falls, absolutely a map where it can work, but not when Gervin is chasing you down. Dream start for Carnage Gaming here, already getting rid of Shadow. One final shot on a G-Bunny. That'll connect as well. The Androxus hitting early and hitting often. Team Project, though, have built themselves up about a 45% lead and still controlling some of these small spaces.
I mean, that's realistically where Team Project are going to have the control. They have two tanks. They can just send a Nara, stand on the objective, and win the fight on the side. Unless you have a Spexy while doing that, finding double kills consistently. Wow. Not going to be able to keep up too evenly, but I think a Spexy, this Pip, kind of a sleeper pick. I feel like he is underutilized. It's something Kresnik had just said on the desk as well, but Evil Mojo is still, hands down, maybe one of the best ults in the game. I mean, turning multiple people, polymorphing them into chickens, taking their health to 1500 makes it so much easier to kill some tanks. In the right moments against the right comps, it changes the world.
One more fight in here for Team Project. Gonna have to do it without the ultimates this time around. Gervin again connects this time on Ikiro, but Scooter, maybe the more bountiful prize as Team Project have gotten rid of the first and only tank that Carnage Gaming have. An Evil Mojo, though, will set up a good fight here for Gervin. Rotates through, finds a nice double kill, the triple, as he turns around, the quad just out of reach. And where else do you need to look after this first mid-fight other than Gervin on the Andro?
So this is where I was wondering, essentially if Carnage Gaming were going to be able to take the reins. Androxus is the natural predator to Drogos. It's something that is just, it is true in Paladins. It has been true since the beginning. I think it still remains true now because this hit scan presence he can have in the air, and that's where this kind of dynamic comes through. Rock Monkey has to save Shadow by killing Gervin, who will then save Rock Monkey by killing someone on the ground, right? They save each other if they can get in the right sync. But it is, getting off on the right foot there, making sure that you're not taken down, or whether it's, going to be from Gervin. jumping around on the Andro, or if it's from Crimson throwing out a through time and space. Either way, you can't get caught out by those things.
It's a good snipe from Crimson, a good triple stun from G-Bunny, but Team Project just not in range to follow up the damage. The goal here might just be to delay Carnage Gaming from moving forward, and Team Project have done that. A nice ultimate from Hero as well will delay things. The dash backwards from Cuscutie will keep him alive. So things are looking for just a second there, Gore. Like Carnage Gaming might actually have the opening. And Team Project, sort of liberal with their ultimate usage, is going to keep the payload where it's at.
And as long as you lock it down here, again, this is a draft that I don't think necessarily needs a redo. I don't think it gets better with time or worse with time. I think it's just going to be able to find its footing. They recognize what Carnage Gaming are looking for this time. We say this a lot, and I like to kind of lean on this one, but Gervin getting a triple kill there at the very end of the mid-fight, you can't always rely on him getting a triple kill, so knowing you might not have that exact same swing in the next round, it's going to bring a lot to light. Trust me, when you see the payload that hasn't moved and there's 40 seconds left on the push,
wow,
you start talking about round 2. You aren't talking about round 1 anymore.
Yeah, it might just be time. Crimson unable to connect here on this one. Shadow, despite a couple stumbles early on, has started to come alive. It's a double kill, finally shut down by Ares. A signature Cassie, something we saw out of Ares time and time again. Last year was the kind of Cassie Maeve meta there for a little while, and Ares played into it very, very well. Doesn't stop Hero from running him down for the solo kill. 8 seconds left. Gonna hesitate just for a second, see if there is any contest. Crimson in range grabs the kill. It's gonna be Team Project on the defensive side. Looking good. And overtime is on here. Rock Monkey's found his way into the back line. Counter into the billow. One final shot. Who gets it? It's Rock Monkey around the corner. Two members rather left alive here for Carnage Gaming. One very healthy Scooter. It looks like maybe that's all she wrote. Overtime is gonna melt down, and Team Project a little longer than maybe they anticipated. They're gonna tie it up.
There have been moments in the past where I've seen people on specifically this map find themselves a full overtime push, and I was a little concerned there at a certain point for Team Project that I was going to start for them, just because like you see overtime and you're like, all right, well it's just one guy touching, and then about 5 seconds later it still hasn't budged. You start to question things a little bit, but I think they were able to just prioritize targets properly. I mean, Gervin, he's the only one that's doing exceedingly well here for Carnage. If you strip that away going into this round, it's going to be a lot easier for you. You've got Shadow, who's now going to be a little more safe, specifically with that Haven, going up into the airs, taking a little bit less damage from Ares, a little less damage from Gervin, and realistically from everybody on Carnage, save for a Spexy, who shouldn't be able to hit a Drogoz this high up in the sky. It's going to make it a lot easier for Shadow, I think, to show off this round.
A lot of that hinges on Shadow. I agree. Good wall from Hero is going to keep Ares right where they want him. An Evil Mojo down on the low ground. That's an Ancient Rage countered out by the Dragon Punch, but a great Void Grip from Crimson is going to give a Spexy the free kill. One fell swoop is all Carnage Gaming needed to knock down Team Project once more. You have to look at the ultimates, though, Gore. Team Project still with some good tools to fight back in.
Yeah, they use the Spite, they end up using the Dragon Punch to be able to get an execute there, but other than that, they still have the Inflame, which might be their biggest fight back. I mean, 57-30, it's not like it's too close on the point either. They can definitely take this.
G-Bunny gets Ares. Gervin up and down from the high ground. A seismic crash used just a moment ago by Hero. Crimson instead gets the kill. Over under Rock Monkey, you would hope if you're a Project you were able to do a little bit more with the ultimates you had at your disposal, but instead, it's another clean sweep here for Carnage Gaming. G-Bunny unaffected by that through time and space, but the overwhelming damage numbers will be there, and it's going to be Carnage Gaming once more capturing the mid-fight. But Team Project not quite in the same position to delay this payload push as they were last time.
Yeah, one of the things we were talking about the last couple of games has been G-Bunny's impact. And I just feel like Rom doesn't get to have the same impact as an Ashe, as a Khan, as some of these other champions that we have come through. And realistically, it's because in moments like this, right, he finally gets that dash down. He is doing something unique here, where he's actually able to chase down Crimson. Because most of the time you just get Void Gripped out of it, and then you can't chase forward. And the thing with Rom really is, if he is going to be in your backline, you do need to stop it. And, like, save the Cassie, you need to stop him from getting aggressive on a Spexy. But you can peel for that, and then you isolate him, either by killing the rest of the team like they've done on the mid-fights, or like right there where G-Bunny just goes a little too far. And it's just so easy. He can't do anything in a 1v2, 1v3, 1v4 that's going to, make strides in the game the way some of these other off-tanks do.
G-Bunny is a big pivot point for this Team Project team, so they'll hope that the ROM is able to make a few more strides as this payload push commences for Carnage Gaming. That second wave of ultimates here in this round starting to come back online, and Evil Mojo could open up the door. Ares gets a nice double kill. Crimson will knock down Rock Monkey. It's 3 for Cassie. Suddenly 4 for Ares on the payload push. The full-on sweep as Team Project suddenly wiped off the map.
Look, we like to give Ares a lot of trouble. And I'm going to give... this is going to be a very backhanded compliment. He does not have the biggest champion pool, but the champions that he can play, man, does he bring them to the table. And that's what this Cassie is going to be able to do, right? That is why he is going to be essential here. And honestly, she's a projectile-based champion, but she's pretty close to hit scan to the point that it's causing trouble for Shadow as well.
That's good in-flame from Cuscutie to keep Carnage Gaming at bay. A stun down over onto Gervin, and it's going to be one taking the easy way out over there on the pip as he is back and respawning right in the moment where Team Project needed it. I mean, you can't... That's sort of that high execution threshold, I suppose, we were talking about going into this game, where sometimes Gervin just pops off. Sometimes Ares is just going to hit those shots more consistently. And it's been Carnage Gaming doing so up to this point. 8 seconds left. One final chance at a payload push. Rock Monkey locked down. Crimson finds a final shot. Gervin rotating around the right-hand side on the flank. Shell spin on in, but Scooter absolutely deleted by Shadow. It's a double kill. Make it 3 for the Drogos, flying high above the rest of the team. Cuscutie one shot away by Gervin, who turns around, finds the flick shot, but down goes the Androxus, and Team Project have tied it up.
I mean, just being able to find that, I think Shadow, again, hits his stride in the right moments at the right time with his Drogos. This is not an easy game to be a Drogos in. I mean, there's so many things that can just catch you off at any given moment. And he's, 12 and 10, like that slash line explains it. He's able to be a huge part of a lot of these kills, but he's also not exactly able to get away from everything that you would like to see it. And the kills are coming up from... Well, yeah, the 2 hit scan champions on the other side on Carnage Gaming. That's where the issues are. So if you can start either with Rock Monkey finding a kill there, or if Shadow's able to eliminate one of them, all of a sudden it becomes a lot easier for him to just exist. And him just existing as Drogos is better than most people when they're trying as Drogos, right? So it's going to be something, again, that Carnage Gaming have to factor into this.
I don't want to pile on Ares, but at 6 and 10... 4 of the 6 kills come in a quadra kill, so he's 2 and 10 without it. Can't discount it, though. No Dragon Punch to counter out the Ancient Rage this time. 3 grouped up members of Carnage Gaming catching maybe a little bit more damage from this Drogos than they had bargained for. It's going to be a big fire spit. Shadow finds the execute. Mid-air shot over onto Gervin. It's the dream mid-fight now for Team Project as Carnage Gaming gets swept off the map.
I mean, that's just... You can't ask for anything better than that, right? I mean, that is the dream Drogo's shot that comes down. One fire spit to the side, and then one, fade away. I'm not even going to look back at him and second-guess the rocket that is flying at this drifting Androxus. That's just something you don't get to see too often, and being able to connect with that, those kills being so much more important. Evil Mojo's not available yet. It's got 13%. You need a huge ult to turn this one around.
Great patience there by Shadow. Thought about executing Scooter, realizing the health bar is a little bit too low. The rest of my team's going to finish him off. Turns around and gets down onto Ares. It's Team Project in on overtime. A Spexy taken down, and Crimson fully on the run. It's going to be a juggernaut to try to dislodge Gervin, and Hero gets it done with a couple of kills of his own. Finally, a mid-fight win here for Project, and Gore. Now not only are we on game point, we're on set point if this payload goes in.
And after 2 really rocky mid-fights from Project, this is probably the best position to be in, because Carnage, they haven't had to experience your push yet. They don't know where they need to, bolster up their defenses, although Ares seems to be doing a pretty good job of it at the very beginning here. Did you get the Evil Mojo out? I mean, you're already burning some ults from Carnage Gaming, which, good on them, they can recharge them, but it's definitely going to impact this next fight. Spend some of the credits you just got from the point, you come back into this, especially with something like a Spite, an In-Flame that's about to come up. There's a lot of tools for Team Project to make sure that this could turn into a win.
I agree. That's where my mindset was as well. If Team Project can swing quickly here, A lot of utility used by Carnage Gaming on only a scarce few targets. An Inflame here. Cutie wants to get this payload moving. Gervin needs one final shot, unable to find it. Instead, G-Bunny runs down Androxus. Nice stun down onto a Spexy. G-Bunny starting to find his stride. Cutie steals away the triple, but it's Team Project who have fought their way back in. But now they're the ones using a lot of utility. No ultimates ready to go compared to a couple on the defense for Carnage.
And this is where things get just increasingly awkward, right? Now that you've used the Inflame, you've gotten back over here. You use that Spite to be able to get back over here. Well, hey, guess what? They're getting a lot of big stuns that are coming up as well when it comes down to the Seismic Crash or when it comes down to Rom being able to set this up. Also destroys the half-shell shield that comes through, so Makoa ever present in danger, a minute left, but good stagger kills coming from Carnage. It's this really awkward, at any given moment, I expect Project to just kind of let the shoe drop and all of a sudden they'll get a 5-man wipe. It doesn't seem to be going that easily for them yet.
Well, Shadow gets sniped out at the onset of that fight, and that was kind of all she wrote for Team Project. They haven't done a good job of not giving up that much ground to Carnage Gaming. They have 4 out of 5 ultimates, only that snipe is left respawning at about 60%. Tense moments here. Team Project use the ROM ultimate as well. Seismic Crash and Dragon Punch could be the tools to open up the door here. Ares, Crimson, a Spexy, all up on the high ground on this right-hand side. G-Bunny doing a good job of distracting them there, plugging down just about half HP. Ares gets stunned down. Cutie finds a final shot. There's the go button for Team Project. Dragon Punch soaring through, finds Crimson. Off to the side of the map, 3 members of Carnage Gaming left alive, but it's a double kill for Shadow that may have put them in their grave. Team Project finds the final punch. And Gormizer, they're going to move on. They're going to play Parallax later today.
I mean, that's the statement you needed as Team Project. I would argue that maybe people were doubting them more than anyone coming into this. Like, you know, conversations around what can Brazil do. But a lot of it was, what is Team Project going to be able to bring compared to what we've seen out of Phase 1? That's the opening statement you need. You need a 3-0 where you just punch them down into the ground. You pull out a versatile set of champions. I think that was a really good first showing for them. And again, it's not the end of the road for Carnage Gaming. They do still have that lower bracket to try and fight through.
That's right. They'll have a chance tomorrow. We'll see them tomorrow, rather, playing their game there on the losers' side of the bracket. Big wins across the board for Team Project. 3-0 in their first set. Again, a date with Parallax later today. That's going to be a fun one to watch. Absolutely. But for the third and final time, the desk will break down this set.
Man, that one was a bit closer, Dave and Gore, but ultimately still not enough. Team Project complete their sweep of Carnage Gaming and move on to face Parallax later on today. And you're going to be watching it right at home. Mackenzie's going to be watching from probably right over there because she loves to lay right there. And Kresnik, your cats are going to be watching from right next to the TV. You too can join the broadcast by tweeting at Paladins Pro and using the hashtag PPC to show us how you are watching the Paladins Pro Circuit Summer Finals. Kresnik, which of those cats is the bigger troublemaker? Because I feel like it might be...
It is 100% Yuffie on the right. She will bite and claw at you. As long as there's no water involved, Arthur on the left will be totally fine. But I just can't believe they're sitting in front of the TV. Do you know how many times I've had to lightly tap them off of that desk, and yet as soon as I'm not sitting there, they're somehow willing to do that right actually through that hallway. I wonder how they feel about the drafts that happened in that game, because I was so worried about Projects at the start, but Carnage kind of did something strange at the end with that Makoa and Pip. I don't think that Makoa did what they wanted to at all, even with the potential counter against the ROM. He went 2-13 half shell, not getting the value it would have otherwise.
No, I don't think you're having your point tank go 2-13 and having a particularly successful game unless your carries are able to stay up and alive. But this was kind of just a bloodbath game across the board. A lot of kills and deaths, and part of that is because this is our first set that didn't go really one-sided in Project's favor. But overall, only 51k damage right there from the Makoa, 128k damage taken. You look at what G-Bunny's putting out on the other side, more damage taken and the same amount of damage. I think that it's pretty difficult to see when your front end is not able to match up to the other side.
Yeah, if you take the shielding into account, it's close, but the Makoa just... If you have only one tank, he has to soak basically a little bit more than that. All that extra damage is going into your DPS, and you only have the Genoseal and an occasional off-support Pip heal on the team, only 25k coming out from him. The number is slightly in their favor in that sense, but it's just so spread out. Rock Monkey and Shadow, I feel like we're just dominating. You expect Gervin to hard counter Shadow. You think Androxus into Drogos. This is a matchup that should just take Shadow out of the game. But he's hitting all these directs on him, even with this higher ping, this being a Brazilian server of Carnage's map pick. The fact that Shadow is still connecting everything, all these directs, getting 1,000 damage per shot, hard countering his hard counter, he was able to just do whatever he wanted.
This shot in particular was just
specific.
Nuts. That's illegal. That shouldn't be allowed on any server, no matter what. But Shadow making it happen, even at the slight disadvantage. I just felt like Shadow in the two first point fights, Shadow was taken out a little bit more easily, and what do you know? Those are the fights that Carnage wins. After that, I feel like Shadow really hit his stride, became accustomed to where he needed to be aiming, and from there, it was kind of coffins for the other side.
Yeah, also, the ROM in the late game, he struggled maybe a little bit against the Cassie. That big game just really farms him, but once he has some more defensive cooldowns up, once he has Master Riding, can get back in a little bit faster, him being countered doesn't matter as much. He's back to soak that damage and take pressure away from what's going on to Shadow and what's going on to Rock.
With that 3-0 win, Team Project are going to move on into the upper side semifinals up against Parallax. That will be taking place after our next set, which is District 69 up against Celestial. The EU showdown coming up next here, Kresnik. Not one where you have to worry quite as much about server and map selection, and it's just about beating your other team mano a mano.
And these are the teams that have been kind of brawling out all season, all split throughout the PPC. D69 took it early, but Celestial made some changes, got Prosper back, took it really strongly against them later. I want to see how Celestial kind of fare in this tournament. It's higher pressure, and D69, all those players have been under the highest pressure imaginable.
Let's see what's going to happen there. We're going to have to take a quick break to get ready for our second set of the day, so be sure to join us quickly after taking a quick break. We'll be right back here with more Summer Finals. Welcome back, everybody, to the Paladins Pro Circuit Summer Finals. Still got Aggro, but now you got Goremizer joining me here as well. Gore, a big win for Team Project in the first set of the day, but as we get ready for the second set, this one's going to be an all-European showdown, Celestial up against District 69.
I think it's really fun that we ended up having the two European teams go up against each other this early on, just because this has been something that we've gotten to see a few times. I'm actually really excited to see it, because Celestial had kind of a big upswing in the latter half of the first phase.
And that's going to be a key for them to see if they can continue it here in the Summer Finals. By the way, let us know how you're watching the Summer Finals. For Blau, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name, but even though you've got no pet, we do forgive you, because that looks like a beautiful place to be watching the Summer Finals. Looks like you're enjoying some nice weather as well. So thank you to Blau for sending in your tweet. As always, you can tweet us at Paladins Pro and use the hashtag PPC in order to show us how you are watching the Paladins Pro Circuit Summer Finals and how you're going to watch what could be a very, very close set here, Gore, because of these two having such familiarity with one another. I think the big storyline that we're going to have all weekend long is that which team from which region is doing the best, which little meta that each region seems to develop is going to end up being the most successful. Well, that's not really the question here. This is pretty straight up, just which team is better right now between District 69 and Celestial. Let's start with what we've got on the side of District 69, because they have some names that I'm pretty familiar with. Gera, Fasheko, those are guys that I've seen around the Paladins side for a long time. But this team, top to bottom, has been pretty strong this year.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. You know, the rough patch they had, you know, you look at them throughout Phase 1, they have, I think, 8 total map losses throughout all of it. I think they dropped 1 set this entire time. And it all was just kind of centered around the fact that halfway through the phase, they lost 2 of their biggest players, maybe 3 of their biggest players. They came through. They had to do this shuffle all of a sudden to figure out, man, who are going to fill these huge shoes of ex-world champions that we had. And that's where, you know, Exentra came into the play, where Exentra has been big on LAN in the past. And Laji, who, you know, Laji is one of these players that I distinctly remember having to sit down after this roster was announced and just straight up ask Kresnik, who is this? I was like, I know a lot of names across the Paladin scene. I know a lot of them across the world, thanks to the Global Series a few years ago. And I was like, I have never heard the name Laji. And he's like, well, it's just this hit scan ranked grinder who's really good at the game. And I was like, okay, well, you know, I don't know. How good is that going to be? They're filling huge shoes on this team. And they bring it. They play so well. It was something that, you know, if you're looking at it, yeah, the first couple of weeks were rough, but they hit their stride again towards the end of the phase. So District 69 is just as deadly now, I think, as they were at the beginning.
I think sometimes adding in that little bit of new hunger can help out a team like this, right? I mean, sure, experience is great. Having that group of guys who have been there, done that, is super valuable for sure. But I think also injecting a little of this young blood from guys like Laji can really reinvigorate. I talk for a living, by the way. A team like District 69 to really get them hungry right before a big summer finals like this, which should be very, very fun to watch. But their work is certainly cut up for them up against Celestial, who, according to what Kresnik was saying, also had a bit of an upswing towards the end here.
Yeah. And that's the biggest thing, right? Celestial, I would say maybe off to a rocky start, and you look at the lineup, especially when you compare them to some of the other teams in Europe, and this is not a team that I maybe see always getting second place, right? This is third, sometimes fourth. I think you shuffle it around, you change the meta up, and maybe you don't even get to see them that high, but this is a team that has a lot of history behind themselves, a lot of players that have, again, been around the scene for a long time, and the guy that you're seeing on your screen right now, Slapodopoulos, he was one of the ones that originally I memed because I thought his name was funny. Still think it's hilarious. One of my favorite names, I think, period. But he backs it up with good play. So it's one of those things that you can laugh at it all you want because he's winning his games as well. Then you add Xenos, Klosar, Tutu, a lot of these others, huge experienced players that have been around the European scene for a long time, have found success in their own way. And it just makes it so much easier. And now they've got Prosper Logic, who was, formerly Onslaught, has been at the top of the console scene in the past alongside Slapodopoulos, kind of making this transition onto this team. It's a good tandem duo Celestial have had. And once they kind of hit that stride in the last half of the phase, that's when we saw them, finally clicking and working together as a team.
Look, I've been looking over the rosters, getting prepared for this LAN. Slopodopoulos continues to be the king of the best name in the Paladins Pro Circuit. He's the GOAT when it comes to the name. We'll see if that's going to be enough to actually notch them the win, though, in this set. Let's take a look at our map bans. Serpent Beach and Jaguar Falls taken out by District 69. Fish Market and Bazaar taken out by Celestial. And that leaves us with a close-range skirmish map in Brightmarsh for map number 1.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Serpent Beach, Jag Falls, both kind of standard, a map that, honestly, I got used to seeing throughout the entirety of the first phase. In a best of 5, you're only usually going to see, well, 3 to 5 maps, so you're guaranteed 3 every time, and so you would see Serpent Beach pretty much every set, and if Jag Falls was available, it usually was up there as well. They're some of the most picked maps. Same thing with Brightmarsh. But this, those getting banned out opens up the avenue later for maybe like a Frog Isle, maps that change the playstyle, keep you on your toes, and I actually think this is going to favor D69 on this map. A little closer skirmish kind of hinders Celestial and where their players are going to be able to pick more long range, the Victors, the Vivians, the things we saw the highlights on.
Interesting first ban here by District 69. They take the Corvus out right away. Gore, is that surprising to you? We only saw him once in the first set, and it wasn't particularly impressive, though I don't know how much of that was on the feet of the Corvus player. But District 69 doesn't even want to entertain the thought of letting it through.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising to me. Like, it's unsurprising in the, hey, there's a new champion, let's just get him out of here and not have to deal with him. But, I mean, considering what I've seen, a lot of the competitive play that I've gotten to see with him has been through community tournaments, and he really has been this second, third, sometimes fourth, fifth pick. Like, he's not necessarily the highest priority that comes down, but he can bring a lot to the table, and I think D69 just kind of recognize, you know what, we want our utility. We're going to get Gera back onto the signature Genos. Let's just not even factor in the Corvus, force them to ban IO, and keep ourselves happy with the support picks we have.
Yeah, it seems to make sense. I mean, first pick Genos is something near and dear to my heart. I just love that champion. As Inara locked in here by Celestial, a champion that has been very, very impressive so far here today. And the Ruckus, a champ that we haven't seen at all so far here today. But it seems like that this idea of let's just get both of our frontliners early on the second pick side is starting to become a little bit more prevalent. That I believe that's 2 games in a row now where we've seen that double frontline be picked up by second pick.
And honestly, Ruckus, it's one of those things, there's a couple of players specifically that come to my mind, Rubu in North America that likes to play him, but Celestial Toot Toot is one of the first names I think of when I think of European Ruckus players. And I would throw him again under that blanket statement of a sleeper pick, where he just does really well. Ruckus is really good at his job. The problem is that they left it open for the exact counter to Ruckus being available there. Cassie, with big game, once she gets a wrecker online, Ruckus just doesn't exist to her anymore at that point. So I'm wondering if that priority maybe hurts them a little bit picking it up so soon.
Well, Koga locked in here for Celestial, and we saw during the highlights, Slopodopoulos seems to very much like this Koga selection. In talking with you guys all beforehand, it seemed like there were a lot of flanks that were pretty popular right now and all pretty strong. Does Koga still fit that mold?
Man, my brain defaults to talking poorly about Koga, talking about all the things he can't do, but every time I've done that with Celestial, they've then set out to prove that wrong. So it is one of those things that I think this team specifically, there's not a lot of people that are going to run him, and there's not a lot of people that are going to run him successfully at that. Celestial is one of the few that have been able to make him work, and I think if they're comfortable with it and they can bring it and make it work even on a map like Brightmarsh, where maybe isn't going to be the most successful, this is the time to make it shine.
Well, only one tank here for District 69 up against the double tank front line of Celestial. You got the bigger healing output with the Maldamba as well. Which draft do you like more going into Game 1?
I'm really feeling D69. I think the Genos synergizes with the other 4 champions really well. The DPS is just going to be overwhelming. If Vivian and Koga don't just absolutely pop off, then this Androxus, this Cassie, this Talus, they're going to be able to find kills easily and make these tanks have some really rough lives.
Well, the European showdown about to begin. District 69 up against Celestial Esports. Throw it down to the casters for game number 1.
Thanks, Aggro. Been great having you here in Paladin so far. As we move on to Brightmarsh for this European battle, as he's so eloquently laid out here for us. It'll be Finch and Kresnik as we move on to Bright Marsh here for this one. Corvus, once again, will not be allowed, but that doesn't mean we won't have some exciting picks. How do you expect for Celestial to fare here up against, I don't know, it feels like kind of a mobile comp here for D69 with this Ashe solo tanking?
Depends on how far back they can keep the backline of Celestial. They're all sitting in the tree right now with the Ruckus in the way, and I think that's the way to do it, right? You don't let anyone peek forward, but if Slop walks in like that, you can't give up a kill that easily.
It's going to be tough. Exentra finds the first kill, and Slop is already removed. Celestial got a little bit of percent, but this is what Toot Toot had picked this Ruckus to do, to use that mobility to get up top, find a nice kill on the Fish Echo, and try and buy a little bit of space. The Celestial have to give up their control of the center ground for now. They start to push forward. Toot Toot gets a bit aggressive, and will indeed have to use that mobility to reposition, but Cruncy has moved into the back line as well. Things slow here for now, but Logi's starting to move in, put Slop down again. The Koga's struggling already.
Celestial still, though, 81% and climbing on the point. Sure, will be able to touch, but this is their whole game plan. Just bait them, buy time, and keep this cap time up. They can get Fishiko. This could work out here. Very low, but Closar trades out, getting too aggressive.
Does end up falling. Logi, though, has moved back in. D69 have managed to grab on to a little bit of control, and they desperately needed it. Celestial were close at 93%, so D69 begin their slow climb back up, now at 70 on their own, and Celestial looking to regroup. They won't have Toot Toot for a little while longer, as he only just now came off respawn. Exentra just barely able to survive. Will use this true power to try and get to the backline and find the Dombo, but it does not work. Slop able to put him down, so D69 hold on to their control. Fish Echo, though, gets a kill on the Closar, but Slop has chained two together, and Prosper joins him as well, as the overtime now starting to take. Gera has to fall back, and Celestial may have actually done enough. They will capture this very first point and push D69 back.
And I have no idea how Gera survived that. Slop just unable to follow it up. That whole fight there, that has to go to the point tank pressure from Celestial, right? Maybe District 69 can stay on, but Ashe can't withstand the pressure. She has to leave. Aggression like this is her dominance is the only way they can make anything happen, and they're trying to make it happen now.
Want to see if they can force their way in. Gera does take care of Toot Toot as Fish Echo looks for some shots from this back line as well. So D69 have found a way to slow down Celestial now on this push. They can start to move forward a bit and look for a bit of an aggressive zone, but there's that problem you mentioned. How much ground can Cruncy get on his own? Turns out not a lot. He ends up falling.
Yeah, going down, and the rest of the team's going to have to follow up. I do want to mention this because I think this is a new thing, but Exentra, he's picking up the sticks for this game. From what I've heard, I think he wants to maybe prove something against the controller players, pulling out this Talus, and we definitely expect to see a little more triple DPS, I would say, than we had been seeing from D69 before. He did look a little shaky earlier, spending the true power without a rune to back up, going into the entire team, but Exentra's a smart player. He's played a lot of champions over time, and maybe more situations like that where he falls, he'll understand the limits of Talus just a little bit better.
Toot Toot able to put him down. Gera can't even poke his head out because Toot Toot is in the back line yet again. Sets up for Prosper to get that kill into the Genos. They'll shut down Logi as well, so maybe Celestial can make something happen out of this after all, as Fish Echo ends up falling and the payload continues to rumble forward, but D69 spawn with the high ground advantage and can get their feet set for a defense. They do have an ultimate or two in the back pocket, but just not a lot, as Toot Toot's still sitting on the Hexafire if he does want to expend it. Turns around, recognizes that in comes that Talus indeed with that true power, and he gets shut down right away. Logi gets one kill, but Prosper chains together a second, and maybe Celestial can keep this push going after all, but D69 dropping down, pushing them out, and are able to hold on.
Logi killing Xenos was the biggest thing there. That even trade, if Xenos lives and someone else dies, they just re-heal and they can immediately re-push it. Not really as concerned, but they have to wait for that passive regen, and D69 just aren't giving it to them. They're keeping that pressure up, not letting them have that. Ultimates are coming in now, Cyclone Strike and the Seismic Crash, but only one kill so far.
Slot gets one, Xenos is able to get the second, and time starting to run out in overtime if this will be found at all for Celestial. But at this point, it's Gera and Logi. Fish Echo forced to step down to contest. They fall right away, and the payload starts to move forward. They need a touch and can't find it. Celestial able to find the 2-0 to start things off.
Yeah, that defensive position is actually difficult, I would say, for D69 to hold. yes, they have the high ground, but realistically, look at their composition. Xentra, Fish Echo, Talus, Andro, what are they doing up there? They have to commit far in, and all that lets Celestial do is disengage, burn down the flankers, and refight. It's only Logi really getting that advantage up there, and that's something they can just bully through. 2-2 can avoid a little bit of damage, have one good emitter to soak that up and pressure Crunchy off of the objective. D69 can't really stop them. They have to win a mid-fight because the defense is just not their forte.
And it has not worked there. Perhaps they'll get another chance at it. Depends, as you said, on how this mid-fight goes, and we start to roll into that. Coming into this mid-fight, D69 have 2 ultimates and not too far from the next 2. It's really just waiting on that Andro to come up before they'll have everything at their disposal. Celestial get the early control yet again, though, already 33%. Prosper able to take care of Fish Echo. And it's not a question of can they get the Ashe in there. It's a question of can they stand their ground at all. Celestial starting to run over them to an early 63% advantage. A couple return kills are starting to come through. Toot falls as well. As long as Logi is here, then perhaps they have a chance. Slop drops as well, and 69% will be all they'll get for now as D69 retake control.
Little mistakes can really snowball there as Xenost. If he saw that Assert Dominance coming, maybe he could have slithered back towards his own team's main, but he goes towards the point and gets burnt down by that. Gera! Triple time and space in the far right side. They weren't ready for it. This retake, this point, it's firmly in D69's favor.
That's huge. What a turnaround. The full wipe on the back of it. That's the high-end potential, obviously, coming out from the Genos Ultimate, finding a bit more of that high-end, and maybe now D69 can try and turn this into something. Remember, this is 1 and 2 in Europe doing battle here on Bright Mars to start things off, so you expect a close match, and that's exactly what D69 are giving us as yet another battle starts to emerge. The Accursed Arm, though, should be able to find some decent damage, but no kills. It's Prosper that is the better as he finds a triple, puts Gera and the rest of the squad down, and D69 will have to regroup if they want this push to work.
I gotta say, that's the worst feeling. Spending an Accursed Arm, firing it at a huge group of people, and you just hear the of hitting a Vivian shield. Of all the things your giant AoE ultimate can do, you just hit a Vivian shield, and they're just all firing at you. For now, hopefully they can come back from that. They have time to recharge the ult, so wasting it, not the worst thing. Good pressure from the Talus early. They know they have to be aggressive, and they're already forcing Toot and Prosper out.
Tutu does manage to get back to that Domba, though, and find some heals, but this is the ground being retaken now by D69, who need it. And Logi catches out Slop. Good roll. Able to find that kill. Not too bad for him. And getting aggressive now is Fish Echo, able to find the kill into Prosper Logic. All of this is to try and set up for them to find their push. They're punishing Celestial as they give up some ground and look for another defensive positioning, but they'll respawn back in front and still be able to play some defense. Certainly not the end of the world, but a nice little fight here for D69 to get them back in the position to start pushing.
The Seismic Crash, the ultimate, it was actually a great peel opportunity for Klosar, but I think he held on to it a little bit too long. As the fight was going, the team started getting burnt down on the side. He throws the Seismic Crash through the window. It's a crack shot. It's fantastic for keeping them all locked down, but only Xenost is there just using the Spitting Cobra, doing 400 damage at a time. He has to go down. In levels like this, you have to coordinate your ultimates with your team. If you're not doing that, that's what you're going to end up with. Just barely any damage being done, and disadvantage for Celestial.
Well, just about everyone's ultimates up here. Sentinel just now used, and here comes the Accursed Arm, so it looks like District 69 do want this. A double from Fish Echo from on high, as he's able to take down Prosper and Slop in the backline. Toot cannot make his way to the Genos. He falls as well, and D69, their gamble looks like it'll pay off as they start to push the payload in even further from the high ground. Prosper is able to take care of lodging the payload just inches away, does get slowed down, so maybe Celestial can hold on. Prosper does put down Logi, and remember, some ultimates were used from D69, so they want this conversion, but starting to look like it might not able to happen. Celestial hold on, find the defense, and push D69 back.
They were so close to getting it, but Cyclone Strike from Slop really just pushes it further away, unable to make up for that. That pressure in the backline from Crunchy really was what sold it there. Having everyone turn around to deal with the Ashe, and Crunchy's just screaming for Gera surely to toss it over there into the window room, guaranteeing it. I mean, that's the kind of synergy you need. If you can just call a location and your Genos player is good enough to just go, oh yeah, through these walls, through this entire map in this exact position, got it. or maybe just yelling ult on top of me. It's hard to tell how they wanted to set it up, but that's knowledge that's helping D69 get through this. This is the highest pressure game they've played all year, and they're still able to set up plays like that.
It's big, but this is why falling down 2-0 can be so difficult. Even when you win the mid-fight, you're down 3-1 when you can't find the conversion. So Celestial, with that opening kill from Prosper, take down Fish Echo. There's the ult from Gera, and that does bring Toot Toot down lower. Xentra gets the backline to make it at least a 1-for-1 trade, but Celestial, again, get off to such a huge percent lead. Prosper gets rid of Logi, who did take care of Closars without the Inara. They're relying largely on this Ruckus, but Prosper still controlling the center as Fish Echo is able to take care of Toot Toot. Now Prosper finally has to move out, and D69 get control. They start to build up some percent, but you remember they absolutely need this one as Prosper goes down. They can't afford to lose another fight here.
And they had a great dive up top, right? The true power with the Ashe syncing up, but a seismic crash will peel off Frenzy and D69. They're in deep, they're getting cap time, but they have to get out if they want to keep it held.
And how long can they hold on now that they have lost this Ashe? It is going to be the respawn, but just like that, Fish Echo and Xentra able to get a couple kills. Closar, though, moves back in, and now there's a Nara that's in the way. Fish Echo is able to find the kill into Prosper, but being hunted by Xenos, not enough for the kill as they regroup. But Closar finishes the job. Fish Echo will indeed end up falling, and Xenos survives the dive in the backline, so Celestial can hold on. Toot Toot moves in, but loses the battle up against Xentra, so maybe D69 can find that retake after all, but it's so difficult to move this entrenched Inara. Logi doing his best with the damage from range, but Celestial are able to hold on, and they will capture Bright Marsh.
Gera's so close there at the end, but when you send Cruncy over just to stop Toot Toot, now he goes down, and suddenly, who's touching the point? When you have a comp like that, you have to have that stuff set up so far in advance, and they just didn't. They ended up kind of lost at the end. Even with the wall coming up, it falls to Gera at 200 HP with still DPS alive in the back. I don't think they were ready for them to lose the mid-fights. They had to fight that point a little bit harder. The Inara just completely flipped that fight on their head.
That's a great point, right? I doubt you're picking that solo tank to be on the defensive that often, which is exactly the situation they found themselves in here, Kresnik. So it certainly puts them on the back foot right out of the gate. A Celestial looking good, but D69 are certainly a strong enough team to find a way to bounce back. So I'll get it back over to Aggro and Gore on the desk to have them break it down a bit more.
Thank you, Finch and Kresnik. An impressive performance from Celestial Esports to take game number 1. Goremizer, despite Gera having a fantastic 3-man Geno snipe, that was really the only momentum that District 69 was able to muster all game long.
Yeah, and it makes sense for Gera to be able to do that. Only one person has ever done it better, and it was him, just at a different time in his Paladins career, to be able to find a snipe like that. But being able to find those, again, it's how often can you rely on it? How regularly are you going to be able to find those? It's a huge swing in their favor, but I just think it comes down to maybe a little bit of Prosper, maybe a little bit of Slap, but I think a lot of Toot Toot in there as well, just causing trouble for them. Again, the slash lines maybe aren't even the prettiest for either squad. No one did exceedingly well, but Prosper's 12, 8, and 13 showed how safe he was, and I think that safety kind of encapsulates what Celestial were bringing. They didn't feel a lot of pressure on the point. Closar and Prosper were able to kind of flourish because of it, and maybe it cost Slop and Toot a couple more deaths than they would have liked, but it didn't matter because at the end of the day, they're walking away with the W.
100,000 plus damage there for Prosper Logic, and 140,000 plus healing for Xenos on that Maldamba. And that's kind of what we were talking about during the picks and bans, was that these double frontline with the high healing throughput of the Maldamba might be the answer to all this damage that District 69 had drafted, and it turned out to really be the difference maker.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, again, the safety that he had. I mean, a lot of these, even in some of these plays, it feels like there should be more eyes on him just by presence of where he's standing. Right there was a good example. But, I mean, being able to get this aggressive for Prosper, staying as safe as he was, sometimes maybe not being the highest priority for D69, made it a lot easier to just sit there and continually pelt damage. And trust me, an unchecked Vivian is going to run over 100k every single time. She's going to run over you and your team. So you have to pay attention to her, even if she doesn't feel like the most imminent threat.
That Vivian certainly problematic there for District 69. And as we move into Stone Keep, you have to wonder what they're going to be able to do in order to stop that from happening, because they already drafted a whole lot of damage there, Gore, and a pretty good amount of dive as well. The great mobility they had between the Cassie and the Talus. I mean, those are the types of picks that I feel like should be able to get into that back line, but they just weren't able to on Bright Marsh.
And they're going to have to figure that out going into Stonekeep, because some of the things that they just played on Bright Marsh maybe don't translate one-to-one to Stonekeep. But when I'm looking at Ruckus, Inara, Vivian, honestly, Maldamba, 4/5 of it worked pretty well here, and I'm sure they could swing a Koga and try to make it work as well. So Celestial definitely still on that vein and avenue of being able to make this map their conversation.
Well, Io the first ban, and that's kind of expected. She did get through once the last time in the first set of the day, but did not do particularly well, worth noting, but maybe a bit of counter-picking was the idea there. Is Victor taken away by District 69? That's kind of one of the two big hit scan, aim down sight characters that you expect to see between Victor and Vivian. So District 69 certainly respecting that type of damage that Celestial was putting out.
I'm wondering if they're going to maybe keep that up. It's one of those things, what you leave available after the math is always the question when you're making those trades for the bans. If you get rid of a Vivian here, then I'm thinking Khan, Ashe, both still available. Genos, most notably, very available. And Genos is one of those healers right now that, Gera looks maybe the best on it when we get to see him there, but there's so many people who can make this work, especially in a triple DPS, which is definitely in the avenue of conversation here for Europe. You don't want to deal with them. That Luminary boost is just too good. It's the same reason you don't like dealing with a Furia ult. It's just too good. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Furia actually enters the conversation here.
Always one that I like to see, but gotta like to see the new character as well. Corvus banned by District 69 in game number 1 of this set. Now top picked in game number 2. I believe, no, this was not the map where we saw Corvus last time around. That was on Ice Mines where we actually saw him come out. But a bit of a different look for him here. Corvus pretty early. How do you think he fares on Stonekeep?
Man, I think he could do really well here. I mean, it's part of the reason I think that is... No, it's Majesty's Archive. That's his backdrop there. I thought it was Stonekeep. Either way, this is a map that works out pretty well for him. I think his ult is going to be great, but any map where you have to heal through walls, this is something that Grover does well here. It's something Genos can do well here. It makes it a little easier for you as the support player to be able to just mark people wherever they are. The problem is going to be, I think, setup. There's not a lot of places here that maybe scream loudly as the easy ult for a Corvus to maybe set his team up. It's going to be point fights. It's going to be, around the courtyard at the end of a push. I think he can do a lot. I'm excited to see what they can do in D69's hands.
Another Ruckus pickup here for D69, so we'll see... Or excuse me, a Ruckus pickup this time for D69 and not for Celestial, kind of taking it away from the other side, trying to get some momentum for themselves, but no second frontliner with it quite yet. The Bomb King pickup, and now you're looking for D69 to use that last pick as a pretty flexible slot, whether they want some more frontline or want some more damage. They're going to probably react to whatever Celestial's doing here.
I honestly like where D69 are, though. They've got a healer up front. They can either choose to grab a second healer and maybe make Ruckus do kind of the prominent tanking of this, or they can just run it with Corvus and maybe even grab either an extra DPS. They could grab a Barrack here for someone who can stand on the point. It's a very flexible last pick for them. Just kind of depends on their style. And since it is EU versus EU, changing it up like this is kind of what you need, because Celestial, they get a Strix, they get a Vivian, they get 2 big hit scan plus the Maeve. It's just going to make things very difficult for the backline here on D69.
Well, District 69 feeling like they needed more damage themselves, and they pick up that Cassie here to round out their draft. And only one tank on both sides, but Inara, kind of the premier stand on the point and impossible to dislodge sort of pick.
Yeah.
Do you think that District 69 went the right direction by going more damage with their final selection?
This is 2 fields of thought, right? Celestial Esports are playing kind of a standard composition. You get a Nara with Maldamba. It's going to be a tank that you can't kill with a healer that's really good behind her. And D69 have 4 guys that are just going to kill you dead real fast if they get things going well. So they really just want to overwhelm you with the damage here.
Let's see who ends up being dead so quickly here in game number 2. Throw down a Finch and Kresnik for the action.
Little bit of your own flavor here to this Paladin scene as we are on to Stonekeep, but we get to see Corvus on a composition very light on frontline. here, Kresnik. So I am expecting to see a lot of action at the very least. How do you see this end up panning out here for him? Can the Ruckus bear the load?
I think so, as long as they just ignore the point. This isn't a put both our tanks on point, have them duke it out while we all cheer on from the side in our 1v1s. This is, Ruckus is leading us in, followed up by the Androxus, and then Corvus is going to, follow up with that healing, give them the lifesteal to potentially win these trades. It's just going to be hard into a Vivian. See how much experience Gera has on Corvus as they take this keep side early. Playing this high ground, I think, is exactly what this comp needs, but I don't know if I like this disconnect early from the Andro and the Ruckus.
Right, as you were saying, you're kind of expecting this composition from D69 to all move together as Cruncy gets a kill early. This early skirmish does end up favoring D69 pretty heavily, a 3-for-1 trade, and already starting to build up that percent. So either way, they get to the same result. Excentra comes around to the back of Prosper, puts the Strix down pretty easily, but they do end up losing some kills behind it. Closar has respawned, so D69 won the fight, but they don't get a ton of percent out of it, as it looks like they might already have to start falling back. They do still have, though, Cruncy on the point, but Celestial just come pouring out of the gates. Prosper finds some sight lines, and D69 do fall back.
Yeah, Gera going down early kind of slowed down their cap, but they did eventually get the advantage. Fish needs someone with them alone up top hurts, and Celestial had to back off with some early cooldown usage. They used the wall, they used the Earthing Guard, didn't find anything, and Inara can't really contest at that point. They're giving D69 all the time in the world to reset and find out who they want to dive. We'll just see if they present any kills to them.
Let's try and keep an eye on that dive indeed. They go right to the back line. Logi's already moved closer. Tutu does get a kill, so they lose Logi and Cruncy onto the back. So Celestial able to survive it for now, but they end up losing Prosper, though. Excentra perhaps finding a priority target in removing that Strix damage from the high ground. The percent continues to climb, but Closar is back, but he would have liked to get this kill a lot cleaner or at all. Excentra puts it down, and D69 able to hold on to the midpoint, but it's not by enough. The rest of Celestial are back, but it's a huge swinging fight for D69. Fiseko and Excentra shut down Toot and Slapadopoulos, hold on to the point and find their very first point indeed.
Perfect kiting by Gera there, just baiting them around the corner, using Fisheko's bombs to stop them from chasing him, and then pre-firing a projection. As soon as Inara pushes to get that kill, he's up on the high ground. They can't follow up on it whatsoever, and that's showing what Corvus is able to do. Aggressive Hexafire from Cruncy up in the up area, but he has to cancel it immediately.
It does eventually end up getting him that kill into Closar that he desperately wanted. They lose Gera, though, for it. The Corvus got isolated by Prosper, who finds that kill. Big damage from Fiseko. Sets up for Slop to end up falling as well. So District 69 continuing this momentum. Look how far back Prosper already playing this early on in the round. They're basically just going to allow the payload to come around this corner and play this final choke point.
Well, I think it's smart. You have a Strix and a Vivian, just make them walk into you here, force them to cross, but
sure,
if they just hug the right side, they don't have to, and now those Strix and Vivian, they're completely isolated.
That's right, they already lost Closar and Toot. Still standing in the back, though, is Prosper and putting out good damage. Xenos did get the return onto Cruncy, and so things have slowed down for D69 for a little bit, but still holding some aggressive positioning while they're waiting on the rest of the squad to come out and join them. The Inara back out in front and holding strong, trying to force D69 to find a different area, but this high ground could be huge here depending on how well this could be held. Instead, Fiseko drops right back down to try and help this payload rumble forward, but D69 not quite ready to pull the trigger yet as they slow it down again.
Having Ruckus instead of Ashe is going to really hinder their ability to push that upper area. Ruckus, he'll have to use all of his cooldowns, and he won't be able to be immune at the end of it like Ashe might be able to, so under is where they're going to have to play, and you can see them already stacking down here, and if Toot extends a little bit too far, they might be able to follow up on it. He managed to get the Ruckus out for now, but he's still stuck in this lower area, and Closar barely manages to keep him alive.
That's crazy, though. They were able to. Good healing coming out as well as they shut down Excentra and Logi. It felt like they had a ton of time not too long ago, didn't it, Krez? But Celestial have waited them out very, very patiently. Gera unable to keep Cruncy alive. He ends up falling. Gera will fall too because he can't find the teleport, so Closar gets aggressive, finds the Andro, does a good job waiting out, but actually ends up falling too. Nice kill there from Fiseko, so good work, but still the time slowly draining away. It'll be very difficult for D69 to find the push from here. In fact, it looks like Celestial have already done enough. They push them back and tie things up here 1-1.
Yeah, just a good enough zone there at the end really kind of keeps it in control for them. I'm surprised to see Exentra performing as well as he is on Androxus in particular. He has not been playing controller very long, but Androxus is a character that needs these fast, flicky movements where you want to dash in different corners, you want to be able to juke shots. The single fire means you have to be pretty consistent with your aim, and Exentra 5-3 right now. Low in damage, but top fragging for his team. Solid build, too. It's about what you'd expect from an Andro. Distance, speed, more ammunition, and resets are what's going to keep him alive. And D69 just have to repeat, I think, what they did there at the start. The dive timing was good. They had to peel off for Exentra. I think the people in church might have to be a little slower this time. They're going to know what they're doing, but it looks like they're not contesting them at all.
Looks like we will be heading to church. We'll follow along with Exentra as he tries to get to the back line, forces some ground to be surrendered, and goes for the accursed arm. They're trying to isolate Toot early and take him out, but that's not the only thing they get. Slop and Klosar fall in trade as well, as a big fight causes numerous casualties, but D69 are out on top. They hold on to this point and already have a big percent, and this is what Celestial struggled with last time, was these retakes. D69 are already in position.
Yeah, holding forward and getting the zone, but I don't think they noticed on the side there. Krunzy coming in deep with the Hexafire, but all he's doing is forcing them back. They need to keep following up on this damage.
It's already kind of doing the job, though. They have to play so defensively, but Krunzy ends up falling for it. Prosper catches him. Klosar got Exentra. They do lose Toot though, so the tank for Celestial is missing yet again, so they can't exactly retake and start building up percent. Logi able to track down Slopodopolis in all of this as they jockey over position. Big damage for Prosper, nearly puts the Cassie in the dirt all by himself, so now it's aggression time from Exentra, but he pays for it. Toot rejoins to find that kill. Krunzy's on the dive as well in the back, but he'll fall too, but this is already doing enough work. They built up to 90% as Celestial are finally able to find the retake.
The classic point-blank sniper, the fabled range that they generally perform the best at, right in their face, with him just following up on all the damage that were done by the rest of the team. But they have time to do this. Because of the cap time D69 got, they can set up this retake. A little bit disconnected is the front. Doesn't matter though, Logi wins the 1v1.
Shuts down Klosar. Prosper falls as well, so D69 certainly in a favored position for this retake. It might already be done as Toot gets isolated inside the actual keep, and this overtime will go down in favor of D69. So they have won both of these mid-fights so far here, Kresnik, but get stalled out on this push. But the thing is, they might not ever need to if they keep winning these mid-fights.
Yeah, if you win every mid and lose every push, you still win the game at the end of the day. Be nice to just end it faster, avoid that late game caught 3, Haven 3 potential, but they might be the ones wanting it with Vivian Strix on the other side. I think the setup for this is solid so far. They are spending an ultimate, but not able to really burn through the Inara's health bar just yet.
We've seen Dishy69 be very liberal with some of these ultimates. The Hexafire and the Accursed Arms in particular have been relatively free firing, as again, they're able to get the payload relatively far for free early, but Celestial happy to hold on to these longer sight lines now that they're at this final arch and just hold that instead as Celestial push them out a little bit more. Exentra can't quite find that last bit of damage, so he expends the dash and moves in. Can't find the last shot either, but everyone's heads turn to look at him as Prosper and Toot able to find a couple kills. A couple in return come through from D69, but the defense should still hold.
Huge healing there, actually, onto Toot when he was backing up from fire. The fact that they were able to keep him alive is unreal through all that damage that was coming in. And a great position right now from D69 if they can just get some damage up top, but it's so hard for them to actually walk through. Again, with a Strix and Vivian playing this long-range high ground, they don't have anyone that can immediately cross that distance, and Prosper's going to push forward and not even give them a chance to set anything up.
That's right. You mentioned that famed closer range for the scope, so maybe you weren't too far off, as he's willing to step up a little bit more and not entirely rely on these long sight lines. But he'll retire back to safety and establish his strong position yet again. Look for the suppressing fire onto Exentra, keeps him back. Krunzy has already fallen, which takes a lot of the potential away from D69. Klosar, who is the aggressive man, does fall, but they continue to hold on to their positioning, even stepping further forward. Gera knows as Exentra comes back that the rest of the aggression is on its way. Keeps Exentra fully healed up so they can look for the turnaround. Prosper maybe got a bit too greedy there. He's fallen already as Krunzy gets this kill. Maybe D69 can make this push happen after all.
And when you're struggling to break through to get to the backline, just wait till the backline comes to you, I guess, if Prosper walking in.
They lose Excentra for it, but they're keeping people alive and they're still putting out all this damage. They just have to deal with this Vivian.
They do have the Toot rather pushed all the way back on this Inara as well. Now Frenzy will step on the gas, has to get the touch because of overtime, but they end up losing the Ruckus. Celestial, despite Prosper stepping too far forward, have done enough yet again. But as we already covered, Kresnik, these defenses are not going to be enough by themselves.
Yeah, they have to be able to keep winning these mids. Celestial have to find a way to turn it around. I think a little more aggression inside could work, but it can't be with an ultimate like Seismic Crash, which winds up for about a year against characters with high mobility. They walked in, they're like, all right, we'll stun them and we'll clean up. It'll be perfect. By the time they started channeling it, Excentra was already back in his spawn. He was already all the way out, and they weren't able to get the proper follow-up. So I think maybe they need to Midnight and engage straight across the middle when they can't really see it. Even with Logi's scout up, it could be enough for them to engage off of. They have Fear, which is harder to avoid. Just anything but what they did on the last mid, catch out those people inside Church.
They ended up losing, maybe 2 fights and giving it 90% sort of as the result. So maybe Celestial could find something cleaner. Prosper hits a couple of critical early shots, but it's Cruncy who is relentless, puts Prosper down early. Logi falls on the other side, but here's Fish Echo looking for the King Bomb, trying to get to the back line. Does end up exploding, but fighting very little. In fact, he will fall for it as Excentra does take care of Closar, but a big grouping from Celestial in the back line. And I think that's why we see Gara drop the ult. It sets up a triple for Excentra as he cleans up the back line, and D69 yet again establish mid-control.
The great aggression at the start helped significantly, and Prosper again walking into this banana area all the way up in front of a comp that can just walk at him and punish him. If he doesn't hit quick scope headshots, he's going to go down, and I don't know why he's taking that risk. Closar gets chipped off in the back line as well.
Cruncy takes care of Closar, Xenost falls as well, and it's really no contest over the midpoint this time. D69 looking dominant as they come out quickly. A lot of it is on the back of this dive from Cruncy, but the problem is the dive from Cruncy doesn't translate as well to this second part of the game when they have to get aggressive to find these conversions.
It just doesn't work at all at this point in the game,
Right.
unless Prosper continues to be playing no-scope, quick, like point-blank range all the time. They're never going to be able to break through it with Slop and Prosper both playing that defensive line. If they can just keep holding back and baiting the members of Celestial in, let that impatience be their downfall, they just need to find a way to get them both to do it at once, and it seems like Slop is perfectly content with sitting up here and firing into an empty choke point. That's just the Vivian way, I guess.
Yeah, maybe that's why Prosper's felt a little bit more comfortable stepping forward, because he knows Slop is staying at home. At least he has so far. So yet again, Celestial do not contest really the payload moving at all until it makes it to this final arch, so they can establish this defensive positioning. So D69 have the difficult task of figuring out how to try and crack this base. But as you mentioned, as long as Slop and Prosper stay spread out, the task seems a little bit too tall for the D69 boys.
You managed to kill Tutu though on the low ground, and they are spending ults to keep them in spawn, but they need to take space with this. They're just sitting back, fighting someone in the back line and letting Prosper walk right back out.
Finds the shot into the backline of Dagera. No way the Corvus can survive all that. Closar and Slop get in on the fun as well, just trying to poke their head around is that Cassie, but it's ill-advised. Celestial again hold on to their base and are able to keep D69 at bay. They do have a couple of ultimates coming back up. The Hexafire hasn't been great from Cruncy. It's really bought them ground more than kills, but maybe they can make that enough for them here as they try and find another push, starting to regroup right outside the arch.
At this level, it can absolutely be enough, especially if you can just go up and get killed. Missiles in the backline, no fall helps them find that, and this Dread Serpent has to be huge for them to hold.
It is enough for Splop to find one kill, but Cruncy gets the kill to Closar. Tutu falls as well, so now the payload should start to rumble. Slop still has strong positioning to try and put in some damage, but D69 are trying to find the win here. They don't want to wait for the next mid-fight. The Hexafire shuts everybody out, and D69 answer back here on Stone Keep. Suddenly the set's tied up 1-1.
That Hexafire at the end was perfect. When you can put it in a position where you can't be shot for free, but you can still lock down anybody trying to drop to the objective. Frozen Guard next to the point, Bright Marsh next to the point, or Stone Keep right under. They have to push you and take that damage to actually deal with you. When there's no tanks alive, you're going to get that cap for free.
It ends up working really well for D69. It was just patience there from them, wasn't it? Because Celestial were giving up so much ground, and they kept steadily chipping away at it until, as you said, they were able to find that way to break through and find that cap. So with Bright Marsh and Stone Keep down, things are all tied up here, Kresnik. As we expected, it's close in EU as we get it back over to the desk.
Thank you, Finch and Kresnik. A fun game to watch there on Stone Keep, both for myself and Chloe and Eclipse, who just sent us a tweet at Paladins Pro, with Eclipse having maybe a better seat in the house right now, but hopefully Chloe was able to look over the beautiful cat and find a big win here for District 69. Gormizer, I was a little bit concerned about whether or not the Ruckus alone would be able to frontline, but that was not a problem at all because it didn't feel like frontlining was really the answer there for District 69. Gruncy's consistently just getting into that back line and really causing havoc on those point fights in particular.
And that's exactly what this comp was drafted to do, right? I mean, you don't draft a Ruckus as your main tank and think, yeah, okay, we're going to win against the Anara on the objective. You draft him because you know that you can send 1 to 2 people into the back line and just deal with, well, at that case, the sniper. Deal with anybody who is going to use this long range. If that's where Celestial are going to be able to take the fight, if that's what they're looking for, just shut it down at the source, and that's exactly what they went to do. And it ends up paying off because later on you end up in these perfect positions where you can drop that Hexafire to just make sure no one's going to be able to get there. And there were just so many moments where, well, if it's not Fisheko, it's Exentra. If it's not Exentra, it's going to be this Ruckus that jumps into the backline. Somebody consistently from District 69 was just jumping behind Celestial and locking them down before they could really fight back.
And oftentimes these players were able to then get back to their Corvus and actually get a really good amount of healing. I was impressed with Guerra's performance on this Corvus. How did you see it?
No, same. I think being able to bring him in, I've been very concerned with Corvus, especially at the very beginning of this, looking at him, just in terms of whether or not his healing was going to be able to keep up. It's one of the same issues that I always have with Genos. Genos does not keep up with healing as well as, the likes of someone like Maldamba. But it seems like Corvus has fit perfectly into that slot. A lot of these players are bringing him in as a support and making him look just as good as if they were running someone else. I'm actually excited to see what his healing numbers will be because his damage, like his utility, his setup is going to be there, which makes him, I would argue, maybe the perfect support for Guerra, outside of Genos, which is, maybe just one of his favorites, period. So I think this is going to make it a lot easier for District 69 to shine, especially when, 40,000 difference, considering you're up against a Maldamba here, I'm not going to cut it against him.
No, that's pretty good for the Corvus for sure. Just ever so slightly higher in the damage department as well, so you like to see that. You love to see this performance from Gruncy on this Ruckus. He was very impressive. Really, District 69 just looked pretty dominant that game, so we'll see if Splitstone Quarry will be the answer now for Celestial as they try and wrestle away control. As Finch said, man, I feel like this is to be expected. These teams have been playing against each other all year up until this point. They know each other very well. I came in expecting a pretty close set, and it looks like we're going to get it.
And being able to showcase where their strengths are, right? You get a Koga on Bright Marsh, which, again, is one of those maps that theoretically it's one of the few that Koga could work. It's nice and close range for him. Now they know, hey, long range hit scan, it's what we can do best. Let's just go ahead and take it over here to Splitstone Quarry. The only issue I have with this is the fact that if you let 2 snipers through, Celestial, yeah, you can grab one, but I want to see Laji on the other, and I think that will make things a little different of a story for District 69, depending on how the rest of this goes.
Well, I wonder if Celestial will end up taking one out here via the bans, but then you're worried a little bit, I think, about District 69 potentially taking the other one away and leaving you without a sniper, so they decide not to do that. Rom will be the ban, and this is exactly what Celestial banned in game number 2. If my memory serves me properly, Genos and Victor by District 69 right here. Is this the type of map where you want to prioritize getting your sniper? Is it worth first picking?
It's really weird just because I want to say yes, but I also want to say no. I think this early on, especially with a lot of viable off-tanks, specifically this Ruckus because it is 2 European teams, that takes precedent to me. I think Ash Khan, in my mind, take precedent just because they are going to be able to give you a lot of control around the mid-fight itself. And also, there's a certain extent where, you know, a lot of the players prefer Strix, but Kinessa looks just as good. In fact, Kinessa has some headshot, one-shot potential if you're given the right combos. So I think District 69 and Celestial here playing it appropriately, pushing them down a little bit. Honestly, we might even see them forego it. We might see something come through. Victor has been very big, but since he's banned, Vivian can come into the equation. Cassie can be big here. And we don't see her a lot anymore, but Leon is just as viable here as she is on other maps.
Interesting. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. As Corvus once again for Guerra for District 69. We just talked about how good he was on this selection. Don't see why you would take it away from him now. So he goes back to the newest champion to join the realm. Is Androxus picked up here by Celestial, something that can maybe get on top of that Corvus a little bit better. And then the Moldamba is a bit surprising to me here, Gore. I mean, you see District 69 already has their healer. Corvus doesn't seem like the type of healer that you necessarily want to bring that heavy healing again with Moldamba. I don't think his damage seems high enough. Are you surprised to see Moldamba picked so early here by Celestial?
It feels, the first instinct I thought was, oh, there's an R on the other side. They're picking it to take it away, and maybe Corvus was going to get flexed onto a flank or something. But now I'm realizing, I feel like Celestial just wanted to kind of hold on to the last two champion picks as long as they could, just to try and get a better feel for what D69 are bringing. Especially now that you see an Eevee's on the field, it changes your mind about some of the DPS that you're going to want to run. So it does maybe slow things down for you, whether or not they want to go for a Barrack and have this main point tank, if they want to maybe take a page out of District 69 book and just go for all-out damage. Moldamba doesn't necessarily facilitate that the same way, so I expect another tank here.
Well, Strix is the damage, and they're hovering even more potential damage coming through. Maybe not another tank potentially, as Eevee is going to have her pick of the litter in terms of backliners to kill here. Strix, Andro, and Leon, all champions that she's going to have to contend with, but it's also a lot of damage. And Leon in particular against the Eevee, notoriously slippery champion.
Yeah.
Do you like this pickup, even though it isn't the frontliner you might be wanting, with Leon versus Eevee in particular?
I'm worried about Celestial's fight on the mid fight, like you're highlighting, but I think Leon, I mean, she's known as the anti-flank for a reason. I think she's going to make it very difficult for this Eevee to get back there and deal with the Strix, and I think Androxus is going to be able to apply pressure to Cassie and Vivian in ways that Eevee's not going to be able to take off this game. I think Celestial are risking their mid fight to win somewhere else. They're going to win the side fight to then envelop everything else on the map, and if they can do that consistently, then they can take control.
A critical Game 3 about to go down between Celestial Esports and District 69. Finch, bring us the action.
And it's on to Splitstone we go for that critical Game 3 matchup between Celestial and District 69. Still Finch and Kresnik here on the call, and it's still a lack of frontline in this one, but it's Celestial this time who are going with that frontline light composition that's rounded out by the Ruckus. Do you think it'll work as well for them as it did for D69 here on Splitstone?
I think it could. I think having the Strix Leon for follow-up, well, the Leon specifically for follow-up could help with those sight lines, going to definitely not allow them to walk out because of the Strix being on high, but it really is how well Toot and Slop can sync up. You can already see them pushing the same side. If they can't get through this Eevee, if they can't stop getting poked out, it'll be a lot tougher, and Guerra already uses the projection to run away.
And Klosar ended up falling as well on the opposite side. That dive did not quite work for them. Toot is the one being aggressive this time on the Ruckus for Celestial, but they're already down so much in terms of percent. 57 built up for them on the back of that successful kill. And Logic really has played well here this set. I feel like we haven't quite given him enough credit as he looks to get more involved. Klosar falls early. Toot on the dive ends up getting stood up. Logi puts him down the roll into another one, a double kill. He ends up getting traded, but it's all D69 on this first fight as they already have capped the point.
Taking Cassie that early when you know it's going to be solo tank Ruckus on the other side is super impactful. Cassie just shreds Ruckus to pieces. Used to be in some other metas, you're like, well, we can get Ruckus, he'd be amazing here, but if they have Cassie, we just kind of lose, and Logi's showing us why right now. Celestial, though, pushing back out, forcing Guerra down to the quarry side.
D69 again find the favorable trade. Toot, though, as you mentioned, does get rid of Guerra, so that makes things a little bit harder for D69 on the push, but not if they kill everybody else. Xenos, Toot, and Klosar all end up falling, and D69 keep right on rumbling, but now they come on to what is honestly the hardest part of this Splitstone push, the final bit. And Celestial should have a chance to reestablish some of their defense, but what answer do they have for all this damage from D69?
They need to, I think, sync up their dives. Their dives are synced okay, but they need to be willing to line of sight the enemy as they go in. If you dive, get one kill, and trade everybody, that's not a one dive, but manage to pick people up on the side trying to set up for it. Small advantage on this defense.
So finally, some small things start to favor Celestial. They'll take care of Logi here as well. So this should slow them down. Toot will establish himself a little bit of high ground and get a cleanup kill there onto Crunchy, so maybe they can start to push D69 a little bit further back and buy themselves some much-needed time here at this point. But that was the first time I feel like we saw their draft really get anything going.
And this is the time they needed to do it. They needed to be able to retake this space because having this high ground above them will enable them to get pretty aggressive. They can drop down into the back and actually fight, or they could just catch Fisheko with a quickscope in the backline and play off that advantage.
But it doesn't end up actually paying out quite the way they wanted to. Slop's still back here, though, and maybe to cause a little bit of ruckus, but not getting as much as he'd have liked to out of the back of that accursed arm, but they still end up getting those kills. Logi, Gera, Crunchy, all of them end up falling, and this further disrupts that excellent push. Prosper steps on the gas and gets a couple more. Fisheko will end up with the delayed death as Klosar cleans him up, and now looking pretty unlikely for D69 if they want to complete this push.
Yeah, especially with Celestial up in this position. This is the closest to Serpent Beach that this map gets when the enemy team can just sit on the high ground and fight into the backline from you. That's done, actually. More impactful than we might think. It forced out the cooldowns early, and without overtime to contest there by Crunchy, Celestial will get this. District 69, if they want to win a mid-fight and keep it going, they can't let them get the set up there. And if they do, they have to bait them so far in that there's no way that they can get back out. This was part of how they turned it around after Gera went down. Only they had one person going for the kill. They had to drop the fight. Gera couldn't make it back in time, and Logi and Crunchy were able to just run straight through the middle and get that kill. They need to keep doing more damage to offset what Prosper's doing right now. 32k damage, 8 and 2 in the kill-death ratio. But I think they have a decent comp to do it. It's tough for him to duel into Fisheko, especially when he's rushing Haven this early. Yeah, headshot, I think, will now not one-shot him, so he has that to play off of at least, but 2 body shots, no matter what. If he doesn't get any healing in the middle, Fish can't live through Prosper hitting everything.
Prosper continues to hit nearly everything, comes out to a good start already. Not much surprise, the Inara is already building up a little bit of percent for D69, 33 and counting as Prosper tries to deal with the dive that comes to him from the back line. But Toot is a good one to keep our eyes on for Celestial. He represents a lot of their dive potential. Xentra has already fallen as Prosper was able to find that snipe. No one was forcing him to keep his head down, so Toot starts to try and find this dive, is able to find where they're entrenched and help remove Logi with a little bit of help from Klosar, so Celestial are able to find the retake. And Toot will even start to push a little bit, but he will pay for that quite quickly. 216 enough HP for him to stay standing. So Celestial here to try and look for another fight.
I love the strategy from Celestial. They just go, wrap around their high ground, force them in, make them walk further into the quarry, and Prosper just takes a cross angle. Catches them as they go, but managed to walk back in, and this Hexifier in the wide open won't be able to do too much. Toot has to disengage.
They'll have to do it twice, it feels like now, as the Sonora now closer back out to reestablishing that mid-control. Gera able to keep some healing going to the rest of D69 to look for the dive, but Slopodopolis has answered it. Gera goes up to look for the ultimate. That does shut down Toot. They needed that kill. Now they can turn back and help the mid-fight, and they're winning there as well, too. D69, these mid-fights are continuing to be dominant there from them, but Slop and Prosper are back out to look for a little bit more control. They've already shut down Fisheko, and Prosper point blank puts down Crunchy as well, so Celestial able to handle that initial surge from D69.
A Strix that knows he's going to get pressured can just turn it around completely, and Celestial, the timing of that fight was really what had it for them. The fact that there was no chance for D69 to come back in because of them getting that win strong at the start. Now D69 to break out, they have to spend ultimates. Seismic Crash manages to get them early on.
But that's so critical for Celestial. It really felt like D69 were about to reestablish that stranglehold on all this mid-control they've had, even going back to that last map to Stone Keep. But instead, Celestial grabbed that cap, and now they're the ones on offense. Doesn't look like it, though, because D69 have them so effectively zoned and pushed back at this point. truly aggressive as they shut down Prosper, Closar, and Toot Toot. It's a double for Logi here at this point. It feels like more than zoning. This is brutal how far back they've got Celestial push now.
That was so tough on Xenos. They thought they could use the Dread Serpent to turn it around, but he doesn't detonate it early enough. It hits the wall, and the geometry of that corner just stops anyone from getting feared by it. They dashed in to try to clean up, and they just found people waiting there un-CC'd, ready to burn down anyone who tries to push. This is exactly how District 69 had to push last round, and I guess they're getting enough practice for it now for the next one if they manage to keep it going. They're just getting a stagger, and already 1.5 minutes burned off the clock by them.
It's actually a great point, Kresnik. We're getting a great preview of what D69 might look like if they got to be on offense here later on. Not this time, of course. This is all in the pursuit of defense for D69. It's finally starting to have some cracks show here as Toot Toot puts down Excentra, and Celestial can breathe again. They're back out and able to reestablish mid-control to help this payload start to rumble as Toot Toot tries to shut down this Eevee. It's a difficult duel, though, for him to take, and he thinks better of it. In fact, Fish Echo shows him maybe he can't win it and puts Toot Toot in the dirt.
Eevee getting pocketed by the second mark from Corvus is going to be so hard to go through. She has all that lifesteal. She's getting all the healing that's going on to the other targets because of that mark being left on her. Finally goes down because of the lack of range on the Corvus heal, as Celestial might be able to keep this pushing forward. The high ground push, you get forced back, but the members of District 9, they keep walking in one by one and going down. They're going to let this cart go all the way around one of the best defensive corners in the game for free.
That's true. A lot of the times we see pushes stall even here. Now, obviously, they still have a great defensive position coming up later, but you wouldn't want to make things any hard on yourself and allow for any miracles to happen. This entire push, though, will have to happen in overtime from this point on. Celestial and D69 both have all their ultimates, so it's a question of how much can you force your opponent to expend in this overtime. Way in the backline as Crunchy gets the kill onto Prosper, so D69 might actually be able to shut this down as Toot Toot tries to hold on to the payload, but Logi catches up to him, puts him down, recognizes where the Andrew is, kills him as well, and that's all it takes for D69 to uproot this defense.
Overtime for Celestial is so hard. They really need this enabler of the Ruckus to go in and actually be able to soak damage. When they don't have that, when Ruckus is just constricted to the point and can't make anything else happen, they can't turn heads. They can't live through what D69 have. The Vivian damage, the Cassie burst, Eevee not really being easy to pin down. They can't make anything happen at that point. The rest of D69 just walked away from the cart. They let it keep rolling and had so much time to go that they could just fight the back lane, win without that extra health pool being there, and then turn around and deal with Toot Toot. If he spends some cooldowns early, he just can't finish the kills up. Prosper Logic, he was the key, I think, to the last mid-fight, and he's going to be the key to this one if Celestial play the same way. Toot Toot and Slop going very aggressive on the left side to force them into sight lines, but it looks like Toot's playing on the right this time, and Prosper is trying to play on the flank.
So Slop ends up getting pushed back right away. They won't get away with that same aggression here, but Prosper has shown he's not afraid to maybe get point blank. A lot of ultimates already expended by D69, whereas Celestial still have a few in the back pocket, but Gera shuts down Toot Toot early. Prosper ends up low too, but it's Slopatopolis that finds the kill in the Fish Echo, but D69 are racking up the percent already, 78% and counting. Prosper ends up throwing in the flash bomb, wants a bit more if he can find it. Headshot nearly able to take down the Cassie, but that should allow for a little bit more moving in for the rest of Celestial. 96% is there, but that's the kill feed light up they were looking for. Toot Toot gets the double, shuts down 2 members, and maybe Celestial can make something out of this mid-fight after all.
Yeah, Michigo living, I think, is big. If he got staggered there, he wouldn't be able to have setups for retouches. They have a full timer to actually make this work, and direct from long range, actually, will force them off the high ground. Just one shot, enough to retake that space, but Excentra overextends.
He does. It's the Toot Toot Closar combination that ends up shutting him down, and Celestial now holding on to their percent. It's overtime being triggered here at this point, though, perhaps in favor of D69. The Accursed Arm coming out from Slop. They want to commit and try and find this right here and now. They shut down Crunchy, who was the Inara, trying to force the rest of D69 to come in and find a touch, but Celestial have done enough. They're now on top 3-2 and looking to close this out with a successful conversion.
If only they had someone able to touch the point. Excentra was free-farming on that high ground, everyone on low. Toot Toot wants to stop that from happening, but misses the dash ever so slightly, stuck on the low ground, and D69, they can settle in this choke point. They have the marks on everybody. Just get them healed up as long as they can get line of sight. No, they trade out Cruncy, and they might have to back off of this space.
It looks like they are considering falling back. They have given up that initial part of this defense. Celestial continue to roll right on forward, and D69 have to start falling back a bit more. So we'll get to see how Celestial's offense looks now when it gets to start from the beginning. Last time, D69 had them buried in their own base for almost the entirety of their offense. Now they'll have a minute 40 to work with.
Sniping from the low ground, though, is going to make things harder for Prosper. It's not that easy to live down here when they get that space forward. So a lot of pressure on Slop and Toot, I think, to actually keep them slowed down there in his sightlines, and they managed to initiate the first kill.
Taking care of Exentra's big. Logi falls as well, and Celestial have started to show where the cracks are. Tutu gets even further aggressive, forces the Corvus to blink all the way back, but he gets punished. Slop is there to clean it up. Closar gets the next kill, and suddenly Celestial are starting to make it rain here as they want to find this final conversion with a full minute in the bank here for them. Going to be a difficult defense here for D69.
Not super impactful ultimates for Celestial, though, so District might be able to spend whatever they can right here. Immediate seismic crash finds Prosper immediately.
You're exactly right. Taking care of Prosper and Slop should really slow this push down now for Celestial. In fact, Fish Echo started to see if maybe he can find a couple more kills. Thinks better of it, blinks back. But that did already eat away a lot of D16, or rather Celestial's time, as D69 are now entrenched the way they want to be for this defense.
Yeah, and the booby trap there, the sensor drone able to catch Ruckus rotating out, so no surprises there. They know where they have to spam to catch him off of his mount early. Prosper's actually the most forward on his entire team. Seems like a risky play, but no one on District 9 wants to peek. They're just so scared of him if he were in the back, ready and waiting to scope him down.
Celestial has some better ultimates available this time, though, but they lose Closar early on. Kruntic gets another kill as well as they shut down Toot Toot. They did get the return kill onto Exentra, but this looks to be favoring the defense pretty heavily. D69 tie things up for the 3-3, and Kresnik, we move into this final mid-fight. Could it be more pressure mounting?
I don't think so, especially with District 9 potentially being able to get on match point if they win this next mid. One that they struggled the last two, but I think if they manage to lock down Prosper, he's been the key factor in all the fights for Celestial, either drawing aggro or letting Toot Toot and Slop force them right into the open for him, dying second least on his team, only less than his Moldamba, or more than his Moldamba, excuse me. They have to find a way to get onto him. Fisheko maybe playing a little more aggressive, let Exentra slow down the flank and let Fish just hunt for Prosper, but again, only Haven too. If Prosper hits every shot, Fish just loses. He has to ice block one of the shots, or there's no way he's going to take down that massive backline burst damage.
Slop goes aggressive again, but this time he's not met by early damage from Toot Toot. Toot Toot instead tries to go look for the Inara. Early Hexifier does get some decent damage out, but Toot Toot forced to retreat. It's 24% in the back pocket for D69, but Prosper has already put down Fish Echo. They trade out their frontliner, though, to set up for them to find that kill. And still, Slop is patient, waiting for his time, recognizes where his target is, and it's the Corvus, able to track him through the blink as well, and puts Garrett down. That's a big kill that Slop was able to find, but immediately gets punished as Logi and the Eevee were able to track him down. But D69 still the ones building up the percent.
I think Prosper had a good position, but I think it's a misstep from them at the start. The whole thing is Prosper shoots them inside quarry. He's sitting on top of the quarry. He can't shoot down. No sideline means they can get away with whatever they want, but Celestial might be able to turn it around.
They have managed to find two big kills. They push District 69 all the way back off the point, and the Accursed Arm is to lock down Toot Toot. It looks like the call from them is if they can get this kill onto the Inara to try and grab, but it doesn't show up there. But they're willing to commit to force Cruncy back out as the rest of Celestials start to build up some percent. Exentra gets the kill into Slop, though, as D69 begin their retake. Exentra pushing with Toot Toot, and they reclaim mid and start to rack up the percent once more.
Them retaking through Pori is so smart because Celestial don't really have anyone that can stand on point. Look, they're throwing Ruckus in, trying to dive the backline, but he's not going to live into Cassie Vivian. You can't get away with that, and now it's all on the DPS.
Slop falls as well. That means it's all looking District 69 now. Cruncy steps out. They retake mid, and the overtime starts to tick, but there's no one left alive. Celestial have lost all their members, and D69 have claimed the lead in the set. They're up 2-1 after winning on Splitstone.
Yeah, rough engagement there at the very end. I was
Yeah.
talking every round about how Prosper's so important for Celestial. He's so important. He has to find the kills. He gets a kill, but it's someone that was 1 HP getting stared at by an Andro anyway, and he's just standing on top of Corey. Everyone else in District 9 is just standing inside shooting the point. They just get that objective time, rack it up over time, and deny any retake potential from Celestial.
It was too difficult for them. You're exactly right, man. I mean, even in the fights where they did win, it was on the back of those risky plays from Slop, right? Just exactly like you're saying. So it feels as though maybe they're putting all their eggs in a basket that's definitely favored the other way. It's a little risky of a strategy they're going for, and so far D69 have had the answer. But that's just what we're seeing during the action. What about on the desk? I'll get it back over to Aggro to break it down a bit more.
Thank you, Finch. A huge win for District 69, putting themselves just one more game away from moving on and knocking Celestial Esports down in the lower bracket. Gormizer, that game was incredibly back and forth. Certainly the closest game we've had so far here as part of the summer finals. It felt like both teams had moments of great momentum where it looked like they were for sure going to be able to convert on great things. It's Celestial, where they push around and have a full minute to convert on that payload, and a great defense by District 69 after the fact. What did you see in this very back-and-forth game?
Honestly, it was so much that I think both teams were playing to their strengths. One of the things that District 69 had that ultimately ends up winning them the game was point presence, something that you didn't necessarily get as much with Celestial. And Celestial, you look at the rounds they're winning when they are successful, it almost entirely on their backline doing so well. I mean, you look at Prosper's slash line for this game, and it was phenomenal, but notice these moments where they are losing these fights. It's almost always going to be Laji. Maybe you'll see Fasheko getting into the backline and dealing with them the old-fashioned way. And it's just, if you're left as a Leon and as a Strix to, Prosper in the backline, pun, I guess, slightly intended on that one, it's going to be great for your team. You're going to flourish. But Celestial couldn't bank on that happening every single time. Even with some phenomenal plays, with Prosper Logic literally jumping down and just barrel stuffing people with a sniper rifle, there's only so much you can do when it comes down to losing point presence. Once Ruckus was off the board, especially in that last fight, it just didn't have much that you could hold up to him.
Yeah, Toot dashing into the quarry, certainly into certain death, ends up sealing the victory for District 69. You mentioned the backline here for Celestial. 18 kills for Prosper Logic, 14 for Slop. But across the way, Xentra 15 and 12 on that Vivian. I'm expecting to see some massive damage numbers coming out there. La G with 12 kills, Fasheko with 13, and Gera again on this Corvus doing enough to keep up with the Maldamba.
Look, I'm noticing a trend here. Maybe it's the 40,000 healing deficit. Granted, there's multiple reasons it could be that big, but I see 2 games where Gera's on Corvus. I see 2 wins for District 69. Now I'm going into this next game, I'm thinking, man, I think we ban Genos, and I think we ban Corvus. I think we try to limit the healer of all things, which it's weird because then he probably just goes to Furia and still has a great game. It's so difficult to try and cut him down. And I kind of like the idea behind this as well. Go to Ice Mines where you can maybe slow it down and isolate it, force him onto something a little different. But I think you're going to, find that things aren't going to change too much, I think, for District 69. I think this is going to work very well for them on this map as well. Gera could easily switch over to something like a Grover, which is perfect for this map. It's just very difficult to figure out and isolate the issue that is causing Celestial trouble.
It's going to have to come down to picks and bans, at least at the very beginning. And this is where we saw our first game of Corvus earlier on today, and Corvus did not seem to do too well here, but again, that isn't necessarily indicative of a future performance, especially in someone's hands like Gera, who's looked so strong on this pick up until this point. So Celestial sticking in this first pick position, I do think is noteworthy because they've lost each of the last 2 games all in first pick. It seems like second pick has been pretty successful so far.
And it's interesting to see, I guess, opting into that. You're going to this map, you have the choice coming into it. Once you get past map number 2, it's all loser's choice from that point forward. And so you get to decide not only where you're going, but, the pick that you take on the map. And so opting into this when it hasn't been successful means that there's something they need to pick. Whatever they grab first here needs to make a huge difference for them, because otherwise you're losing a couple of options. I mean, let alone the ability to counter pick, but grabbing 2 power picks here that D69 are going to be able to scoop up. You get rid of the IO ROM again, but I mean, ROM maybe going to be an issue for you. I just don't know if you're doing enough to limit District 69.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to stand out to me where in our pre-LAN discussions, Kresnik, you, Dave, all were saying that feels like IO is the best character to play in competitive right now. It feels like IO is really determining games more than anybody else. And then to ban her in first pick is a little bit odd, right? I mean, don't you want the most powerful character, quote-unquote, on your side in that first pick slot?
Yeah, I honestly would let her through. If I'm first pick, I let her through every day because I know I'm going to be able to scoop her up. I mean, I think in Europe, she had her lowest win rate overall, so teams were able to handle her a little bit better. And maybe now that Dredge is kind of coming into the equation, that might make her fall down in, maybe priority. But if you're still first banning her, obviously not. She's still ban-worthy, right? So I think it's something that is a little questionable from Celestial here. But they grabbed the Terminus, who's notoriously great on Ice Mines. I mean, one of the biggest turnarounds I think I've seen in Paladins has happened because of a Terminus on Ice Mines. So there's a lot of merit to him. You get a Bomb King. Unfortunately, you don't get a Genos, which I think would just make this a trifecta, so that could be a winning 3-man composition. But this is a really good start role for Celestial to stay in this.
Now they might go to that healer like they have a couple times in order to wait and see, but instead they'll grab Khan. This is Khan's first appearance so far, surprisingly enough. A little bit of banning, but overall his first pick in the summer finals. Him in conjunction with the Terminus is a pretty strong front line here for Celestial, but they'll have to deal with the damage coming out from Strix on the other side, and with how well Prosper just played it for Celestial, I'm sure they're very familiar with his potential damage output.
And I'm excited for this one. This is something you don't get to see too often. Not only do you get Logi on a hit scan that I don't want to say we've been lacking, but Cassie doesn't bring the same punch as I think that Strix is going to. But Fisheko being able to bring out the Willow, I think, is going to make it very difficult for Celestial, especially now that they have this Grover over there. Willow is going to be very adept at, I think, handling him. I think this is going to be fun to see. Willow is not easy to make work nowadays, and Fisheko is still one of the ones that consistently makes it happen. And when you factor in Dead Zone, you factor in the damage Seedling can do. Bomb King's going to have some trouble if they pick a hit scan or a backliner here. They're going to have some trouble. I think having to go for the Talus to stay aggressive, to stay kind of in the face of District 69 so that this Willow can't just shut them down alongside the Strix.
Talus to round out the draft for Celestial. I was thinking maybe we might see that Vivian once again, something in order to try and bring some hit scan up against the Willow, but is Talus really enough? If you're worried about the Willow already, I don't know that Celestial's drafted the right counters for it.
If Willow and Strix get separated, if you can isolate the Strix, which is to say, at any given point, you can ult Strix and he's alone, then you get a kill onto the backline. Or, worst case scenario, Faithlight gets popped and you need to chase down that Willow, Talus is going to be able to get up there and do so. Otherwise, it's going to be finding some trouble. I think a lot of this is going to work around his ult, but man, if you're looking at round 1, it's not going to go too well for Celestial. They're definitely looking for the endgame fights.
Going to be a late game push here from Celestial, and they need it in order to keep their winners bracket hopes alive. Game 4, District 69 just one game away for moving on to play later on today. Let's throw it down to Finch and Kresnik to bring us the action.
Well, can Ice Mines be the change in momentum that it often is here, Kresnik? That is the question that Celestial are asking, because after starting off well here this set, they have really struggled these last 2 maps to close things out. It has been all D69. How do you see this Ice Mines here turning out, especially when we're seeing a world where it's going to be just the NR on one side, but 2 tanks on the other?
I think this could be the turn that Celestial need because of how these drafts ended up. I don't really like this triple backline that D69 are pulling out here. They're not really in a position to take any room. It's going to be Terminus and Bomb King owning the barn side, and Stage, they just have to wait for Term and Bomb King to walk all the way through, but looks like they don't even care about it at all. Not pushing the windows is going to let these backlines do whatever they want from the windows.
Right, Celestial are in the barn, but getting a bit shot up as they try to make their way through. So D69 get off to an early percent lead, but now that Terminus is doing his thing, sitting on the point and telling everyone else they have no choice to leave. Exentra is the one that's piloting the Strix that we saw played so well by Prosper last game. Can he get some of those same results as Prosper makes his way to the back line and could perhaps find some big damage, immediately gets spotted out though and has to retreat. So far been a longer fight than we're used to as finally Logi finds the first blood, puts Closar and Toot down with a double, make it a triple. Slop falls as well. D69 starting to light up that kill feed all of a sudden.
They're going to keep this rolling as far as they can with another kill. Prosper getting staggered out, and he's their best potential for getting an overtime touch. They can dismount everybody. I don't know if they can get back in.
Yeah, I'm with you, Krez. I think that might just be the mid-fight. D69 in one big sweeping moment, courtesy of Logi, might have already locked this one up. They take that first objective and now can start to keep right on rolling. But this is why you pick Ice Mines when you're behind. Sure, that first mid-fight might have went D69's way, but Celestial could certainly stall things out here.
Yeah, agreed, especially considering it's Ice Mines and they have Term Bomb King. They could just lock down these choke points. I think Celestial have a chance to make the mid-fights work too. I just do not like how they approached that. They had who was poking at long range? Bomb King Talus? That's not really effective. They have to take that other side and not let them just rotate around them. Also pressure down Fisheko. Willow, underrated right now, but I think rated appropriately on this map as she should be able to force them all the way back to mid.
And it's working out for him. Fisheko gets that long-range clean-up kill on the slot. Prosper and Toot fall as well. And D69 might be able to finally get this push going. Celestial oversteps just a bit there on that zone and ends up collapsing. And so now this payload can get right to rumbling. But that is only the first of many gauntlets, it feels like, on finding that conversion on Ice Mine. Still no real need to panic yet for Celestial.
Well, right now they could panic with their Terminus caught out, getting ult spent on him, but looks like everyone's moving back to deal with the Talus. That's going to keep Toot alive for now. Maybe wouldn't have otherwise without the little flank from below. But they're just going to back up. They have 3 backlines. They're going to walk into so much damage, and they're not ready for it. Closar, shout, bad timing, gets sniped immediately.
Yeah, all the way in the back. Exentra has the scope ready and puts down Closar, but Prosper and Toot start to work together here, as you mentioned earlier, find 2 kills. Answered back by Fisheko, though, who's been able to find great damage on this Willow here so far. They've got this Terminus out and isolated, so we're able to shut him down, and as soon as they take care of here this Talus, if they're able to even, maybe they can get this payload moving yet again, as Celestial's starting to crumble just a little bit here on this defense.
I want someone to tell me that Corvus isn't a good pocket healer after seeing that happen. He lives through a stun in front of everybody, the healing just enough, and well, Fayflight in response to Terminus can't handle this AoE pressure either.
Slop ends up falling. Terminus is starting to buckle as well as D69 make it to what is often considered this final hurdle way at the back here of Ice Mines, and Prosper won't be here to make it even more difficult. Gara makes his way up to the high ground along with the rest of D69, and they've already got this Terminus feeling a bit low alongside that Khan, so maybe they cannot be as comfortable here as they would like to be. Slop ends up falling, and D69 in overtime want to try and keep rumbling, but it's so difficult from here. Prosper gets the kill on the Logi, and as soon as one starts to fall, the offense can struggle here on Ice Mines.
They are still losing people, but they forced out an overpower. That's almost a win. 3 ultimates off the table. Only King Bomb and Reanimate left. They're still trying to do it. Honestly, I would give it up. They're just giving them more ult charge, and that's potentially, if the fight goes long, this could be even worse for District 69, excuse me. They gave up. They forced all these ultimates out, saved a bunch from their side, but then they throw out a flashbang and have the Inara stand there and give Talus half of his ult charge back.
That's right, he's back up to 52% when he'd already had to use that true power a bit earlier. So maybe just a little bit there of a misplay, but a close set continues to be close as we're 1-1 here on Ice Mine. No big surprise, it's so difficult to find those conversions that can feel like, even though we were trending towards a bit more competitive, it's still a pretty slow map.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like for Celestial, I think Slop has to wake up a little bit. The fact that he's decent in damage, but 0 and 5. It is against triple backline, but he needs to sync up with Toot a little bit better. The Siphon has to be on him when he's getting engaged on. They have to get as deep as possible to force them to turn and enable Prosper even more. He's already doing a great job with the space that he's getting, and imagine if a Bomb King turn was walking all the way straight through to slow them down.
Yeah, it's a good point. I feel like it has been... It hasn't quite been the combination that we've been expecting, right? It's been the Terminus and the Talus together instead of the Terminus and the BK, but maybe that can still turn around for them. D69 now out to a huge lead. Seismic Crash does find a nice stun in the backline there as well, but they still have to give up the mid ground as Celestial start to push. It's on the back of this King Bomb ultimate that does shut down Gera, but D69 are the ones that find 2 kills around it, make that 4 as they get 2 more. Toot Toot and Slop end up falling, and there will not be the reanimate usage here, so D69 might have already gotten yet another mid-fight win. Celestial have been pretty close to no contest on these mid-fights.
Yeah, as soon as Toot Toot didn't reanimate, you knew it was over. That he had to with the cap time that D69 had, and they're just backline solely around the composition they have around this Inara. Just anyone who tries to fight her is taking a ton of damage, and they have to adapt to that, and they just haven't been able to do it yet.
They have not, but this is where Celestial certainly looked better, was on that defense, and they're already getting aggressive. Toot Toot stepping forward to push back a couple of members. Prosper gets the kill into Exentra, though they trade Closar in order to get it. Can't quite get those shots to connect. Can Slop as he looks for the Cassie, but Logic gets the better of both while putting down Prosper and Slop, so D69 can get this offense moving.
Fantastic healing from the Corvus too, keeping them alive. Just the whole team under pressure are just constantly getting re-healed. And after that pick onto the turn, they should be able to take some ground. This triple backline, they don't want to go too far in unless they can get angles like this where they're just all at a long distance. Term's not there, he can't protect the Bomb King, so play in the open, duel with that Bomb King. You're going to poke better range than him, and you can see Slop has to back up, just wait for Toot Toot to come back.
They've completely gained control of this last bit of positioning, so they will be waiting around this final arch to make their push. Will be D69, but this has been such a big momentum swing, I feel like, from how things were going early on. D69 have gotten their mid-fights together entirely here at Kresnik. It's felt like to me and Celestial have been relying entirely on their defense to try and stall them out on this map and the map before.
And this is a map where you can do that, but you have to be able to live through stuff like that. Whirlwind, it's such a tough ultimate to land with the dead zone on the other side, but Fish is pushing in alone.
And he's getting the job done. Sets up for Exentra and Crunchy to get some kills. We gotta see the reanimate come out this time here, I'm thinking, but he'd be coming out alone at this point as the payload continues to roll forward. It will be the reanimate, but Toot Toot drops immediately afterwards, and District 69 get the conversion suddenly. It's 3-1, and it's map point, it's set point for them.
You can't spend reanimate like that. You're the only one up. Terminus, he's fantastic on the mid-fight, but the whole thing about him, his weakness, the reason why he's not prioritized as highly in high-level play is when you're surrounded or against blasters, you falter. You can't siphon all that damage. What does he do? Alone, surrounded, with a Willow on the other team, he spends the reanimate. He has to spend it to either recontest the point or get back to keeping his Bomb King alive. When he's the last one in the fight, it's just not worth it at that point, unless it's the only thing you could do. 3-1 in favor of D69 and more ultimates on their side. I feel like this is pressure on Closar. The King Bomb, a little harder to enable unless the Terminus gets really far in, but if this overpower isn't huge, if it doesn't pull Exentra or Logi out of the fight, or even Fish, it has to pull a backliner. They're not going to be able to turn this around.
A lot riding here on Closar as we ride with him, making his way around to the back of the fight. D69 get here first yet again, but Celestial now with that mid control. The wall, though, allows for Crunchy to step up, though, into Barn and look for a bit more action. Closar still being patient, goes for the ult and unable to find it. In fact, Fish Echo gets the return kill and shuts him down. The King Bomb heads to the back, but everyone is there waiting for him. Slop does get the kill into Exentra, but Fish Echo comes back in and trades it out. Celestial build up 70%, but they've lost the mid control, and D69 are stepping forward. They're shredding Toot Toot, pushing him back and re-establishing control.
Yeah, that cat time was the saving grace, but the Flutter DR plus the sustain from the Corvus keeps him alive through the true power. They will be able to refight potentially if Closar doesn't die, but look at this pressure. All the tanks going forward, and everyone's knocked off their mount.
Yeah, how do they find a way through this one, Kresnik? Celestial, someone on the team has got to find a way to push through, but Fish Echo puts down Slop, and they just can't do it. D69 put Celestial down to the lower bracket and find the victory 3-1.
What a turnaround from them, too, from the last time we saw them play.
Right.
Celestial kind of just handled them last time. They just went straight through and didn't give him a chance to fight back at all, but clearly they went to the drawing board. This Corvus is huge against what Celestial like to do. Gera's putting in the time, and you can see this healing, the sustain, the lifesteal spread across the board, rotating his marks. He's doing everything he has to do to make this Corvus work.
He is, man, and I think that we're starting to see that this pick can be strong. As you mentioned, tons of survivability seems to be there on a big win for District 69 to be able to take care of Celestial here, but I feel like we could talk about it probably all day. Instead, I'll get it back over to the desk and let them break it down.
Thanks, Finch and Kresnik. District 69 managed to move on and punch their ticket into the 4th set of the day, and hopefully you were somewhere nice and comfortable watching that set take place. I know Fawn was, because he's got to be comfortable and getting ready for casting. I believe he's on the very next set, but both he and, of course, Goku Black were ready to go and watching that. If you want to be involved in the broadcast, please make sure to tweet at us at Paladins Pro. Use the hashtag PPC. Show us how you are watching today's summer finals, because you've been in for a treat so far, especially if you were hoping to see some excellent Corvus play, Gormizer, because Gera continues to impress on that selection.
It's not too surprising to find out that Gera, when given a new support, decides to just grind that support, figure out every way to make it work, and then, of course, be one of the first to showcase how great he can be in the right hands. And I think that works out well for him. I also think there's maybe something to be said. Ice Mines, that ain't what it used to be. You can't take teams here and hope for that 3-3 point fight anymore. It's not the slowdown map that it was originally, and I think this is maybe the emphatic statement that District 69 made. I mean, Fasheko went 13-1-12. This Willow, I should say, just got away quite literally with murder throughout all of this, and I don't know what you do about it. I think once Klosar missed that ult in the final round, like, that's just such an easy depiction of how well this Willow was able to go, because there was just nothing to shut her down consistently.
Fasheko was a man on a mission, no doubt about it. He was absolutely incredible. The entirety of District 69 looked great here. And the first pick, Terminus, did a whole lot of nothing, Gormizer. I mean, we were asking if we liked the prioritization of Terminus instead of going for something like the IO, banning it away instead. That one was answered pretty much unequivocally with the performance there from Toot Toot. Certainly not his best day at the office.
And something you can see here, it's not something that you often think of, at least in my mind, that Willow does best, but obviously blast damage is a huge part of this, but being able to play around the power siphon from the Terminus, the shield from the Khan, normally you give that credit to Bomb King because it's a little easier to make those shots happen that way, but there were a lot of moments where you just see Fasheko predicting what his opponent is going to do, and they get punished for it. I mean, if you're going to play in a way that he can say, hey, if I throw my seedling right there, you're either going to have to take damage from it or damage from me. You don't get any in between. He just gave him a lose-lose option, and because of that, he gets to go off really well. Again, with Gera playing Corvus at the level that he's playing, it makes it so much easier to just know you're sustained as a Willow, and so it makes it a lot more difficult for Celestial in that match.
Well, that means that we know exactly what we're going to see the rest of today. We're going to play those upper semifinals right now. Parallax versus Team Project, Sanguine versus District 69. Those will be the two more matches we will see later on today. And I think Sanguine, I hope, was watching that set, because with the Corvus prioritization and that last Willow game right there for Fasheko, I think that could really change the way that whole set is played.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot that D69 are going to bring. One of the biggest things I always love when we start getting more cross-region matchups, because when you admit it, like Brazil and they queue ranked, half the time they're going to get each other if they're queuing on the other servers. So I expect that you're going to see a little more crossover, more familiarity in that. But when you start to bring EU versus NA, or, I guess Eastern and Western hemispheres clashing, all of a sudden that conversation starts to change, because they are playing a different meta. They have different prioritizations, and they just play against different people than you. So it's going to be an interesting take, I think, for Sanguine and how they handle District 69.
But first, we've got to see the matchup that we've got next. Parallax up against Team Project. Should be a very fun one. So make sure you go grab a drink real quick and be right back as we'll be right back ourselves. Hey there, Paladins fans. Welcome back to the Paladins Pro Circuit Summer Finals. Aggro joined by Dave Dolson Olsen, of course, on the desk, the #1 Cincinnati Bengals fan in the entire world. Dave, we've got a really great set that we were really looking forward to here. Parallax up against Team Project, but big news here for Parallax fans. FRZ God, the God. I mean, the dude's an absolute beast. Not playing here today for Parallax. That's a big deal for this team.
Yeah, that can't really be understated. I mean, this guy is in the conversation for like best in the world. You know, like you have these conversations, and FRZ God is the name that jumps in to your mind, and you know, certainly debatable, but the fact that he's in the conversation, certainly a big point. So missing him is massive for this Parallax team. My understanding is Half Dead 7 is the player who will be filling in for FRZ God, and no disrespect to him, but honestly, I don't have a lot of data on him. I don't have a lot of kind of personal feedback to give. Anyone other than FRZ God, I'm sure Half Dead 7 is a fantastic player, but call a spade, it's going to be a downgrade, and especially when you're going up against Team Project as good as they are, that's brutal. I mean, it's still a very strong team in Parallax, but missing FRZ, it can't be understated.
It's like having a very good LSU football team, and even though the backup to Joe Burrow might be good, it's no Joe Burrow. Dave, I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know.
This is going to be an uphill battle, especially against a team that looked as good as Team Project looked earlier on today.
Right.
The only question marks that everyone seemed to have was how locked in were they going to be? How well-oiled will they look?
Right.
They looked clean and clear earlier on today up against Carnage.
Yeah, I mean, if the conversation is around how skilled are these guys, that's one thing. But when the conversation is, we know these guys are some of the best in the world, it's just whether or not they kind of mentally show up. That's a whole nother conversation. And they have shown up here today in pretty convincing fashion already, the 3-0 earlier today, as you pointed out. I think it's got to be maybe a bolster to your emotional cause, knowing that you're not going to have to deal with FRZ on the other team, especially when all of these guys had to play against him on SSG last year in the PPL. They're so familiar with him. You can't discount Mitau, still on this Parallax team, very good player from that same SSG roster. But honestly, I mean, I think missing FRZ is big enough to still have Team Project as favorites going into this one.
We'll see if the Parallax Gaming boys can rally around Half Dead and the rest of the squad and find an upset win potentially here up against Team Project. Bazaar and Frog Isle are the Parallax bands. Jaguar Falls Fish Market there for Team Project. And that leaves us with Splitstone Quarry. We saw Splitstone Quarry in our last set, Dave, and it was probably the closest match we've had so far in these summer finals. Is this usually a map where we see mostly point fights be the determining factor?
Yeah, Splitstone has kind of become the new Ice Mines in a way. Ice Mines always goes to 7 points. Not really so much anymore. Splitstone, you do see some lopsided games every once in a while, but I do agree with kind of that statement you make there. Point fights kind of dictate this map more times than not. Not that it's an easy push, we have seen payloads roll through, but the defense is so hard to break on this map. Just free high ground advantage, positional control, pretty one-sided, one-directional pushes on that payload, and I think that might lend itself to Team Project here. You look at this point fight, lots of space to control in the two frontliners between G-Bunny and Hero for Team Project. I think have a field day here in this matchup. Not to scoff at the frontliners for Parallax. They've shown us through and through the PPC up to this point that they are very good. But playing against the likes of G-Bunny and Hero, again, without Freeze God to supplement some of that damage, I think it's going to be an uphill battle.
Well, Parallax now have the first pick position, and they're going to go with the Barrack. No Corvus quite yet. We saw District 69 really seem to like it. I don't know that we will see other teams prioritize it quite as heavily here today, but Team Project beat up on a Barrack pretty easily in their first set. We haven't seen a lot of other teams prioritize it quite yet. Something to keep an eye on is Eevee is the first pick here by Team Project on a map that is usually very sniper dominant. Eevee's one of those that can get on top of them pretty easily.
Absolutely, and especially when it is Shadow playing that Eevee. I mean, again, in that conversation for one of the best flex blasters here in the world. So I like Team Project going to the Eevee first pick overall. It's going to limit what Parallax are comfortable doing on the back line. Now we see Leon, so we haven't seen her really all that much at all. His 14% pick rate, hasn't won just yet. Still has consistent long-range confirmable damage, just, you know, a little bit less from what we saw throughout the year last year in the PPL. So you look towards Eevee, spot on aggro to jump on top of this Leon in the back. Now you have a buck for Parallax that is going to do a great job of kind of counter diving depending on what Team Project want to build. Ruckus, great mobility for the front line here as well. Honestly, I think both teams have drafted pretty well here up to this point, kind of hitting those marks that they were looking for.
Now you got the Ruckus and the Inara, so Project go back-to-back on strong frontliners. Hero in particular on this Inara looked unmovable on it in their first set, and he's certainly looking to do the same here in this one. Now, Parallax, they need a healer. Genos seems to be the call, and this is one of those things that can enable that Buck backline dive, but also I feel like can be a little bit vulnerable at the same time to something like what Eevee is going to bring for Shadow.
Yeah, the way you look at this, Genos, is I'm going to win you this fight right off the bat, but as the fight goes on and on and on and on, this Grover's just going to be able to out-sustain him. But it is going to be so difficult for Team Project, especially for Eevee now that we look at it. I mean, I think Shadow's a skilled enough player that he can make it work, but a Genos mark on a Strix, a Leon, I mean, talk about effectively two-shotting an Eevee out of the sky. It's going to be difficult to stay comfortable here if you're Eevee. And now you look at a sniper battle, you know, Kinessa, Strix kind of back and forth. Strix has that stealth advantage and now Luminary boost. I think Parallax have drafted themselves a great damage composition to deal with a lot of what Team Project have. But if the fights go on a little bit longer, I think Team Project will tend to win those.
It's really, for me as well, how well this Barrick can solo tank up front when you've got the Ruckus and Inara on the other side. Does Barrick usually hold his own in situations like that?
He should. He does a massive amount of damage, and then, you know, I talk about the backlines with the Luminary boost, but Barrick as well. He has the potential to top damage in games like this, where he is just slamming into the Inara. I agree with you. Big pivot point for Barrick.
Well, let's see if Team Project can keep their hot streak going, or if Parallax, without their star FRZ God, will have enough of the tank to bring it in Game 1. Let's throw it down to the casters to kick us off.
What's up, guys? Splitstone Quarry Game 1. I'm here, Fawn the Legend, with my boy Kresnik, as per usual. And this is interesting to see these sort of drafts because of the fact that we're going back to the tried and true of last year. 2 tanks, 2 DPS, 1 support. But on the flip side of that, you have a triple DPS with the Genos boost. You have 2 anti-flanks, so it makes it hard for Eevee, right, Kres?
Yeah, for sure. But if this Eevee's being enabled by the Ruckus going in, the Buck or the Leon might really not be able to hold their ground with the right amount of follow-up. I think if Project makes this fight go slow, that's a Barrick on point playing against a Kinessa. That's not going to go well. 1 Headhunter, he's taking 2,200 damage. He has one of the lowest base HPs of all the tanks anyway. They're not listening to me. They want to take some ground early with the Ruckus on that middle area. Cap time, though. Inara, better at holding up point than Barrick. He can't walk into that Kinessa. It's climbing fast.
Oh my goodness, tries to opt for the trade, but Strix is going to get taken down pretty low as Barrick is going to be on the side next to Lava, trying to fight down G-Bunny off of that high ground. He's going to concede for a little bit, but it seems like G-Bunny has another target in mind as he moves his way under and looks for the Barrick, who's already pretty low. Death by 1,000 paper cuts is what I believe Dolson would say, as they manage to find that first pick. Dentic and Mittal go down one after the next, and Team Project are going to find themselves the first point.
I mean, what do? They just stand there. You can't peek any angles because you're going to get your head blown off by Kinessa. And Nara's on the point. Ruckus is right under you. Project just had a clinical take, and there was no way they could really refight it. Still aggressive too. His Hero doesn't see Hero just walking right up over their Strix this early. This is a huge sideline. This would be a massive advantage, but Shadow's just going to roam free.
Yeah, that's the last thing I would expect to see is an Inara feeling the need to be able to roll up on somebody and get that pick, right? But it worked out for Hero. I mean, having that presence and the zone that you already see Team Project providing right now, Shadow with a nice double kill is going to keep this cart rolling and make sure that the opposite team can't really do much. Parallax Gaming first in the seed on Brazil, not enough to do anything so far. At least that's what it seems like. 1-0 with a minute 35. The cart's almost pushed in, and Barrick has to make his way back. A good pick on Rock Monkey might spell a successful defense, or at least a fight back against Team Project. If they're able to actually get it, but they get rid of Kronz. That's already huge.
They get rid of Kronz, and everyone else is so desperate to kill G-Bunny that the cart just rolls right in. You could see Bunny sitting there just shooting at Barrick, forcing him to stay on the other side of that shield. Hey, the Buck is just sitting there chipping back and forth. Bunny is just, he had his hand off the keyboard. He only put it on to hit the emitter. There was nothing else he needed to do, just free firing from that side. Finally, when they kill the Barrick and he leaves, everyone's like, all right, listen, we put so much damage into him, we can't ignore it. Let's chase him down. And they do, and the cart just rolls right in. It feels like Parallax, other than that one time Kronz died on the objective, they had no contest at all. And they're going to need it if they want to make this work. But Barrick into this Kinessa, again, if that shield goes down and he's not immediately ready to dash off, he's going to go from 100 to 0 just like that.
Yeah, that is something you have to keep in mind. Making sure that you pretty much use those barricade cooldowns effectively. And don't take too much damage, because we saw it right there. Once Kronz went down, it was a huge mistake, and that might be a little bit of a mistake from Barrick. And the Bug, Double B is almost going down, dude. That Hexafire ended up lowering so many different targets, and the Blossom from Cuss, just to make sure that G-Bunny wasn't punished on his positioning, considering the fact that he couldn't move thanks to that Hexafire. The Enlightenment ended up getting used, so does the Headhunter, but nothing really has been found except for good zone and point percentage for the side of Team Project. They're looking at the Buck, blinks in, blinks back out, and lowers him once again. Seismic Crash as soon as Barrick makes his way back to point, and now that's all they need to do is focus on him, as the rest of the members of Parallax Gaming are being zoned out. 96% to a point conversion already. That's already huge for Team Project to be able to try and manage.
I mean, Barrick went to point at the last second. He could have potentially had it. He got Seismic Crash. He lived through the Seismic Crash, but he's done so little damage since the start of this game, he didn't even have Dome Shield. He's just getting it now because he can't peek or shoot anything. He's not getting presented with any targets other than an Inara with Mother's Grace up most of the time. And Parallax are still on the back foot. Syncing up now is Shadow and Bunny going in real deep. It's on the wall, gets a lot of damage, but not a ton of follow-up just yet.
No, but they do manage to get the pick, so that Ruckus aggression did pay off at least somewhat. They're able to force the rest of Parallax Gaming away up on the high ground near their spawn. Regardless, they have to take defensive positions because of plays like this on G-Bunny and Shadow that want to find those targets to pick off. You have triple DPS, but none of them can burn the targets they're trying to focus on too much. As G-Bunny finds himself with a double, the Dome Shield actually gets utilized up on the bridge with the Blossom. He just backs off. That's not a good conversion because Anar's still rolling the cart the whole time. You got to be able to get to that.
They just let it keep going. The Dome Shield spent just off the point, and look at this point-blank Headhunter from the side, potentially. They do force Rock Monkey out, get another kill with Mitau, rolling straight through them. And Parallax, for the first time, they're in control of something, but they have to sit so far back. The cart is so close. If they push forward and try to take that aggressive positioning, they're just going to open up that area in the underhouse so they can just mount through. And look at this. They're so far back. G-Bunny mounting straight up in front of them, already setting up with a Hexafire. Sync up with an Eevee, and he's going to be able to go right into the back line and find a kill almost assured.
Yeah, he's already looking for blood. The double boost in is now in position. Now all he has to do is find the targets he was looking for, focusing down the Barrick. Notices the Buck is right there, but decides to move out as Anar was already too low. Hero being brought down to a sliver of his life. Same thing for G-Bunny, as they're going to have to hold off on the aggression for right now. Nice shots from Rock Monkey to make sure that he lowers as many different targets as possible, making Ruckus's job a little bit easier to get in and try and sustain and try and utilize that burst damage that he has with those rockets. But everyone's taking their time. 25 seconds still left. Manages to boost himself up, uses all three of them, is now in the same position. Gets hit by Strix, but still nothing to be gained on the side of Team Project yet.
They have to sync up with the Hexafire, but I guess they don't need anything if Outlander's just going to walk into a sightline, and finally, Hexafire is spent, Barrick's forced inside, and he can't contest the cart.
No, he can. As soon as Dentic peeks, he gets taken out as well. Ice Storm gets dropped, and Kronz is taken out. Last remaining person to really stall that on the side of Team Project, and it doesn't end up well for Parallax. I mean, I don't think they really had a chance to really gain any foothold. They had one good retake, but that was really the only time that I saw them have control.
I think the comp from Project just bullied them. The Strix wasn't really able to contest with the Kinessa because of that Ruckus Eevee pressure. Who's going to slow them down? Buck? I mean, maybe, but two players, Buck can't do that. Leon, kiting most of the time, can't really stop them. they just ran past the barrack, and it was just Kronz on an island the whole game.
Yeah, unfortunate for them not to be able to try and make sure they can fight back against the pressure that Team Project have. But you've heard our thoughts. Why not toss to the desk and get theirs?
Thank you, Fawn. I barely had time to grab a snack because that game was over that quickly. A dominant. It doesn't even really cover how quick that game was there, Dave. Project, they took the scenic route on way to winning this game, and it still finished in about 6.5 minutes. What went wrong there for Parallax?
You know, this is one of those games where everything I said was wrong, but for the right reasons, and I guess in a way that's a win. Like, the fights were won almost immediately by Team Project. The mid-fights weren't a huge deal, and this one was a 4-0 on Splitstone Quarry, but the damage dealers were just kind of left unchecked for Team Project here this time around. 5, 2, and 8 for Shadow. The Eevee was wreaking havoc. Rock Monkey as well. 7, 3, and 2 on the Kinessa. But it was just, I kind of agree with the way Kresnik was looking at it, is that Mid-Tower was just kind of on the back foot the entire time. Half Dead was basically playing from the back of his spawn the entire game. The overwhelming dive presence that Team Project had was just too much. You couldn't melt through G-Bunny quick enough because he had Rock Monkey setting up kills for you. This is probably going to be a good kind of magnifying glass into it. Look at this. Shadow hits 2 shots on an already nearly dead Kronz because the rest of Project has set up these shots. It just... There wasn't enough kind of counter punch or really even an initial punch by Parallax here this game where you look through the scope here. You want to see Half Dead trying to outsnipe Rock Monkey, but he's being pressured out by Shadow. The pieces of the puzzle were just so much better laid in place by Team Project here this game, and 6.5 minutes about does this one justice. From top to bottom, Team Project played this composition perfectly and continue to show that they're here to play this weekend.
I just feel like this is the exact sort of mentality you want to come in with as well if you're Team Project. You're riding hot after you've got your warm-up set under your belt. That is worth noting that Parallax just watched through the first 2 sets of the day. Team Project actually got a chance to play. And you know that Parallax probably a little bit uneasy. They don't know how they're going to perform without FRZ God. Come in and hit them hard. You know, come in and punch them in the mouth right away. And I feel like that was perfectly done by Team Project. And now Brightmarsh is another type of map where if you thought it was hard to get away from them on Splitstone Quarry, how about on Brightmarsh where you've got to get up close and personal pretty consistently?
Yeah, it's a perfect point. I'm sighing because, you know, Splitstone is kind of this skirmishy map. I kind of brought up the length of the fights for map number 1 because sometimes you see these mid-fights, a pick here, a pick there, they get a little bit more drawn out, blah, blah, blah. I mean, Brightmarsh is literally just kind of big swinging fights one way or another. And I can't help but feel that that is not great for Parallax after what we saw in game number 1. If Project draft even something similar that has the ability to just dive, Parallax is going to kind of just have to outdraft Team Project here, I think, at this point. Taking the IO away, I think a strong statement maybe by Team Project. You stick the Luna on the point if you're Parallax, and then you hope that you can withstand the fight elsewhere, all the while building up point percentage, kind of giving you a 5th man, maybe a bit of an edge in the rest of the fight. But Team Project sensing that out early say, we want to fight you on an even playing field. So I think a good statement and a strong start for Project.
So far, I think that one of the big standout picks, Corvus has definitely stood out to me, though that's mostly because of Gera. But how about Ruckus? I feel like Ruckus is a champion, you know, that no one really mentioned in our prep, and for good reason. He hasn't seen a whole lot of play, it seems like, during the first part of this year. I think Ruckus has looked phenomenal for multiple teams so far today.
He has, and in the hands of G-Bunny, I mean, it's always going to look good. One of the guys at the top of his game in that role. And game number 1 in this set, a perfect example of it. When you don't have the kind of melt potential on a Ruckus, he has enough mobility. I mean, you don't think of Ruckus as this hyper-mobile guy, especially when there's like an Eevee on your team, but he is mobile enough to force damage dealers to kind of pivot, think about where they're positioning themselves. So I think Ruckus is in a great spot. I think Ash as well is another off-tank that's in a really good spot, especially for G-Bunny, who I'm assuming is going to be playing the Ashe here outside of maybe a triple DPS composition for Team Project. The shoulder bash to get in an area, and then specifically on Bright Marsh, controlling these close in tight spaces and assert dominance, locking down a lot of parallax. I think Team Project getting their tanks early here, really smart. I mean, an Inara can withstand a Barrack. I mean, outwithstood Barrack in game number 1, but Ashe Barrack, that's a lot to move aside, Ryan.
And it's a lot of damage coming from your frontliners. You mentioned Barrack's damage output that he has. Ashe has been really, really potent, especially in G Bunny's hands. He looked phenomenal on it in set number 1. I agree. I like what Team Project has so far. And now the Eevee again for Shadow, just another comfort pick. This time it's going to be attempted to be answered by this Maeve pickup by Parallax. Corvus as well for them. And you know what? I think the different look for Parallax makes a lot of sense to me. You know, picking these champions that maybe you hope the Project wasn't necessarily prepared for, something a little bit different than what they might have played against coming up to this, because clearly going with the standard stuff didn't really work for them in game number 1.
Yeah, I like the pivot. I agree. And actually both teams may be looking at similar mindsets here, but look at the team fight that Team Project have already drafted here for themselves. Now with the Dredge being locked in, it's a game of circles at this point for Team Project. And assert dominance, that locks down a lot of the enemy team in a nice big circle. Eevee can drop down the Ice Storm, cripple down Maeve, prevent her from moving. Hey, that's damage in a circle. Maldamba, Dread Serpent, that'll send people running. Hey, you guessed it, in a giant circle. And then Dredge has the Kraken. I guess his is more of a sphere, I suppose, but more circles, more damage. On a map where circles are important, Team Project have drafted themselves something pretty good.
But at the same time, there's a lot of front line between the Inara and the Khan, and now the Drogos. Does Team Project have a Drogos killer on their team? Whose job is that going to be? Do you think that's going to be a problem for them?
If Dredge goes Hurl here, it kind of depends. He can shoot down the Drogos. I wouldn't say very consistently, but more consistently than maybe what he brings. Maeve Dredge, it is going to be tough to lock down between those two. So I've kind of hyped up the Team Project draft here. I think Parallax have something decent to work with as well. Corvus is ultimate. I'm interested to see how it'll do here on Bright Marsh. And Overpower, I think it needs to hit. Give yourself that one-man advantage in these fights. I don't think it all hinges there. Parallax do have a good draft, but Project, my confidence is there.
Let's see if Parallax can bounce back after a devastating Game 1 loss. We got Fawn and Kresnik standing by.
Thank you, my friends from the desk. Once again, Fawn and Kresnik right here to bring you the Game 2 of Parallax versus Team Project. I'm really interested overall to see how these drafts are going to end up colliding, purely based off of the fact that, I mean, I know you're a Dredge stan nowadays, right, Krez? So tell me a little bit about how you feel into this matchup. You've got more verticality with Drogos and Maeve, but what about, like, how do you feel like he fares on this map?
I mean, he's just beyond with Infinite Eminence. You can see him throwing the harpoons already. He just lives through a lot of pressure. And if he can contest next harpoons, you'll see him sustaining quite a bit. Already with a 250 healing on his teleporter. Immediately, look, Drogos tries to come in. You have infinite harpoons, might as well use them and get healed every single time you hit one.
Yeah, the verticality isn't too much of an issue when you're tossing harpoons just like that. Nice first blood from Rock Monkey as the point control has shifted towards the side of Team Project. Now Rock Monkey's decided to move on to point with this team and trying to fire a few of those grenades into those choke points to make it a little bit harder for them to stand where they want to. And Nars trying to find an opportunity to get in. And since G-Bunny's out and out of the fight, at least for a very, very brief moment in time, that might be their chance to try and reclaim, as they're now trying to put a lot more pressure onto Rock Monkey, onto a few other individuals, but Kronz pushes forward a little bit too far, and then Mitao ends up getting clipped by that harpoon.
They have the benefit of the point spam and the direct damage, but right now this Barrack actually, Hero completely caught out, but Ashe coming around from the other side, Eevee able to blink over the wall, even though he's totally isolated, they're able to follow up and surround and pinch, and the damage from this Dredge just too much from this far side. Nara's trying to live on point, but all she can really do is get overtime and go down.
It's really, really difficult to try and stand on point where you're trying to deal with this Dredge back to back to back. Every time you're trying to head into a certain angle, he's either tossing a harpoon there or you're getting zoned out thanks to the grenades. But it's harder either way, especially when you're already down a point. And now Team Project have started their zone, a very aggressive one, but the Dragon Punch might be the thing to open things back up, at least for Parallax Gaming, and it does. Kronz finds that hit, manages to find the mark, and now they're going to be a little bit more aggressive on Hero, but still Kronz goes down in the dome shield to follow through.
And the Eevee's following up on it as well. The Corvus just couldn't get line of sight to heal Kronz. Ice Storm could be huge, but Mitao hits every single shot. They need to turn to burn this to Nara, but it looks like Parallax managing to stabilize and overpower Level even more.
Yeah, but still, G-Bunny has not given up his ground at all. The ultimates are being used, but now he's going to give up the ground it is that he has. That overpower is no longer there. He still can counter it with the Commander's Grab, but you still have to worry about that assert dominance. Dave mentioned it before on Des. Having that opportunity to be able to try and lock down those apartments makes it a lot more difficult, especially when you charge in and you have the Dread Serpent to follow things through. The Harpoon ends up clipping one, clips another. That's a double kill already, tossing it out one after the next and looking for the Drogos for the last hit, but it's not going to mean anything as G-Bunny already takes care of that one. Dintic gets taken down. That's a full-on team wipe as Team Project are going to try and keep moving on this card.
Dredge on any map where he can have used both his left click and his harpoon is so strong, being able to have this mixed damage over cover or just directly piercing through them. Midnight will help Parallax potentially stabilize here. Teleporting straight out is Dredge, kind of out of the fight. They need to take advantage of this, but they're not really. Mitao just loses the flank duel, and all they're doing is delaying the point a little bit further.
Corvus ends up using his ultimate to make sure they stay off of the point. Nice maneuverability from Shadow as the Ice Block is there and the Ice Storm follows through. Kraken is used as well, and a nice ult combo manages to find both tanks as the rest of the DPS and the support have to concede most of this, even if they can't stall for a little bit longer. Might be a little bit too long for them to stall. Second left on Khan and on Nara, and they can't make it. Drogos just tries to find a hit or a pick. Whatever it wasn't enough. 2-0 for Team Project.
You commit your Drogos just to dive into the backline to kill the Dredge. You know it's something you're struggling with, have to find a way to deal with. But Hero, quietly up there on the damage charts as well. Those turrets and the Blunderbuss definitely burning a hole through Dintic's health bar. And normally we'd prioritize a Nara in this composition. We'd say that, oh, she's been able to live on point longer. But Hero, like smart with the shields, not committing on point until they have that initial advantage, whether Mitao or Kronz gets burned down early. And Bright Marsh, the Inara Barrack, it's a little less one-sided. You can wait out for that Inara wall to come in. Barrack's going to be able to dash out to the other side, so as long as you are smart about conserving your cooldowns, don't spend your dash until you're walled in, you can get away with a little more on this map than you might on some others.
Exactly. Already another point fight being converged on in the mid as Barrack and Inara meet each other in the middle, and Khan tries to rotate around and get what he can, just stun locks him entirely. Hero is now gone, forces the rest of them to sort of back up, especially when you have that Dragon Punch. G-Bunny follows suit soon after, as now Parallax Gaming have put their foot on the gas and now want to force the rest of Team Project back, but Mitao ends up going down, maybe bitten off a little bit more than he could chew, and that stalls the aggression that they may have wanted to do, but the comeback mechanic is there. 4% every single tick makes it hard for them to make it back to the point how they wanted to. The overtime is touched and caused though, and G-Bunny's going to charge right in. They've actually managed to make it back to point. I didn't think there was a way for them to get back, but really Dredge just went around on the side, managed to touch for a little bit, and because of that, Shadow now has a double. G-Bunny is there, and now overtime is done. Shadow finds a triple. That's another. He might even get the Quadra. Going to try and follow through to see if he can get something on Mitao, but even if he doesn't, he does. Finds the air shot. Nice aim by Shadow. Hero finds a pick on Half Dead back towards the point, and that's pretty powerful already. I really didn't think they could have made it back.
It was the Eevee. Blink in, blink out. She can move the fastest. Shadow gets that reset, and they're able to have Dredge reset it with his teleporter as well. Mitao's timing of his death is brutal, because I think this Nara can potentially make it back in. Kraken and Dread Serpent on the point. Mitao goes down, and they're going to have to walk into so many ults to make this happen. They get OT, but their health is terrible.
They still made it back, though. That Corvus ultimate actually manages to pick off Cuss, with Drogos finding the last few hits to make sure the job was done, but still, they zoned him out long enough and maybe caused a little bit of panic on the side of Parallax as they had to move back in. Corvus using that ultimate immediately as a response. Nice shot from G-Bunny to be able to find a double kill for himself, forcing Mitao out and back towards his spawn. 2 minutes and 15 seconds as the cart has just been captured, and now they're trying to roll their way right on through. 3-0 for Team Project so far.
And they have an Ice Storm they can play off of if they want to get an early pick, but no one's really presenting that would get knocked down by it. Seismic Crash hits nobody. Slowing down the tanks is this Ice Storm as well. Initial pick for them. The rest of that team has to back up now, or they're going to get staggered at the worst possible time.
Yeah, Dragon Punch goes out, tries to find the target, but not going to find much, at least zoning them out a little bit so that way his team can make it back to where they were before. Nice harpoons being tossed out by Rock Monkey are going to find that pick immediately onto Mitao. They've swapped targets to now look at the Khan, who's dealing with a lot of trouble right now. Shoulder bash to get that finish. And that's going to be really, really huge as the card is still steadily rolling right on in. It's hard for them to try and make these plays to get back to card, especially when Mid-Town moves in a little bit early and uses both pounces. No escape whatsoever to make it back out. Kraken on the point. And that's another point in the back pocket for Team Project 2-0.
Yeah, I loved their draft there. I love the way that they played it. I think Barrick was the only question mark for me, but I mean, Hero played it fantastically. The only death we caught on camera, right, the whole thing of was, getting Vortex script into a seismic crash. Doesn't matter what character you're playing at that point. Unless you're getting Fernando ulted, you're not living through that. So great play by them. I love the DPS they ended up with. Even though it's all blast shield damage, they were able to have complete control over the map. And I love seeing what Dredge can do, even on maps that you might not think of as normally Dredge maps.
Well, I mean, even if you see Dredge on the map or not, it's good to just see Dredge. I mean, a character it is that hasn't been picked in so long, but you've heard our opinion. Let's give it back to Ryan and Dolson.
Thanks, Fawn and Kresnik. Look, sometimes there are games and sets where, you really have to go to the bathroom or you're really hungry, really thirsty. You can afford to go and grab a snack or something like that. This is not one of them, unless you want to miss a whole game, because another blazing fast Game 2 here for Team Project. Dave, just mentally for Parallax, it's got to be hard, man, to just get blown out of the water in back-to-back games like this. How do you try and recover?
I mean, we came to you and I on the desk for this set like 25 minutes ago, and we're already on set point for Team Project here. So it's brutal. I mean, if you're Parallax here at this point, I mean, I'm trying to decide whether you say, well, if Freeze God was here, maybe that's going differently, or all right, guys, this is just not our day. Let's move on. We still got losers bracket. I'm thinking maybe it's the latter. I mean, you try to get some momentum going for yourself here in this next game. Start with a point win. Let's get a point on the board, and then maybe move forward from there. Maybe in the losers bracket we start to get some things rolling forward. Carnage is down there. They didn't win a map earlier. There's going to be some teams with tough morale situations going on down in the losers bracket. If you're Parallax here at this point, I got to admit, I don't know what direction you go, because these haven't been close games. We're talking a 6.5-minute game into another 6-7 minute game, something like that, and it's the same story as game number 1. The draft for Team Project is just too good, and there's too much damage. We wondered, actually, one maybe bit of analysis outside of complete outplay was, how would this Maeve and Drogos be dealt with? It was the Hurl Dredge, and it did look good, and Rock Monkey was able to shut down the damage from Parallax. So if we want to maybe highlight the highs, Project had another good draft, and they continue to steamroll through these teams. They're looking near unstoppable.
It's been impressive, man. They haven't dropped a map at all yet so far in the semifinals. And have they even lost any points? I'm not so sure that they have. I'm checking my notes here. They did, actually. The first point they lost on Stone Keep in map 1, and then they lost 2 points back-to-back in game 3 on Jaguar Falls. So they're they came in angry after dropping a couple points in their first set of the day. And now Serpent Beach looks to be where we go in game number 3, and potentially where we wrap this first set of these upper bracket semifinals, because it's really been that dominant. Now if you're Parallax, do you just throw all caution to the wind? Do you pick whatever the current troll picks are in the meta, and you just try and throw them something that they haven't seen before?
Brazil has been that region that has a little bit of the extra, spice in their draft phase. So I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if you necessarily reveal like the trap card just yet. If there's something you're waiting maybe for a 5-game set, you don't want to talk about the losers bracket just yet. It is going to take a gargantuan effort to win 3 straight here against Project. I was kind of thinking, in this pregame segment, do you go with kind of the spicy, run it down, try to sweep the enemy team in these fights, or try to slow it down even further somehow? And I think that really is going to, the draft is really going to tell us what Parallax are feeling about the way the first couple of games have gone here. Their bans are remaining the same, so the mental fortitude at least stands strong for Parallax here up to this point. But kind of to your point, I wouldn't hate it if they drafted a run-it-down composition here at this point. I mean, you've tried the standard, you've tried the aggressive, pick something fun, and getting the Eevee out of Shadow's hands is a great start.
Certainly, Shadows has looked unstoppable on this pick so far in this set. Love the Smite adaptation of the lingo there, Dave. Running it down, always something that I can get behind for sure. I can get behind an early Inara pick here for Project always, because Hero consistently looks phenomenal on this selection. Can't imagine that anything will be different here with it. And it's really been a lot of these early frontline selections for Team Project. They don't go double frontline right here, but they do prioritize grabbing the Grover for Cuss.
Yeah, great point. On Brightmarsh, they lock in both point tank and off tank here. They're going to grab point tank and healer. I think a strong pick here on this map, especially with Io taken off the board. This is kind of the dynamic we started to see build up where Corvus, and then I guess it's been the Grover more recently in the few data points we have here today. The Furia as well for Cuss Cutie, certainly in the conversation there. But Grover, so strong here on Serpent Beach. The big spread healing, depending on where you want to stand, you want to take over that high ground. As long as your team's around you, they're going to be getting some good sustain. I think Corvus, a decent pick here on this map as well. Haven't maybe seen him at his peak in this set just yet, but an Eevee Willow, again, too hard to lock down damage dealers. So the question we had for Game 2, I think still stands here in Game 3. What are you going to draft that can shoot an Eevee and shoot a Willow out of the sky?
Well, maybe the extra mobility that a Mave can provide and a bit of a damage boost coming from the Genos. 2 healers locked in here by Team Project, so maybe that Grover was not for Cuss all along. Maldamba on the other side, another double healer composition now for Parallax, and they are really needing a frontline presence, and they will find it in the form of Barrick. But again, this damage from Eevee and Willow, very blaster-centric.
Right.
It feels a little bit inconsistent to me here, Dave, and I don't know that that's exactly what you want when you've been getting steamrolled through the first 2 games of the set.
You do have a little bit of confirmable damage with the Corvus, the Barrack as well. They'll supplement that a decent bit. Normally with these 2 healer compositions, it's been one kind of true healer, one plays heal, flex damage a little bit. Between Grover and Genos, I think it's been Ferocity, Grover a little bit, the long-range shots dealing bonus damage with those axes. So that's what I imagine we see here from Project. I think Dead Zone from Willow has to be it this game. I mean, you talk about a big circle of healing and then a big circle of anti-heal there for Willow, especially with the Genos there to top it all off. Parallax have kept themselves in the game, I think, in the draft phase, but sometimes skill just gets it done.
We'll see if Project can get the sweep done right here up against Parallax. Fawn and Kresnik, it's all yours.
Thank you very much from the desk, my friend. Serpent Beach is where we could potentially end this set off with Team Project already being up 2 games in less than probably a total of like 30 minutes, if anything. It was a surprising take back, or at least these fights that were happening were very, very impressive. So what do you think about the drafts this go around, Kresnik? I feel like that verticality might pose some problems for Willow and Eevee to hit that Drogos.
Yeah, potentially, but I think Willow trades into him all right once Fade Flight's up. You just have to actually get there with whatever Shadow's going to be doing until then. And I think the point pressure is what they're going to be worried about the most, I'd say. They do have the Barrack showing up now in a contested, but just sitting back, letting them go. No one helps Half Dead. He gets 100-0.
Yeah, already an issue being posed to Parallax as they blink up, but Rock Monkey has no issue making sure he can track that Eevee. Manages to get the daggers into her. 520 apiece, finishes her off as the same fate is looking towards Dentic right now as he's hiding around the corner and is still trying to find his own sort of momentum to peek back out and help out Barrick. But Barrick rushes a little bit to the point a little bit too quickly, but at the same time, I don't think that he was able to actually cause the overtime timer, but it's still not enough for the rest of Team Parallax to be able to, not Team Parallax, Parallax Gaming, to be able to follow through. It's unfortunate that they're not able to really try and reclaim this.
It's crazy that the only person who almost took down that Drogos is Adamba, stunning him in the air without Makono's draft, but his flankers coming back in, Rock Monkey just controlling this area of the map. Takes out 3 Shadow, meleeing Bronze more or less with the rocket launcher. And Project, it's so tough for Half Dead because he has to go in, but how do you get out realistically against them? They just have complete control. And Parallax, they have to find a way into the backline and stop bleeding out one by one.
It is big unfortunate for them is how I would say that, because of the fact that they're not able to try and reclaim anything. I mean, the Dragon Punch is there, but just more so to zone, but actually decides to go through with it and finds Half Dead, and that's a huge pick for them because it's the same situation that happened last time. They don't have a frontliner that could test on point, and with Anara already being all the way up on that bridge, boost herself up there, is able to actually put on more and more pressure. This is such an aggressive zone, and so much space being created from Hero just being up here. The Faithlight has to be able to try and cause space, but with Rock Monkey flying up in the sky as well, it's almost like a Dragon Ball Z fight of it thing. Both of them just making sure they fly high up above the ground, and Rock Monkey has no problem taking down that Faith-lighting Willow. The Dread Serpent goes through to try and peel off the rest of the targets that are there, but a Seismic Crash is going to find enough to cash in that second point for Team Project. 2-0 already.
Shout out to G-Bunny's patience, because I would have been slamming my ult key the second that Seismic Crash went down. That was like a 4K ult.
Yeah.
I would have done it just for the highlight at this point. We're already 2-0 up, might as well, but Bunny flexing off of the tank roll onto the support instead is doing fine on Genos. I mean, it is Genos playing defensively in the backline, keeping his team alive. Half Dead struggling a lot right now, though. 0-5 on this Barrack. They're gonna need something to support him. They need to get aggressive on the side so that Team Project can't just sit for free over his shield and spamming him. Maybe just delay him a little bit longer, but they're just stuck far back. They keep getting scared of the pressure coming in from Project, and I think they just have to walk through, take a little bit of that damage, and actually make the room. G-Bunny catches Outlander on the rollout, Fawn.
Big F in chat. He was just trying to make it across the gap right there to regroup with his team, but he just ends up getting taken out almost instantly. Nice snake bite from the Damba to make sure that he gets stunned out. Dentic is there, but Kronz tries to follow through to avenge his fallen comrade. All he's going to do is find a couple daggers to the face. It is a 2-0 already for Team Project. An absolute insanity for them to be able to keep a zone already in this spot. With Hero being able to follow through, the Ice Storm gets utilized to try and create some sort of space for the Earthen Guard. Just tanking most of that. Not worried about any sort of damage or CC that might be coming towards that person. Rock Monkey finds that pick on mid tower, and this is a steamroll.
They're just losing every 1v1. They picked the EV that needs to be winning these fights, even if it's tough, and they're just losing everything. Half Dead, able to make a little bit of space now, but I can tell you right now who this Dragon Punch is going to be going for. Nobody, actually. Everyone dodges out of the way, but Half Dead now a little isolated, and Project are going to keep up the pressure.
He might be pushing a little bit too far forward. Shadow knows where he wants his mark, where his rockets to land, and that's in that barrack. But Rock Monkey's going to swoop in and make sure he gets that last hit. Secures another kill for them as a frontliner goes down. The Tick puts down that gourd to make sure that he can at least hold his own. And the fact that the support is doing that, that is a testament to how rough this game is for Parallax right now. Faithlight gets utilized, and Rock Monkey tosses daggers and hits at least one of them. That's absolutely huge, but Willow's able to make it back into spawn before any more permanent damage is done.
That's an ego challenge from Shadow, honestly, running in. Half Dead does have the dome now, finally able to use it defensively, but no one else on Project is going down. G-Bunny does follow, but a whirlwind to counter. Everyone's staying alive, and just 3 players up on Parallax. They have to hold out for the respawns.
Yeah, this is big unfortunate for the boys on Parallax. This makes it that much harder as the Dragon Punch gets utilized to zone people out. They are able to contest the point, but Corvus was the last man standing as Team Project dust their hands off and make this a quick 3-0.
Yeah, just dominance from Project, honestly. I felt like every draft they picked just felt hopeless to play into. That Drogoz at the end, not as one-sided as it was in the first game. Drogoz was kind of getting contested a lot when it was on the side of Parallax, but now that Project had it, getting very aggressive with it, dueling into them. No one's hitting the air shots. Project just had the map on lock.
Yeah, it was very, very hard to try, and I think you put that so perfectly when they were fighting, at least towards the end. They were just so scared to push up because of so much pressure being provided by that Drogo, Shadow being right there. Those are some pretty phenomenal games. I'm going to toss it back to the desk and get their thoughts on it.
I'm leaving.
Fawn, what in the... It's not like it was a long set, man. What was that about, huh? I normally, you know, I understand you get off a long set, your brain's a little fried, you got no choice to make crappy jokes. That's my excuse, bro. What was that?
Right?
How am I supposed to pick that up, Dave? What is
that?
No, it's fine.
It was
I'll get over
phenomenal.
Yeah. Really? I have to pick it up from him and I have to hear it again from you right after the fact? What is going on here, man?
Delivery can't change anything. We just got you flustered now. You got a 12-0 point set to cover, though. I mean, ridiculous.
I've got to cover it. You've got to cover it, Dave. You're the Paladins expert. What was up with all that?
You're right. Yes, spot on. So expert analysis. Actually, I think one small statement that Kresnik makes there is actually kind of spot on for this one. Parallax lost every 1v1 effectively in that game. You got a couple of kills on the Shadow and G-Bunny throughout it all, but when we talk about draft, all the ebb and flow, the hashing, and the outplay, outdrafting, Project drafted themselves phenomenally here this set, and I think Parallax had decent drafts, but at the end of the day, it was just way too much mechanically. Not that Parallax is bad. Again, I want to reiterate that. This is your number 1 seed out of Brazil. But I think Project just brought it today. I mean, look at Rock Monkey. I mean, this game could have been a 5v4 if Rock Monkey is playing the way that he was. And it essentially was. Rock Monkey always found, first, second pick, and Parallax were constantly fighting from behind. These mid-air duels is where this type of game is made for Team Project. You don't have this consistent on-the-ground artillery to shoot up, shoot the Willow, shoot the Eevee out of the sky. You're relying on these mid-air 1v1s. And Team Project was just able to do it more consistently. They have now won 12 straight points, aggro, and they're on to the winner semifinals, and I'm not excited if I'm any team having to play against these guys.
Yeah, I can't imagine that you would be. I mean, I know that they aren't the number 1 seed in North America. We'll get a chance to see them in just a little bit, but they're looking like they might be the number 1 team to be beaten right now with the way that they are playing. Team Project just playing absolutely nuts, and it's with a variety of different things too, which I think makes them even harder to stop.
Yeah, it's that little bit of extra spice, as I worded it, in the pick ban phase in the last game. They don't strike at you the same way 2 times in a row. I mean, look no further than Rock Monkey, what we saw to him today. Plays the Victor in 1 game. He'll move on to the Mave and have fantastic mid-air team fights. Sure, I'll play Hurl Dredge and have a fine time with it. They move themselves on, and they're going to be a very difficult team to lock down. We're going to find out who's playing them after our next set.
Should be a good one, too. Sanguine versus District 69, certainly the headliner match of today, and sometimes you do save the best for last, and I feel like we did that here today in what should be a phenomenal game. It's our first chance to see the number 1 seed out of North America, the team that is seated above the squad that just won 12 rounds in a row. So you know that the expectations are running high for the Sanguine boys right now. Should be a very, very fun game to watch, and that's coming up very, very shortly. Agreed. I think that it's going to be one that you got to sit down and get ready for, so stay tuned. We'll be right back with the conclusion of the first day of the summer finals.
Let the shadows fade away and come with me inside.
Welcome back, Paladins fans, to the PPC Summer Finals. It is Dawson and Kresnik to round out this fine Friday of Paladins action for you. Kresnik, I don't know if you call it best for last, but D69 versus Sanguine, sure to be a good one.
Oh, yeah. I'll call it best for last. I'm excited to see these two teams play. Sanguine, we've seen how dominant they've been in NA, other than their one-loss team project almost 2 months ago at this point, and they've been almost unstoppable since. So seeing Sanguine go up against the EU juggernaut that I think everyone at the start of this season kind of said, oh, well, doesn't matter what's going to happen. They're going to stomp everybody. I'm excited. I want to see how these teams draft against each other and if the hybrid console PC team really is that hard to outdraft.
Yeah, remember, this is the #1 North American team over Team Project, who have looked near unstoppable here today. It is Team Project that is awaiting the winner of this matchup in the upper bracket finals. So you look towards Sanguine, Kresnik. I think expectations for these guys have been at an all-time high. It's no mystery. I mean, you look at Twitter, there's a lot of back and forth going on with them and everyone else here in the scene. Maybe you come into it with a bit of a chip on your shoulder.
I think it's a good strategy for them, though. Most of the people who trash talk or kind of thrive in that, they do it because when you play against them, they want you mad. They don't want you at your fullest. They want you to be like, oh, we have to beat. Like, what if we lose to them after all that, right? And that kind of works for them perfectly. I think the way that they draft is very smart. I love how flexible they are across all roles, including the controller players. Gogurt and Cool, people usually say some of these players are not as flexible because of the controller, or they only play Victor, Vivian, Strix, but Gogurt specifically, and Cool, but Gogurt has this able to play anything. I feel like I can see this man pick up anything on the sticks, and he's willing to make it work. We see a lot of Mogurt from him. I know that's one of his emotes on his Twitch channel as well. He could just do it all, and I think that really helps them in the drafting phase.
And you look at the composition that's on your screen here in the replay, not necessarily the specific champions, but kind of the onset of it. This triple DPS composition, well, it was their namesake during PPC qualifiers. They've since obviously flown under the Sanguine banner. I remember asking you, like, week 1 or week 2 of the PPC, like, somebody's got to figure these guys out, right? I mean, they don't try to hide the fact that they're playing triple DPS. They play it every time, and Kresnik, it's so hard to beat Sanguine when they're playing at their peak.
I mean, there's a reason we saw triple DPS practically every game in EU. It's a composition that can work if you're good enough with it. If you have a tank that's good enough to play that solo tank, maybe get less resources, not have a lane being covered by a healthy champion, you can make it work. Wadu has been playing fantastically for them.
Agreed.
But if any team's going to punish triple DPS, it's D69. They've been playing against that basically this entire split because that's mostly what we see in Europe.
Agreed. I think Wadu has had a fantastic split here for Sanguine. Map #1 will be Fish Market in our 4th and final set of day 1 of the PPC Summer Finals. What does Fish Market maybe tell you, Kresnik, for both of these two teams?
Well, it's definitely going to be something Sanguine enjoy, I'll tell you that right now, considering back in the PPL, we saw quad DPS on this map as a legitimate strategy. So backlines are going to be very important, and flankers that don't have crazy range really need to have the mobility to back it up. It's just so open. You need to have a way to exploit how wide these sightlines are.
Well, Fish Market's certainly a map that can bring some interesting strategies to the table. Picks and bans on your screen now for game #1 between Sanguine and District 69, looking to move themselves forward to the upper bracket finals. Again, we've already touched on it. Sanguine, they tend to play triple DPS and nothing else, and that's not a slight against them. It's worked really all split long. So the kind of question is, if you're drafting in an ideal mindset, you're D69 here, do you try to counterpunch with a triple DPS of your own, do you think?
I think so, because I think an off-tank can kind of get overwhelmed by it. And D69 are probably going to ban the strong console champions because they feel like it'll limit Cool and Gogurt a little bit more. I'm going to tell you right now, Sanguine probably going to ban Eevee and Nara. Maybe the tank changes because it's Fish Market, but it's kind of been their MO. They ban it every time because it sets up exactly what they want, but it is Fish Market. Nara not as effective with all those open areas. Ban Strix instead, limit the snipers. Maybe they can first pick Kinessa and really have dominance in that field.
Yeah, good start here for Sanguine. You look at taking one of the biggest threats off the board, certainly the Eevee, and then Strix can set up some good damage for the rest of your team. Kinessa, also off the board. District 69, obviously sensing a little bit maybe of what you were as well. And Io, Kresnik, seems to jump to your mind.
Yeah, it's Fish Market. This is a great map for her. You don't want to go on the point. It is a death trap. get IO first. It's perfect for Sanguine. Throw it on the point and get aggressive on the other sides. I'm shocked D69 let it through. I feel like you can play against a Kinessa, but an IO really kind of molds the game around her. And on this map, her counters, that being Dredge or Hyper Aggression, you can kite the aggression, and Dredge, he's kind of just down to his harpoon at this range.
Yeah, Dredge has been pretty effective. I know that's a high point for you, the biggest Dredge fan out there in his current state. Rock Monkey played Hurl Dredge almost perfectly in our previous set, in a set where everyone from Team Project was playing very, very well. Genos Corvus, so another example of a Corvus being played in one of these double healer compositions. Is this the start to what you think could be a good draft for D69?
Depends on what flanker they end up with, honestly. Apparently, the Corvus Genos comp has just been slamming EU ranked. People come into my chat and they're like, hey, pick Corvus Genos. Why? It's like, well, I've never beaten it, so it's got to be good. The lifesteal pocket potential, it's huge. You have 2 people marked 25% lifesteal and 15% damage just running through. They're going to have a very aggressive flanky comp, but they're going to need a strong tank that's going to not really be getting as much heals as you'd expect with double support.
Well, Leon locked in another time here today. Hasn't won just yet. Again, it's one of those conversations now where is it the champion or is it maybe the result of just the situation that was surrounding there in that game. A Rom to round out the first 4 here for D69. A Vivian and a Buck locked in by Sanguine in the meantime on the other side. So you take away the Victor, there's still a Vivian still available. What do you make of Sanguine's first 3?
I really like how they started. Vivian, I think, is great for the aggressive pressure. They saw that Corvus Genos. They know they're going to have a flanker or try to walk in. Rom doesn't really beat Vivian. Vivian, with a little bit of healing, is going to outdamage that Rom. Maybe a little bit in late game it gets harder, but once Vivian has caught, there goes Rom sustain. So Sanguine just wanting to play in their comfort zone. Buck is a great pseudo tank. We know how good Wadu is on Khan. And Talos can just dive into that backline and harass, force the teleport, force a Void Grip out from the Genos, and the Buck can follow up easily.
When you pointed it out once the Eye was locked in, you kind of get the mindset of Sanguine here. Let's set down Luna, try to contest for as long as we can, and then look to dive and maybe fight elsewhere. And Droxus is going to round out the draft here for D69. So standard as far as build of composition here for Sanguine. Bit of a different look, though, for D69. Do you sway one way or the other?
I don't like the solo tank Rom on this map. I feel like you run into the back line. Other maps, you got to turn. This map, they just run away. That Rom is chipping them. They'll just give it up, push into the back line. They have Buck Talos. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, we've seen that once or twice today, haven't we, where a Rom kind of walks into the back and then just gets ignored by everyone else. I think expectations at an all-time high for both of these teams. Sanguine come in, #1 seed out of North America, still somehow a big chip on their shoulder. District 69, kind of, I won't say dominate Europe, but look very good throughout Phase 1 here in the PPC. Sanguine versus District 69. One final spot in the upper bracket finals up for grabs. Finch, take us in.
Thank you, Dolson. It's our final match of the day, and what a final match it is between these 2 powerhouse teams. And into this match, Gormizer, we'll be seeing the solo Rom on Fish Market. And sort of to Kresnik's point he was making on the desk, are you a bit worried about this Rom at all? I feel like this is one of those maps where Rom could be particularly exposed.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a difficult game for him, especially because of the con on the other side, right? Being able to Vortex grip him if he goes in too deep. Now all of a sudden you're stunned between this team. And it's one of those things, you didn't need to play a tank on this map. That was something Kresnik highlighted as well. I mean, it's Fish Market, man. Anything flies here. You just need a healer and then some guys that can, well, kill somebody on the other side. And I think you get the IO. You don't necessarily have to run that tank, but I think Wadu is bringing in this con. It's got a great way to not only stun and set up some kills, but also pluck someone off the map in the later rounds, and I think that's going to end up being this Rom.
Well, let's see how the fight goes. The Rom already diving in, and Gogurt in trouble on this Vivian. First blood for Cruncy as Baller Steve falls. It's the IO they made their target. They get in, take her out, and leave. But what about the backup? What about the follow-up? Gogurt already has one. Exentra gets one in the other direction. So Gogurt finds the double, though it looks like Sanguine are not slowing down at all. Holding down on the trigger, and Gogurt starting to mow through them. District 69 beginning to crumble already in this early fight as Cruncy falls as well.
And what you're going to see, Cruncy, during these first initial fights, if he's left alone like that, it's absolutely going to be easy to burn him down. But if he has his team around him, at least in the first couple of rounds, he should be able to get some work done like he did at the very start of that engagement. The problem is as Cauterize is going to be more readily available for Sanguine, things are going to slow down. And even though they have the 2 healers, I don't know if it's going to be enough to make the offset in difference of damage.
Cruncy again is looking to get to the IO in the backline. He's got to deal with Wadu though, who's nearby. Sanguine actually taking the mid fight. It's already over in their favor. Just a fight on the backside, and they're not even winning that. Poison takes down one. Gogurt gets the second. If you thought Sanguine might miss a step or come in a little slow, then they certainly have it coming in hot already.
And what I love, and this is something they were talking about on the desk, but my favorite thing about Sanguine is they're kind of all cards on the table. They know, you know what they're going to pick, you know what champions they want, you know how they're going to play, and they just do it anyway. And they take successes because of that. And they just, you know, they're comfortable, they're happy, they understand themselves as a team. And again, early on, if you go into Phase 1, I'm looking at this team maybe 4th place, maybe 3rd place if they're lucky, but right now, especially what we're seeing against a team like District 69, this is where you need to start flipping things around. This is where the Andro needs to have maybe the biggest moment with this ult.
Cursed Arm to try and lock down this Vivian, but Gogurt's been such a nightmare for them. Look how far forward Sanguine are already pushed, zoning them away as the payload continues to rumble in, and still standing is Gogurt. Finally, the Andro tries to make his way in. Gogurt has to turn back to deal with the dive. Poison and Gogurt both end up falling, and Wadu trying to see if they can resolve this ROM who's trying to prevent the payload from moving. He does get back there, does his work, and is able to dash and rejoin with the squad, but Sanguine finally had their momentum slowed for a bit, Gore.
You know, it's been all day. No one has been able to talk about Io, so I guess I finally get to break that seal, which is the fact that what you're seeing, and this is why she works so well on Fish Market, is very much the fact that you don't ever really want to be the one actually standing on the objective. Maybe on the payload push around this area, it can start to shift because you're going to want to be on the top of this hill. It seems like this is where the control switches. But for a lot of the point fight, and honestly a lot of the push, you want that 5th man to be able to actually fight. Io does a decent amount of damage on her own, using that Be Gone earlier to create some space. Now they're throwing some ults out. This is looking like Sanguine want to close the gap.
Well, Gogurt gets a double. Cool takes down Gera as well, and suddenly, even though they've traded out Wadu, there's only a Genos up to try and stop this push. It's too much, and it's just too late. Sanguine come roaring out to a great start, 2-0 with the capture and the conversion.
Man, there's a reason Fish Market is one of the most banned maps that teams will have coming into it, and it really does come down to certain teams, you know, in the past just knew it really well. I'm thinking of Team Envy. They just had Fish Market down to every inch. They knew everything about it to the point that you could not compete against them. Right now, maybe there's a little bit of that going on for Sanguine. I think a lot of it's probably the 9-1-3 slash line for Gogurt. This Vivian is just
he's been popping off.
Absolutely demolishing anyone that stands in his way. And now he's got a Cauterize 2 and a Nimble 2. It's only getting better for him. And I just don't know if you have enough to take him down. I don't know if this Leon is doing enough to be able to get back there. Laji is not necessarily on a carry champion like we saw earlier, so I'm not sure they're in the avenue to deal with it.
And that's even with Cruncy prioritizing taking the IO out of the equation early on, even without that extra man advantage of the person on point. Sanguine have been able to outclass D69 so far, but that's only so far, and I think that D69 recognized that Xintra gets right back there to Baller Steve. They bury Wadu as well. It's a 2-for-1 in favor so far of District 69. They nearly able to get rid of Cool as well, but he managed to hang on, get a kill. It's actually Gogurt that gets the double, so suddenly the ROM has to retreat. It's Sanguine back with mid-control that's starting to rack up some percent.
So almost every single game I say, well, how often can you count on this guy getting a double kill, 6 times throughout every round, right? It just doesn't happen. You don't have that consistency. I just can't say that. I don't know what you do here when you're able to go in and kill off 3 with no problem, and then Gogurt and Cool just decide, yeah, but no, we don't want to lose? So you're just not, like, no, I'm sorry, but District 69, get out of here. And then they kill you, and they capture the point. Like, it feels so insane to see the turnaround these two are bringing.
But I want to give District 69 some credit because I think there's a lot to say about letting the IO through and how you don't like that. Yeah. But they pick this dive-heavy composition between this Buck, this Khan, not the Buck and the Khan, but on the other side for D69, the ROM and the Androxus, and they've been able to put it under a lot of pressure. It just hasn't mattered, Gore. Baller Steve dies first every fight. It just don't matter.
It's such a weird instance where Io is getting carried by her teammates and not the other way around, where she's the reason that you win. It's, you know, you can maybe factor that in. Some of her win percentage throughout the first phase had to be because she was on good teams alongside that she was good. But right now, I mean, Baller Steve, he's just kind of relaxing. He's unfortunately had to spend some of that time relaxing on the death screen, but they're about to walk this in for a 4-0.
They are. This first map is almost over. I hope you liked Fish Market because we might already be done with it. Wadu gets the last kill, and Sanguine, how about that for a statement win in map number 1? Good luck, District 69, figuring out what to do in the next one.
I'm thinking good luck, Desk. I mean, my worldview has just kind of been shattered. I was thinking this is going to be, again, like maybe it's because it's Fish Market, and I will give it that credence, but this is something that if Sanguine are able to keep up this amount of momentum, there's not a lot of teams that can touch them. Maybe this new team project that showed up today, but District 69 need to do a hard 180 to turn this one around.
I agree. That is a rough game number 1, about as bad as it can go, but they still have plenty of time to make some adjustments. Just a question of figuring out what those are. Perhaps there are some ideas, as you mentioned, on the desk, though, so I'll get it back over to them.
I don't know. Hard 180 might not even be enough here for these guys after game number 1. You might need, I don't know, 360 is going to put you right back at a 0-4. I don't know. Geometry's hard. Kresnik's with me, though, to talk about game number 1. One that was very quick. Kres, we've blasted through the last 4 games of Paladins we've had here today. We had high expectations for Sanguine, seemed to be justified after what we just saw.
I mean, yeah, there was definitely going to be brick on the gas pedal as soon as that IO went through. Honestly, the ROM, not really able to stop it. I think that might have been what they were relying on. They're like, oh, we'll get super aggressive. We'll bully the IO. We'll get her killed. But throw someone in the back line. Steve just distracts. IO's doing all the job they need. Everyone else on the team just sustains through it, and they can't win the fight in time for the IO pick to even matter.
Let me ask you a blanket comment. Are you surprised with the way that first one went? I mean, I think there were so high expectations for these two teams meeting one another. Sanguine continues to beat these big names coming out of the PPL from last year. Are you surprised with game number 1?
I don't think so. Once the drafts were in, I don't think so. Relying on solo tank ROM with double support, I just don't think it's enough in this meta right now. You can see the ROM was distracting, pulling them back, but only when the fight didn't really matter. Zentra was already dead at this point. Cruncy just trying to pull them back. They just had the answers, and they know how to play around a comp like this, trying to hard counter their own. They've had the time. They know what to do.
Gogurt continues to be at the top of his game here. You look at the 8.5 KDA, 77,000 damage in what was, I don't know, an 8-9 minute game, something along those lines. It's huge. And just continued time and time again to melt through D69 there. You'll see post-game stats, 14-2-6 on a Vivian.
Wow.
That does not bode well for you, but kind of an unsung hero here is Cool. At 8-2-12, this Talus, I think, played a pretty big role as well.
Yeah, agreed. He was able to clean up on more or less everything, and this is a map where I would normally think he might struggle unless they get aggressive, but hey, that's what District 69 had to do. Just play the Talus as peel. Burn down anyone who tries to go in, and all Poison has to do is wait for Cool to pressure someone or just slow them down so Cool can work his magic on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that seems to be the kind of ultimate goal when you're playing against Sanguine, is just slow them down, and it's something a lot of teams have a hard time doing, and D69 certainly no exception. Map number 2 will be Splitstone Quarry. We have seen a longer Splitstone today. We have seen a very short Splitstone here today. I suppose that all hinges on how you want to play it.
Yeah, we'll see if this is a long one or a short one, depending on once we are in the picks and bans. This being, I'm assuming, District 69's map, I think this is a map where you can kind of shut down the potential of the triple DPS if you can play inside Quarry well enough. I think you need to build a very sustainy composition and rotate on the objective. Don't let that solo tank get free cap, and even if they wipe you, you should be able to bully through, find a pick, and get a potential retake.
Well, we've seen similar mindset today on Splitstone. Let's see how these teams draft. In P's and B's, for game number 2. You sort of figured Eevee is going to be a popular ban here for Sanguine. Obviously, it was the Strix. Kinessa actually is well banned out on Fish Market. Obviously, tough to predict, but do you think that this is the type of map where Sanguine feel comfortable going back to something like an Inara ban?
I think so, especially since I think the answer from D69 is drafting for that sustain, right? Who's better at that than Inara? Terminus maybe, but not on a map where he can get so overwhelmed from every angle. Sanguine, though, they know that D69 are going to take it. They know how good it is. They're not going to give D69 the advantage that they just had in the last game. And the EUs, they're still, it looks like they're just going to keep banning for the console picks, get rid of the Victor, and instead also get rid of the Corvus.
All right, so both teams surprising us a little bit here. The Victor not at all surprising, but the Corvus to follow up, interestingly enough. The Io taken off the board. I suppose that's kind of the weight that you carry as the second pick with Io, the weight that she brings, especially on a map like this. So not wanting to play against it, have to sacrifice something to take her off the board. Eevee, though, to follow up. So now D69 already are going to have to show a decent bit on how they want to play this, should they choose to forego something like an Inara or a Barrack in that solo point tank role. I suppose here, what direction do you maybe want them to go, and does a Genos answer that question?
Looks like they're going to be playing Pokey, is my guess, just having the Genos to heal the backlines and win the trades, potentially. I kind of wish they did take that Inara. We know that Sanguine aren't really comfortable playing against it, just looking at their ban history. Maybe they just feel like they can outplay it no matter what, but Sanguine, I think, smartly take the Vivian. I think she is exceptionally good, and we've seen how good Sanguine are with her. A lot of map control inside that quarry area, and now it's an overwhelming amount of damage. They're going to need an overwhelming amount of sustain to match it on the inside.
Yeah, Talus just adds to that. So Sanguine are going to be able to bring back 2 of the damage dealers that they had in game 1 that forged their way to a 4-0 win on Fish Market. So Vivian Talus, the run back for Sanguine. A look at Cassie, though, here for D69 does have burst potential, I suppose, if you're running a little extra blast shot damage there for Cassie. Genos with the Luminary boost is going to just add to that as well. Do you like the pairing of Cassie with the Genos and now Inara for D69?
Yeah, I think it's a solid answer to what they have right now, specifically into the Talus. Any burst damage is what really kind of farms him, and it's why he was so strong in the PCL for a while. They're not playing Bomb King in that league, really, not really playing Cassie. Definitely a decent answer, and good into the Andro as well if you can avoid that reversal. And we know how good Inara can be, and how Sanguine struggle into it. They can even end up with a second support if they want to go that way, but Sanguine, I think, are taking a good angle for what they like to do. Andro, verticality, pressure the backline, something good for poison, and Wadu Khan, I think that's just specifically that pairing is a pretty high win rate.
And Khan specifically on Splitstone, of course, depending on what side of the map you're fighting on, has the insta-execute potential with that overpower should it connect. You can see clearly the Sanguine mindset here. They're going to draft all 3 of their DPSs first, give Wadu something fourth, and then draft the healer last overall. Willow is there, along with a Strix for D69, so triple DPS for the Europeans. Willow, great at controlling space here. Strix, good at setting up kills for his team. Do you think it's a triple DPS composition that can work?
I think so. I think the Strix is great here. I'm just a little concerned about the Willow. This is a fantastic map for her, and I think she's underpicked by some teams, but Vivian, Talus, Andro, specifically Andro, I know that I'm assuming Fish is going to be rushing Haven, but that's a tough game to win. It's a lot of pressure. Fayflight is going to be hard to land with all that hit scan on the other side. Basically, it's how well-timed are those Fayflights going to be and how much corner pressure will the Willow get? Are Sanguine going to be willing to commit right into him? Because it could be enough to just knock him down from wherever he's trying to hold.
This is a big one for D69. I mean, we have seen games snowball out of control. Sets, rather, snowball out of control already here today. So D69 in the back of a 0-4 loss on Fish Market. They've got some weight to carry here. But you look at what Sanguine are bringing to the table, a Vivian, a Talus, and Andro. Great damage potential there for them. Maldamba to kind of round out that draft. It is Splitstone Quarry for game number 2. Sanguine up against D69. Finch and Gore will take us in.
Thanks, Dolson and Kresnik on the desk. It is on the Splitstone Quarry that we go for this critical game number 2, where D69 really got to show us. They got to show themselves, and they can do something to slow down this Sanguine momentum. But a lot of that same core is here for Sanguine again, Gore. Do you like D69's chances any better here?
I like it, but I very much agree that this Willow is going to have a tough time. It maybe puts more pressure, maybe not even onto her, but onto the Cassie, onto the Strix, to all of a sudden have a phenomenal game, because if they slip up even slightly, then the DPS from Sanguine are going to be able to do a lot. It is also one of the few times where, you know, the ping conversation comes into it. I've seen a couple of players from North America, specifically Skeppy, who has played competitively in Europe, over ping, so it's something that we know they can do. We'll have to see if that impacts Sanguine at all. So far with 2 kills, I'm going to say no.
Man, imagine letting Gogurt run back the Vivian. He finds the first blood. Fish Echo and Laji both get put down, and already percent starting to favor Sanguine. There's a 21% lead for D69 to start this one off, but they've already ceded that back over. Poison getting aggressive, having to rejoin the squad as Excentra starts to put some shots down range. Does manage to catch out Cool on the Talus. Fish Echo gets Wadu. Gogurt goes down as well, and D69 are right back in it and feeling the rhythm. They push Sanguine out and take mid control.
The question is how long they can hold on to it. I think this Inara's got a lot of staying power, but it's just a Genos behind her. It's not the same sustain and survivability that we've seen out of her. So even now, it's only about half health that she's been able to retain, so she does still have some issues that she has to overcome. But it's 87 to 60. I mean, they've got percentage control. They just don't have the staying power that they used to.
Believe the accursed arm coming out. Poison is able to find a little bit of work from it, but not much more. But look at this zone with Quincy down. There's no one out to try and contest the point. They finally are able to find their way back in, but Sanguine regain control, capture the objective, and even though Gogurt falls, it's already too little too late. Sanguine the ones that should be able to start moving forward, but these next 2 kills should slow their momentum down quite a bit. Maybe 3 if Fisheko can weave in the shots.
He's got the damage numbers. There they are. Going to be able to find that one to take them down. They've got 2 minutes to recoup, but that's always a great start, specifically on a map like this, to just get them out of there, right? Now you're going to spend at least 30 more seconds just trying to get back to the payload. This is a notoriously long push. You can make it short if you're able to just constantly stomp over the other team, but there's no way District 69 is going to let you do that, especially not at this pace, and so you have to be very careful how you re-aggress. Walking in one at a time is very dangerous. Honestly, even using an ult when you get it here might not be the best call for Sanguine. They might just want to hold on to him.
So far, it's working for them. They've been able to get 3, make it 4 kills, as they'd already taken 1 out earlier, essentially a full wipe as they get the reset on D69's positioning. But as you covered, they already have had a lot of their time chewed through by having to do this much work just to get back on offense. But into the aggressive positioning we go, seeing the Damba healing come to fruition as Poison is all healed up and ready to step forward. Cool in the back line as well, trying to force a couple members off their high ground, but Excentra putting down the Andro might put the stoppers on the Sanguine's push.
Well, they're at what I would argue is the toughest corner on the map. There's a very difficult one when you turn like right into the kind of the courtyard of the base, but right here, it's just so difficult to break. There's so many angles that District 69 can hold, much like Excentra is showcasing right here. And if they just find those right picks, they've got it. And Cool getting locked down, or not getting locked down, I should say there. Picked up by Guerra, but able to kind of teleport out. Like, little moments like that are really what's going to come back to potentially end up biting them, just because now he's alive and able to, well, continue killing District 69.
Just like we'll continue on with this game. Paws recovered, and it looks like Sanguine have recovered as well. 27 seconds on the clock, but the payload's starting to roll its way on through, and someone from D69 has to find their way out. It has to be Crunchy getting into position. Excentra falls early on. Now Crunchy is the one that's underneath all the damage and all the targets from Sanguine. Puts the wall up, and right there waiting is Poison. Pumps it in. Crunchy goes down, and Sanguine finds the conversion. At this point, Gore, it's now been 6 unanswered.
That is strong. Like, that just on its own, that stat is strong. 6 unanswered points here for Sanguine. 8-3-2, 6-3-4. Even Poison, like, at a very calm 3-2-3, right, for the Androxus. It's just so difficult to deal with what feels like the 2 damage duo from Sanguine, but realistically, Poison's this huge distraction factor, right? That 3-2-3 doesn't have the kill number next to it. But that's because Fisheko has to dodge him in the sky. Laji has to look out for this Andro up in the air, and that's forcing them to play in a position where Cool or Gogurt can pick up the kills. Worst case scenario, Wadu is there of all people to be able to help you set it up. So it's just so difficult to tackle all of what Sanguine have drafted here. And I think if Fisheko is able to pop off, then that starts to change the tone for D69. But until then, it's going to be a slow, maybe inevitable win for Sanguine.
Especially with Laji and Cruncy falling this early on for free yet again. That means Sanguine had big control. But finally they pay a price. Poison does get caught out by Fish Echo, but mid-control still belongs heavily to Sanguine. They've got their con out on the point, looking to hold down District 69, but they're a bit surrounded. It feels like holding this mid-control, being shot from both sides because of the flankers' positioning, but still it works out. Cool gets the kill on the Laji, and they're holding on. The true power allows for Cool to catch up to where this Inara is, flanked behind, and bring her down low as well. It's 90% and counting, and District 69 don't have an answer. Sanguine can't be slowed down.
Man, one of the best combos in the game that you can have for Paladins is Inara and comeback mechanic. Usually that's a combo that goes hand in hand to give you a point for free. But it just didn't work out here. And what I love is you see the mentality of the team, specifically Talus, recognizing I can go chase down that Willow in her Fae Flight to at least get the last punch. They have so much to counter what feels like specifically Fish Echo. But once you get rid of the Willow, it's easier to then collapse in on Exintra, to collapse in on Laji, because they just don't have anywhere to grow or go to run away from them. So they're stuck, and now you're 7 points in a row down, trying to figure out what to do, and it feels like perpetually staggered. Every time I look at their death line up there for D69, someone has 5 more seconds than the next person.
It's unrelenting pressure, stifling, must feel difficult even to draw breath as Sanguine continue to barrel in here on Splitstone Quarry. Finally, Cruncy's back up. They should have everyone all topped up and healthy to try and make a last stand, but how can they stand? A good job avoiding Wadu as he makes his charge in to look for the grab, but can't find it. Instead, the overpower connects. Fisheko gets pulled back and ends up falling, but Excentra the back gets a double. Laji ends up falling in trade for it, but it looks like finally District 69 have done enough to hold on here, Gore.
Wait, Finch, do you hear that? There's nothing. That's the first time in this entire game. It feels like in the last 2 maps that there's been just some small amount of peace between the two of these teams where nothing was going on. And that's just the one relapse that you've had so far as Sanguine, but they're coming back in. Already they get rid of Laji, but losing Wadu is maybe the more important part. Now that you don't have your tank, it's going to be more difficult to stay around here. Your DPS have to just outright kill everyone better than they could, I guess, take damage. And that's more difficult to pull off, especially with Fisheko. What feels like starting to hit his stride at least a little bit.
It looks like he is starting to hit that stride, but it's the rest of District 69 rallying around him that shuts down Cool and Poison. It's not entirely over. Sanguine can have another crack at this score, but with only 10 seconds left, this is likely going to have to happen in overtime if it ends up happening at all.
Wadu's in position, though. They've got the team collecting. And now it's just how fast can you burn through the Inara? How well can you deal with the damage? They've already gotten rid of Fisheko, even though they don't have Cool.
So it's still a trade they're happy to live with. Poison going aggressive, makes it into the mines and shuts down Lachi quite well. Excentra falling as well as Gogurt continues his rampage. It's enough for Sanguine to find the victory. It's 2-0 within the set so far, and D69 are looking around asking for help, man.
I mean, you know, you're looking at the end. The first thing I thought when I saw that end screen was, why is Inara 10 feet away from the payload? Like, where was she? What is she doing? And honestly, it's not the Inara's fault. It's the team composition as a whole. You just don't have the healing as Inara to have the sustain that you need to just stand there and take it the way that she normally does. The damage that she normally has, the healing sponginess that she has, just doesn't synergize as well with the Genos as it does with, say, a Maldamba. And so it just, unfortunately, was never in a position to truly withstand what Sanguine were dishing out.
You're right, it never felt like that extra time that Inara normally was able to buy you really got converted to much here in this game, if it was ever even able to be earned. A strong performance there by Sanguine, now up 2-0. District 69 had to figure something out.
And they need to do it fast. They're already backs against the wall here. Another set where the first 2 maps are 4-0, 4-0. You know, maybe you make an excuse in our previous set, but this one, You expect D69 to come in with a little bit more fight. Sanguine make it 8 straight points now, and they're 1 game away from moving themselves on to the upper bracket final. So another game of Splitstone Kresnik, another 4-0 we see here in our 4th and final set of the day. More of the same from game number 1?
Yeah, I would say so. I think another draft from D69 where I think they had a better core idea of this, but I think the Willow into the Androxus, the Willow into the 3 DPS were already picked. It's tough to justify. I think Fish did a decent amount of damage, but was just constantly getting picked off by the aggressive hit scans pushing into him, whether it be the Talus catching him out on that last push in the elevator side or just getting harassed by the Andro. They will have the Inara live on point into Wadu for a little bit, but the rest of the map just fell apart. What can they do at that point?
Yeah, it's that 1-2 punch again. The Vivian paired with the Talus. Too much for D69 to overcome in game 1, and yet again, a little bit too much here in game number 2. Poison, a little bit of extra icing on that cake with the Androxus, and you gotta find Mila here if you're a Sanguine fan after game number 2. And it was an even better show. I mean, Cool, I think, did his job in game 1, but had great stats, I think, all throughout here on the Talus this time around. So it's kind of hard to poke holes in what Sanguine are doing, and I think anyone would be struggled to. You win 8 straight points, especially up against D69. You got to be doing something right. Accentra had a decent game on that Strix at 10-7. A little bit further back is going to keep you out of the action. But look at Raji, 4-11. Cassie shut down time and time again. It was just too much, too overwhelming from Sanguine. Gore even mentioning, hey, Finch, finally no action for once. But now you start to look towards game 3, Kresnik. Do you have to consider taking this Vivian off the table as well?
Maybe, but I also think District 69 they had better picks they could have used. Imagine something like a Bomb King instead of that Willow playing inside. Great into the Talus. I think it's great into the Khan. You can stop both of them from walking in. Defend it with another tank in that lane as well. I think that could be a potential great pick, but Willow a little bit too slow in the damage to really deal with these burst hit scans.
Right.
And Sanguine can't really answer with those blasters either, or at least they don't want to with the ping disadvantage for that game at least. Just to let everyone know, team that picks map is also the team that picks the server. So 3 hit scans coming out of Sanguine on D69's map pick. Not surprising, and I think we're going to see a lot of hit scans again on whatever they pick now.
Great point, Kresnik, and it is going to be Serpent Beach that D69 will take us to. Haven't mentioned the bans yet. Brightmarsh, Frog Isle off the table, Bazaar, and Jaguar Falls also banned out here as well. So your D69, you've lost 2 straight maps, 8 straight points. Do you think Serpent Beach is a map where you can start to get something going?
Yeah, they can play the hyper-mobile flankers, play around them, and it's definitely a hard map to 4-0. At the very least, even if Sanguine take this, it probably won't be 4-0. You have such massive high ground advantage. Oh, don't tell me that, but the high ground advantage is huge for whatever team's on the defensive side, and if you have those hypermobile flanks, you can go all the way behind, kind of spin them around, maybe put a little more pressure on Steve if they want, and they're going to do that in the draft phase too, with Genos being taken out.
Yeah, Genos, strong first ban for D69 to take off the table. Baller Steve, kind of the unsung hero, I think, of this team. You get all this offensive onslaught. It's like, those are the names that are getting in the paper. But, Baller Steve about as consistent as they come in this healer role. So I always have to give the man some shouts. Io, Genos both banned out. So Io taken off the table yet again by Sanguine here. It's been a pretty popular ban, not only by Sanguine, but by teams in general so far this fine Friday afternoon. Talus, though, is going to be the response ban. So something interesting to look at is the fact that Victor is still available. D69 would have the opportunity to pick him with that first pick slot, and especially now with the Eevee taken off the board. Interesting predicament that D69 might find them in, a wealth of opportunity for this first pick, and looks like it might be the Victor.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm surprised that Talus, out of the 3 hit scan, mostly controller played, the Victor, Vivian, Talus, I'm surprised that Talus is the one that gets the axe on Serpent of all maps. You're standing on the high ground looking down on most fights. Talus really struggles with that disadvantage, but they're first picking Victor instead. It makes sense. Used to be a Fnatic strategy way back in the day where they hard pocketed Victor on this map. A little less Torvald surely happening if they go for that same strategy, but pull out the Corvus again, bringing that extra lifesteal and great healing for the main tank too.
Yeah, Corvus still available, and it's going to be Sanguine scooping him up. So for the first time this set, and really one of the first times today, we'll see Victor and Vivian match up against one another. We have seen every once in a while there's like a little spicy sniper picked in here on Serpent Beach. Obviously, high ground, a huge advantage, so if you position yourself properly, that can be an absolute boon to your cause. Now, Drox is good at shutting some of that down, though. So you look at what D69 have already picked up. 2 of potentially just 2, maybe 3, should they choose to go that route. Damage dealers locked in. D69, they're off to the races with a good now first 3 locked in.
I think this is a much better start for D69. I think having that verticality and having a really solid backline. Not only that, they're limiting the hit scans that Sanguine can play. We know that they are flexible, but again, the ping, they clearly want to prefer those hit scan characters. Another one getting locked in Khan definitely makes things a little bit more consistent here. And follow-ups here, if they want a flanker, unless they could have Poison play a Mave here just to get rid of that vertical potential here, but Buck, of course, we know how tanky he can be. He can really supplement the fact that they only like to really play this solo tank style.
Yeah, Buck, great on this map specifically, especially when you look towards that retaking the high ground. You win the point, whether you're on offense or defense, you need to leap your way up to the top. Well, Buck is one that can do it. I picked up on maybe a sense of some long-range confirmable damage here. Kinessa absolutely is that, so it's going to be a Victor Androxus Kinessa 3 for D69 with the Maldama to round out their composition for a little extra healing. Do you like the Kinessa, though, to round out their 5?
I think so, because that's honestly exactly what I picked Sanguine is picking as their 5th. Take it away from them, play a little more comfortable. They have to go for the Strix, who's going to handle pressure a little bit worse. Andra goes onto a Kinessa, Kinessa blinks away. Andra goes onto a Strix, hits the quickscope, gets a flashbang, or dies. There's really not much middle ground there.
Do you think that's kind of the meta we're in now? Remember last year, I mean, it was Strix or bust for a while. You pick Kinessa if you have to. Do you think we're in an area where both can work, or maybe Kinessa has the edge?
I think it's map dependent. I think Kinessa can win the sniper v sniper, but if the Strix doesn't have his invis charged, I think Kinessa should just dominate it, honestly. That true grit, 500 healing on a shot if you have that maxed out, it's brutal in terms of sustain, and you have the time to charge up because not a ton of burst damage on the side of the people who are going to be getting onto them. The Khan, if he gets aggressive, Buck has some, but Kinessa will be able to charge in time and should outpace that damage.
Oh, Kinessa certainly has some sustain. D69, they need some here as well. Looking for one final lifeline in this set to keep themselves in a D69 versus Sanguine. Game 3, Casters take it away.
More than happy to, Dolson. We're on to Serpent Beach, and District 69 absolutely needs some help. And Gormizer, have they found it here in this draft? I know they still got to worry about the Vivian and the Khan, and those picks are there, but I feel like this might be the best draft they brought in yet.
Man, and when it comes down to it, they can fight from range really well. Again, now they have an Inara combo that works for them with the Maldamba behind her to keep her sustained up around on that point. And the answer is going to cause a lot of trouble for the Strix, as well as I think the Vivian in the backline. I think the concept behind D69 is there, right? Now it just comes down to play, because so far, Sanguine haven't been able to be stopped in that area as well. So you have to figure it out. I think Buck is something to worry about, and how they counter it and deal with him is going to be interesting, because he's got a lot of sustain, a lot of tankiness already in his kit. He's going to be difficult to crack.
Well, Exentra finds first blood. They put cooldown early, and now without having to worry about the Strix, they get aggressive. Logic gets Wadu as well. It cost them Fish Echo, but a 2-1 in favor of D69, and now they've got control. Still not even onto the actual midpoint. They want further kills to create more space, so the Buck ends up coming in aggressively. Gogurt shuts down Exentra. 24% in climbing for D69, but Sanguine are coming back in with a force to try and push them back out.
And you can see, this is the battle I've wanted to see pretty much all day. Logi on a sniper, unfortunately taken down by Poison there, but trying to trade out some of those sniper shots when it comes down to it with the Strix as they come forward. And I mean, you just can't stop Gogurt.
They absolutely can. He's got to play the Vivian all 3 games. You think he's warmed up on it yet? 60% now in the back pocket for Sanguine, and D69 have got to find a way to try and push through. But Gogurt is laying down suppressing fire. Finally, he gets flattened by Exentra. The Inara slowly making her way in as well. So D69 will get another chance to say no to this game going down so quickly in favor of Sanguine, but it feels like a desperate fight to try and get back in. They finally shut down Cool and Wadu and regain control. Oh, another
and a nice little last shot there from Laji, yeah, just to be able to kind of seal the deal. And honestly, you could convince me right now that Gogurt has his right trigger just like taped down, maybe held with a rubber band, something to keep it constantly locked down, because it feels like he's always firing. But they finally find it, and it's on the back of Laji. That headhunter being able to find those clean shots is just so crisp.
You're right. I mean, Kresnik talked extensively about how valuable he thought the Kinessa was going to be here, and it's proven to be exactly that so far. I think Sengwin's kind of hang back strategy is not working. District 69 are bringing the heat to them. They've got a good chance to try and get a little bit more on the back of this. 2 minutes still left for them to work with, and they've got the payload about halfway there as Fish Echo lets loose at the accursed arm, buries Gogurt, so they don't have to worry about the Vivi.
Realistically, I think Cauterize is going to be strong for both of these teams as time goes on. It's going to affect different things, but I think Anara is not going to be feeling it as much as, you know, say the Buck on the other side is going to. I think having that Moldamba back there, having a Dread Serpent ready whenever you need, knowing that your backline is safe, because Victor, most of the time, can play it safe, get out of any engagement. And Kinessa, much like we see right now, can just teleport on out of there and then find the remaining shots she needs. It's making it a lot easier to just stay aggressive.
And these shots are huge for him. Gara able to take care of Gogurt with a little bit of help from the Kinessa here yet again. The payload continues to move forward, and Sengwin have really, really struggled to reestablish a front line. It's felt like here to me, Gore, trying to lock down Cool and successfully doing so. Xentra teams up with Gara to get one more kill, and they got a full minute left to get around this last corner. Probably the hardest part on Serpent Beach is another bit of lockdown there from Gara. This Dampa has been providing the value for them, but D69 have to slow down. Finally, they start to back up as the Buck lives through plenty, but does get the kill.
I don't always look at specifically Moldamba for the damage he can output, but he can put out a lot. It's these stuns, though, that are connecting right now that are making it so much easier for District 69. I mean, it's just lockdown after lockdown. If you take one wrong step, you're not getting out of there.
District 69 win the mid-fight right into a conversion, so they struggled the first two maps to find any points at all, Gore, but now that we've made it here to Serpent Beach, suddenly everything is clicking, and it feels like Laji and Gara being in sync here, that is really making a big difference for them.
And being able to step up, I guess, to the plate, right, when you need it. You are just getting absolutely decimated so far this set. It's been two clean games from Sanguine. You needed 2-0 right here to be able to say that you're still in this game. Xentra has a really good start. Immediately, as you called it, just shutting down Cool from the first kill to, well, the last one that we saw in the last round. Just making sure that this Strix hasn't been able to show up. Laji's been on fire with these shots, and I think as long as this Kinessa is comfortable, as long as they have that little bit of padding between her and everyone else, it's going to stay that way.
It's the Dread Serpent to start the fight off, and the shots end up landing from Fish Echo. They get to Baller Steve in the backline on that Corvus to remove him early on. District 69 are just stepping on the gas, and Sanguine starting to huddle back a little bit. They don't quite know how to answer. Poison steps forward aggressively. He does get Fish Echo, but it costs him his own life and Gogurt. This has been completely controlled by D69.
It honestly feels like they're just playing Sanguine's game right now, right? They've got one tank, 3 hit scan, and then 1 healer behind them just to try and do it a little bit better. It's just unfortunate that Wadu is, you know, maybe sacrificing some of that win rate on Khan here with the Corvus behind him. It's not being able to withstand what the Inara brings, and it's just the damage output. I mean, unless Gogurt comes and gets 4 kills every round, which unfortunately you just can't make him do, it's just not going to turn around yet.
It's starting to feel like they're missing some of those premier flankers here a bit, or at least someone else with a bit higher of that damage output to make life a bit easier on Gogurt so they can split that focus around. Cool does get a nice kill on the Laji, but this is mostly in District 69's court right now as they continue to push forward. A small bit of disruption here as Gogurt gets the kill on the Fish Echo. It was the overpower pulling them in, and then the shot that put them down, but they lose poison and trade for it. Sanguine can't find anything easily right now.
And unfortunately, it's maybe going to be a little bit of position-wise. I'm wondering what Cool expects to do, and I guess it is just go man mode and kill him down. Do it all yourself. If you can't get it done from the backline, then flank him, I guess, as Strix. And you know what? Hey, if it works, it works. At least in alleviating some of the pressure.
certainly needs someone to get back there and pull some eyes in a different direction. As Crunchy was trying to move the payload by himself for a while there, got kind of caught out and pushed out. That's why Sangwon have been able to get this back to a mid-ground position, but D69 have grouped at least somewhat. They recognize that the Khan is low off to the side as well, so the path to the payload relatively free. But they're still hunting for a bit more kills. They found Crunchy in the back, pulled in, and Gogurt mows him down. This is huge from Sangwon. They're holding on this defense much, much better.
Unless Inara invests heavily in resilience, it's just going to be so much easier for that Vortex grip to maybe capitalize on that. And that is honestly where I think Wadu needs to focus his grip. I think the rest of the team, you got to stop worrying about the DPS because it's so difficult to get back there consistently. Get rid of Crunchy and you get rid of most of your problem. It makes the rest of it so much easier to find. Granted, if you can get Gogurt or I guess even Cool back there into the back line, I'm absolutely fine letting them do whatever they need to because so far their flanks have been very potent for the team.
Gera went on a long journey to try and stay alive there, but eventually was hunted down. So this remains relatively in neutral ground between these two teams, which is obviously huge for Sangwon on defense. With only 15 seconds left, finding any way to convert from here seems unlikely. So perhaps Sangwon Gore have found a way to stem the bleeding here a bit, installing out District 69 and buying themselves a little bit of time to breathe. But the question is it anywhere near enough? Overtime is ticking. District 69 will have one last chance to try and make this happen, but at this point it would require it all to be done in this one OT.
And it's going to take a lot of pressure to do so. They lose Crunchy, which is not a good look for overtime, but they're getting a lot of kills, Finch, in the process. That's a full wipe on the side of Sangwon. That's going to buy you at least to this corner. Unfortunately, you do still have the respawn advantage in favor of Sangwon here if you're District 69, so you have to worry about this. It's going to take a little while before Crunchy's back, and you have to keep these kills going, or else you're going to end up fighting a 4v5.
And they are. Fish Echo gets picked up near the spawn. Logi gets shut down as well, and suddenly with 3 up against 5, things start to look less and less possible for the 69 boys to find this conversion here. Still holding on, though, is this Inara. But now the Vivian has lined up the scope. There is no chance. Sangwon eventually find the defense, so it will be 3-1. But the real focus score has to be this mid-fight. How do they turn it around?
And that's maybe the question of it all. I think a lot of it is going to be not taking the fight that they've been taking, right? It's so weird to say it that way, but they're fighting for the high ground over there next to Waterfall. I wouldn't mind seeing Poison at 7 and 11. He's not been very potent around these point fights, not as much as you would like to see out of your buck. Send him around towards Sundial. Have him go for a long flank as opposed to just trying to go for the direct route. Make sure Gogurt is maybe watching the objective instead of watching the side fight, right? Just let that be kind of the cool Wadu Baller Steve fight up there. And then let the other two take their own route, their own patience to this game to let them continue this streak that's burning for the Vivian. Because otherwise you might just get poked off once again.
Well, it's an early barrage. That forces the entirety of Sangwon off that back positioning you just so eloquently highlighted, and it cost Poison his life. Gogurt, though, trades out for Fish Echo, so not a bad trade for Sangwon. The Androx has been a big problem for them to deal with so far, and they've lived through that initial surge. Excentra drops down as Cool gets another kill. Now they've been able to find another one. Gera falls, Logi as well, and remember, it will be the fast cap for Sangwon, so once they get rid of Crunchy here, they should be able to rack up some percent.
So the maneuver they took to get it done was right. They just swapped 2 names that I didn't think would happen. But Cool ends up going Sundial and being the flank that the team needed. Again, not exactly what I think you would write down on paper, but it's worked out for him twice now, so you can't really argue against that. And they've been, again, perpetually staggering out District 69, either with the TKO and getting someone solo they can't be in the fight, or just straight up finding some kills.
Well, Logic gets a triple kill, putting the scope onto Cool and very nearly getting Poison, make it a quadra. As at this point, Logi is starting to feel a little bit. Can't get the last one. Fish Echo gets in the way, but it all still works. D69 now in pretty much complete mid-control.
And the question is whether or not you can come back. There's no overpower available for this Khan. He has a lot of pressure just to try and hold on to this. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the health bar to do it.
And he ends up getting knocked down. They take care of Poison as well. Who can find the touch? Nobody is the answer. District 69 desperately needed something to get them back in this set, and a big win on Serpent Beach might just do it.
Jeez. I was ready to start sweating there for a little bit just because of the fact that it
Just a
was
little
this low amount of patience where it's like, wait a minute. Okay, they get the defense. Oh, now they're winning the point. They have comeback mechanic. It seems like for Sanguine there, it was almost the success story to just turn it around and take the rest of the game. But District 69 do what they needed to do, which was play Sanguine at their own game and then just beat them at it, which it's not easy to do. It's not something you can do consistently, but if they need that to be their way to win, then now's the time to do it.
I do think we also saw Sanguine with perhaps their least effective draft to date as well, Gors. I don't know if Dish 69 can box them in that same way again, but we'll have our chance to find out soon enough. I'll get it back to Dulcin to run us through the desk.
Appreciate you, Finch. Exactly what D69 ordered, a 4-1 this time around over Sanguine, but gets themselves back in the set after Sanguine go back-to-back 4-0s. D69 have now gotten themselves a win, a pretty convincing one at that. They finally, I think, caught their breath here, Kresnik. How does it happen, though, in game number 3?
I think it has to do with how well they were able to shut down this solo tank Khan and keeping them off of their Kinessa. Logi, we saw a little bit of a struggle at the start of the game when Poison was diving him, but kind of warmed up as the game went on, ending with the Quadra that we all got to see. Unfortunately, not a Penta. Fisheko stole that away from him, but having that Kinessa that's very hard to pressure and having this constant height advantage over this Khan. I mean, that's the one weakness of Khan. He can't protect over his head, and he's getting shot from above all the time if he tries to get aggressive.
Yeah, and you look at, we had pretty extensive talks about the sniper battles that we figured would be going on here in this game, and you look at the difference that the two players had in this one. Logi, huge on the Kinessa here in this game. Multi-kills everywhere, every place you look. Cool, didn't necessarily have a horrible game on this Strix, but you talk about two different schools of impact, and really the Kinessa kind of brought it all home. Cool ends this one at like 10 and 11, so a decent amount of kills, but a lot of deaths on his side. This kind of extra added bit of mobility that Logi had kind of pushed him up and over the top. One thing actually they brought up on the cast that I kind of liked their point of is this was a much more direct maybe play style from Sanguine. Obviously you have the buck for a little bit of dive, but maybe missing a little bit of that extra left to right mobility that they had in previous games.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Not able to really follow up as much. They kind of had to let them come into them, but on a map where if they're on the, it's only a little better when you're on the defense. They were pushing constantly. They weren't able to really make it work quite as well. The Strix Vivian just losing those duels to what was coming in from the other side.
Well, now if you're D69, I think you've got a fresh bit of wind at your sails, I suppose, looking at this one. That set point that they were able to win 4-1. Haven't seen a lengthy game yet here in this set. 4-0 back-to-back for Sanguine, then 4-1 for D69. Stone Keep up next, standard as far as map goes. Again, some variability in play styles are viable here. We've seen some interesting Rock Monkey playing kind of that high ground control dredge here today. But control, maybe the big word to look at it, or to look at kind of from that point is, depending on what these two teams draft, that space control is ever so important, especially on that high ground.
Yeah, if you manage to lock that down, if they don't have a solid point tank, or they don't have just enough damage to stop you from peeking, keep is king. If you can sit above and spam down, force them all the way back out to either their own side, or all the way around on your side, but still at a massive high ground disadvantage, it could be great. This is definitely a good Bomb King map. Any blasters to control space, super important, but Sanguine, of course, they're going to start. Get rid of that EV. We don't want to play against it. We know how strong it can be, especially with Fisheko potentially piloting it on the other side.
Yeah, it's a gamble I'm not willing to take, and not surprised Sanguine aren't either. IO taken away by D69 here this time. Remember, that's been kind of a staple Sanguine ban throughout the first couple of games here so far in this set. Anara finally, we figured those would be the two that we saw most frequently banned. Eevee certainly has been in that category. Anara now will join the Eevee in the ban column for Sanguine. Taking the IO away first overall, maybe it's not so much like a Sanguine-centric ban, but IO, especially on Stone Keep, just so strong, worth banning away.
Yeah, I'd agree, especially with how strong point pressure can be. Sometimes you can't drop down to contest it. They have a lot of people that are in the open there. Just buy a little bit of time with Luna and give yourself a chance to actually think about what you want to do next, or play for that poke game. You just give yourself more time to actually poke back and forth. Sanguine, I think, smartly picking up that Vivian again. I know a lot of players just don't want to play it, but Sanguine, they're here to win. They're here to push their meta. They know how good it is. They know how much it's able to do, and Gogurt's looked phenomenal on it all night.
Yeah, Gogurt's gotten it 3 games in a row. First 2 out of this world. Third game just now, despite a 4-1 loss, still put up pretty high damage numbers. Buck locked in here for D69. And usually I think what we see out of this Buck, obviously things can change and pivot, I guess, depending on the compositions that are built around him. But I think, what was it earlier? We were watching one of the Team Project games, and they just sent Buck to the low ground, actually, over and over and over again, usually to catch out, or it was against Team Project. Shadow, time and time again on the Eevee, was just being caught out by this Buck on the low ground. The ability to dive into that backline and out-duel in the 1v1, so powerful, and D69 have a good one there in their first overall pick.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think he's great on Stone Keep. You can jump from one side of Keep to the other and just harass them from the side. They turn to focus you, clap your hands, jump away. Or just drop down. There's a lot of cover you can use and force them all the way out to chase you. Khan, not the worst at dealing with it. Buck can jump and shoot over his shield if he gets a wall boost, but it will still be able to stun him if he commits a little too long. Corvus, I still like him. I know he might have gotten out-healed last game, but I still think the pocket potential is there, and it's huge, but having to keep that Khan up under that vertical disadvantage if they throw the Khan on the point is going to be difficult, and I don't know if any healer is going to be able to withstand that.
All right, so we saw Kinessa and Strix on Serpent Beach. Not really surprising there. Stone Keep is a map where we have seen sniper play in the past. It's not a mainstay on that map, so I'm not necessarily super surprised to see Kinessa locked in, but it hasn't been a perennial pick, I suppose, every time this map comes around. Do you think D69 have a couple tools around the Kinessa that make it a little bit more viable?
I think this is a Kinessa map more so than a sniper map. Strix kind of struggles. He has to sit in that one same spot and fire unless your team has great map control, but Kinessa can just blink over the hedges behind the church and go behind you immediately, and I think just that alone will give Logi a huge advantage over whoever's going to be playing the Strix on the other side, because a little hit scan, you don't know who's going to be doing what quite yet, but so to me it's cool. I think he has a big advantage. Go up on the backside, get them from behind. There's nowhere to really retreat to if they're trying to hold, unless they're holding inside the keep, which they could just get forced out of by this Buck Talus walking into them.
Now, the final pick I was about to say was going to be at least an off-tank for D69, but that mindset be damned. It is a quad DPS for D69 here on Stone Keep with a Genos trying to sustain them all. What do you make of that mindset?
Just aggression. They're just going to walk in and make space for Logi, force them to go back. They just have to be careful engaging on this Vivian. If they don't kill this Vivian quickly when they go in, she's going to be able to burn through all their health bars. Just whoever's playing Buck, they are the tank now. Hopefully they can get that cap time in during those stalemates, or else Sanguine could just steal away from right under their nose.
What a still set point here for Sanguine. One more win and they're on to the upper bracket finals. D69, they'll try to push us to a Game 5 on Stone Keep.
Thank you, Dolson. Into Game 4 we go. District 69, with their backs against the wall, found a way to get it done at least one time, but here on Stone Keep, the arms race continues, Gore, as we barely have a tank at all, really, to speak of between the two teams, and it's just a Buck for D69. What do you make of this composition and how they're going to match up?
It is exactly what last game was, but dialed up to 11, right? It's the same concept. Both teams are just trying to hit each other with as much full force as they can. And District 69 just said, okay, well, we'll go the extra step. We'll bring in even more damage. And all of it can protect Logi. Logi was such a huge factor on Serpent Beach. Kinessa's not the easiest to make work here, but now with this huge kind of beefy bodyguards around her, it's going to be a lot easier for District 69, I think, to step forward.
Except, of course, Poison finds Logi all alone and blows him up. Pruncy ends up falling as well, trying to make do on the Buck. But now Wadu's certainly the thickest boy left on the map, so he plants himself on the point, keeps everyone else at bay, and suddenly Sanguine have complete mid control, lighten up the kill feed, and D69 gonna need to regroup.
Yeah, that's one of those awkward moments where literally the one thing that needed to maybe exist for them as a win condition.
Okay, revenge.
Didn't right after I finished it. Yeah, and you get a little bit of revenge, but this is the problem. What pushing power do you have to get back in here? I mean, like you said, there's one tank between the two of them, and it's Wadu. Buck can be tanky, but he's not enough to withstand all of this.
Certainly not. Singwin able to get the objective. Exentra does get to the back line for a pretty nice double kill, and that should take the wind out of Sangwin's sails at least a little bit as Exentra finally ends up getting put down. So instead of immediately surging forward on offense, they'll wait on those other two members to regroup. But still, that's big for Sangwin. After D69 suddenly had all this momentum in their favor, they've basically stifled it.
And again, it comes down to the fact that loser's pick means they get the map, but they also get the ping advantage that comes through with the way this tournament is working. So maybe things helping out Sangwin a little bit there. District 69, I think it's just unfortunate. Like, the way their draft is going to work is one that they've tried online. They've tried it against other EU teams, and, well, it's worked and found, not success at the same time, right? Where it's just been able to overwhelm the opponent. But I think when your opponent knows what you're trying to bring and is able to either at least match it, if not maybe surpass it, then you don't really have any avenue to open it back up. And now soon ult's going to be coming up, some already being flown here for Sangwin. I think it's just difficult for District 69 to find any one-on-one picks.
Right, it feels as if they might benefit from kind of trying to find a reset and getting a bit more of an even fight, but these more tough skirmishes, that's been hard for them to make the distance. Crunchy and Exentra, though, starting to light things up, finding a couple kills and pushing Sangwin onto their back heels. They still got a minute to work with. Certainly no reason for Sangwin to start panicking here just yet, but now just 69 able to move up and grab a pretty aggressive zone, and this is where their comp might look a little bit scarier, Gore.
I mean, being able to get aggressive, get in your face, this is something... Honestly, if you told me when we were going into Fish Market I was going to see quad DPS, I would have believed it. But seeing it here on Stone Keep, again, that concept, the essence, is going to remain the same. It's just the execution of which, unfortunately, you jump into a Strix is going to be able to bop you right back. Same thing for an Andro, a Vivian, even the Khan. It's just so difficult to find that one-man pick because Sangwin are playing as a team.
Wadu trying to find purchase here, but we'll find none. It's difficult to try and make them through, and despite how this started for Sangwin, it's D69 that have Sangwin on the back foot. Only 10 more seconds to try and find this conversion. Certainly could happen, but not the easiest, as Poison gets grabbed by Gera, shut down by Logi. With overtime now starting up, this will be the last opportunity for Sangwin to find their way in, so Wadu steps in first, gets locked down, though, by Crunchy and the rest of the squad. That should be enough to push the rest of Sangwin back, and D69 even this game up.
The timer plays against Sangwin more there than realistically District 69 does, right? They're forced to jump in and have those engagements happen that they realistically didn't want to take. It was very much what you had said should work for District 69, kind of taking place there for Sangwin. You just needed to wait and regroup. That would have been the thing that maybe changes it up. Because as of right now, you're able to deal with Exentra, and it feels like you deal with the team. He's, 7-2, I think is what I saw as slash line, versus I believe it was 2-6 there for Crunchy. It's these slash lines, the way it's going, it almost does feel like it's exclusively Exentra right now that has the grip that is holding District 69 up. But if you can find it on a defense, you can find it on an offense. If he can go big here, that will be the avenue for the rest of the team to kind of rise with him to the occasion.
Exentra's making that space that normally a tank would by kind of pulling everyone's attention to the back line. And that has allowed for Logi to get some shots, but Gera lines up the double. Big ultimate to put two in the dirt. Cool falls right behind him. And D69 absolutely needed that shot in the arm. Now they've got control over this midpoint here, Gore, and they can get this composition rolling.
One of those was the classic true power through time and space combos that comes through where it just locks down one, but being able to get a second one is just the Gera spice that comes in from D69, but now you have a lot to deal with on the other side. At least one kill on the back to Fish Echo, should be another one, or at least some control coming down from Wadu there. 75%, so it's not something to scoff at there for District 69, but they get stopped pretty much at the right time.
Right, and now Sangwin's composition should hopefully be at its strongest point, where their tank can do what District 69 cannot do, which is just absorb all that damage for them, create some space, And the percent is starting to rack up. Gogurt in keep side finds out where Crunchy is and puts him down with some help from Wadu. Now they can force back the rest of District 69, who without Buck, the best tank they have, they can't afford to make their way in. 7% to go. They force one member in, but gets grabbed by Wadu. That Fish Echo that was in his clutches with the overtime ticking. Someone has to find a touch and force their way in. They know Crunchy's nearby, but it cannot be him. He gets the kill onto Cool. But the rest of Sengwin have all of District 69 at bay.
I mean, just being able to find this is actually where the Sentinels maybe become the most important, because it's already difficult as a tank to withstand the damage Vivian is going to output. I mean, we were talking about it earlier about how she can pretty easily top 100,000 damage in any given game. And now you're saying, cool, we're going to take that, but with much less health bars on our side. Maybe you won't see Gogurt hit 100,000 just because he kills them much faster. He won't be able to get the damage up that high. But it is so difficult now with the Vivian being as well protected as it is, maybe not being the highest priority target. Once again, starting to take the reins, much like we saw a couple of games ago.
Well, that's 2 caps for Sengwin, 1 defense for D69, and Gogurt is starting to feel it a bit. Fisheko and Crunchy end up falling. The payload's still a bit behind them. They've stepped up forward to find some kills, but Gogurt stepping into range, gets the double, shuts down Logi, and gets the shots in the back towards Gera as well. 4 games in a row he's gotten a pop up on this Vivian. He ain't slowing down.
And it's on the nose, but you're looking at the fact that Vivian has one uniqueness in her kit that no other champion has, and it's that 73%, almost 75% now, that he has on the Sentinels charged back up. Still one going with all of this damage, and a full reset just waiting for him in the event his Sentinel goes down anytime soon.
And the payload continues to rumble forward. Sengwin find the conversion. And just like that, District 69 are on the back foot. Remember, this is not their only life. District 69 are still in the upper bracket for now. But if they drop here to Sengwin, it feels like their path gets that much harder. They got to find a way here on Stone Keep to keep this one going.
And a powerful statement that that point they could make about NA in terms of the meta and the way things are going. That's the one thing these teams are always going to be fighting over is the dominance.
Right.
You know, you have, Na'Vi being able to win a championship, Envy winning a championship. Now, NIP winning one, mostly European team coming through. So it's always that battle back and forth between EU, NA, who's the best, and who exactly is going to be able to take the biggest win when it comes to international play. And right now, Sengwin and Team Project being able to kind of move themselves forward could be a very big deal for him here. So maybe a lot of pressure on this combo working.
And it works again. Gera gets the double. Baller Steve and Cool end up falling, but it's yet again set up by this Talus. Wadu steps forward, gets melted, as he falls into the killing field. And so District 69 start this off the way they have to if they want to keep this game going. They got the fast cap on their side. They're racking up percent.
So on, your summer finals bingo sheet, whoever had Gera gets 3 kills at the beginning of a round, you can go ahead and mark that one off. He's very happily able to do so. This Genos is just so different for him every single time. It's going to cause a lot of trouble, but unfortunately, much like last round, it seems like it's stunted at 70-75%, and they're not able to pass it.
They can't seem to defend that second wave as there is a brief pause coming out here from Crunchy. Don't worry, we're working on getting everything ready for those players, getting them right back into the action. But Gore, you're exactly right. It feels as though they can do enough to maybe win one team fight or so, but then it looks as though they cannot quite defend. They can't keep that control of the midpoint long enough to actually get a capture.
And there's a lot that can be said about, again, their retake potential that disappears, and honestly just their take potential. Holding on to the point itself is difficult for them because they don't have that tank that normally takes up that role. Even Khan as an off-tank has more health than anybody on the side of D69, so it's just going to be difficult to offset him and take that control back. But being able to force him off, make him a little uncomfortable, much like Wadu is now, that's your avenue to open up and get back onto that point.
Those are some big kills, though, from District 69. They've taken down 3 members. Wadu moves in, knows he still has the Vivian to back him up. Gogurt does get Crunchy, but no one else. Overtime is ticking in favor of District 69. They finally shut down Gogurt as well, but Wadu trying to make his way in. No, it was Poison that they locked down. And with the overtime running out, District 69 keep this map close. It's now 3-2 with their chance for a conversion.
a conversion here would be so big for them too. I mean, being able to find one just to tie this up 3-3, you sweat it off, you're just like, all right, one more point fight, that's all we have to win, no stress about it. Also could set, again, just the precedent, being able to clap back against Sangwon here, pushing it to a Game 5 would be just comfortable for them more than anything. Again, still backs against the wall, but then Sangwon are playing with the same pressure. As of right now, Sangwon, especially after those 3 kills coming through, they're a little relaxed. Again, just waiting for the next mid-fight where they can try to seal the deal. As long as they keep the kills coming up this way, it's just going to be even more difficult for D69 to make it back.
Wadu continuing to harass at the backline, to your point, and that's what makes this so important. As you said, the difference between potentially that 3-3 line and then having to win 2 back-to-back point fights, and those 2 differences, that's so big for them, for their mental state here at this point for District 69. They do find a couple critical kills, though. Wadu and Cool being put down should give them some room. They start moving this payload and maybe get around to this actual arch fight instead of just this advanced zone thing we're putting out that was really keeping them from even starting to get on offense.
It's the difficult nature, I think, that quad DPS has, which is just the overwhelming aggression is nice when it lines up, but if you aren't synchronized, even just slightly off kilter for one member, all of a sudden the push is just not enough. Cruncy goes down here, and now you're fighting a 4v5, and yeah, you still have 3 DPS to go into it, but it just isn't enough as a unit to be able to turn this one around. So I think just individual kill Sangwon get is another maybe dashed hope for District 69 and trying to get this payload going. And now with 30 seconds left, it's still very much doable, not just in time, but even in overtime at the position they are. But this is all before that archway. This is all before the main choke point on Stone Keep. That makes it even more difficult for the latter half of the push.
This is such an aggressive zone from Sangwon here at this point. No one from District 9 really could even see the payload here from this position, as Fish Echo ends up getting dropped as well. The reversal buys some time for Poison. He regroups back with the rest of the squad, and with 5 seconds left to tick away, District 69 are trying to force their way through. They get rid of Wadu. That should open things up a bit more, but they absolutely cannot find a touch. That means Sangwon get the defense, and District 69 are in that exact difficult situation you described, Gore, of needing to get potentially 2 point fights in a row.
They are in a good spot, though. It's so weird. It's difficult to argue for this because you mess up once and you potentially lose this. And, well, messing up once right now means Poison 17-9-15 or Gogurt 22-7-20. Not letting them have that performance is pretty much your line to victory here. But you have half comeback mechanic in your favor. You're going to get 4% every other tick, so you have something to fall back on. You're going to be able to capture a little bit faster, which is great for a composition like this. And then you just have to worry about the conversion. Granted, we saw how that went last round, and it didn't exactly make a big difference. But I think the pressure and the line to victory is still there for District 69.
Everyone will come in with the ultimates available. Gogurt ends up having to pause, and this has been such a critical moment, right? The true power into the Genos double kill that's opened up the last 2 point fights. Are we going to see that same thing here again, Gore?
I mean, I would expect it. I don't know if it's going to be 2 kills, though. I didn't see how they were stacked right before he starts that true power. So if there's 2 people stacked up, then at that point, it's not even Gara making crazy plays. It's you guys just playing into their hand. They've done it twice in a row. You know not to stand there. So I think they could maybe slow it down on Sangwon. If 2 people go down here, though, that is not the smartest move on their part in terms of approaching the fight. And then it starts to beg the differ. If it is only 1 kill, maybe not even 1 kill, depending on how well they lock it down, then all of a sudden Sangwon have more fighting power than they've had the last 2 mid-fights, and that changes the way District 69 have to crack this shell, right? All of a sudden it's not as easy as, cool, now we just fight 5v3, and of course you win that. You have 4 DPS, but a 4v5, when they have a tank on the side with their healer up, it becomes a very difficult fight to win that control.
Zentra certainly got back there, but it looks like it didn't quite pan out the way it normally does. Cool goes down. Looks like the core is missing there as well, so some space certainly earned here by District 69. Now with 37, make it over 40% to their name, and they've got a pretty good zone going, but they lose Cruncy yet again. That should open up the door for yet another retake right around this 70%. We see it happen basically the same way. They open up with the Talus ultimate, they get about 70%, and then Sanguine are right back in. But this defense is looking better. Exentra gets a double, and with Poison and Gogurt both down, maybe District 69 can still hold on after all.
It depends on this fight. They get rid of Cruncy, so that opens up a lot, but you lose Wadu in the process. And that was just timing playing against them more than anything, and it goes right back into what you were saying. Not only is it a good fight from D69, but now they have this potential to try and find this conversion. It's starting off wonderfully. No tank to stop them, no kills to slow them down. They are at least able to round the first corner with relative ease. Comes down to that choke point. If they lose one fight and they lose the momentum, I don't know if the team can really pull it back.
Logi starting to line up some of these shots in the back line there too, with this space being created here for them. Another 2 minutes for them to work with as this payload starts to round this final corner. Not quite there yet, but approaching the arch even now. And this is such a scary position for that Kinessa to be. Might have had to give it up as Fisheko moves in, gets the kill onto Poison, and can now start putting a little bit of extra damage into Wadu as well. Gera shuts him down, and maybe District 69 not only finding the last point fight, but could a conversion be in the cards? As Gogurt goes down, Fisheko will keep this payload rumbling forward. In comes the Andro to try and slow them down, to buy a little bit more time for Wadu to show up and stall this one back out, but continuing his rampage as Fisheko into the backline. As soon as they spawn, he's there, and D69 force us into a map 5.
Man, I was really worried when we came into this and it was just 8-0 in favor of Sanguine to start things off, because I'm just like, man, there's no way that you're just going to walk through a team like District 69 like that. I mean, there's so much implied by that. So getting pushed to a Game 5, more or less what I would actually expect from the number 1 seeds from both NA and EU. And now it's up to Sanguine, right? I mean, that was a quad DPS win. You've got to change things up. And I think it comes down to the map.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, the picks and bans have been big as well here, Gore, so far, but this set now finally starting to live up to what we thought from it, a game number 5 between these two top dogs. I really do not know how to call it at this point, so to dodge it, I'm going to get it back over to Tolson on the desk instead.
Yeah, I don't know how to call it. I don't know how Bellini is sleeping on Gore's couch there behind him. This is a barn burner out of nowhere. Sanguine roll through the first 2 games, and D69 have tied us up with 2 straight wins of their own. Anything you can do, I can do better, I suppose. It's quad DPS for D69. It works out. Cruncy, a bit of a punching bag there in game number 4, but does his job distracting, I suppose, and forces us to a game 5.
It was just buck tank. That's what he did near the end. I mean, the reason they got that conversion was because of Cruncy. While we were sitting in the waiting room, I called it. He flew in. I saw 3 people shoot straight up into the sky. He insta-died, but he cleaved them for 600 across the board. The rest of them came up and cleaned up after. It was just a phenomenal play there by that. And I think the ability for everyone else to follow up on it, for Exentra and for Fisheko to basically make all of that space actually worthwhile, was really what made the difference as the game went on.
My goodness, and how about Gera this game? Back-to-back double kills with the through time and space. Yeah, that is not an accidental replay of the same replay. That is just one mid-fight separating the other, and hard to lose when your support is going to set you up with a double. And then if I'm remembering correctly, Gera drops down and finds the delayed 3 just a few moments later with some good shots there. So you talk about a team that's finally starting to hit its stride here. You know, if the 4-1 in game 3 wasn't enough, now they fought over in game number 4. I assume the breathing through the teeth there is the 6-23 on Cruncy. He did win though, and then a 22-10 for Gogurt is somehow a losing slash line.
You can't complain. If you go 6-23, he just says he was playing for the team the whole time, flying in, tanking. Less damage than Exentra somehow. I guess when he goes from 100 to 0 instantly, not really having time to get healed, it doesn't really matter. But again, he made room. He flew in, he made them turn their heads, and bringing D69 to this game 5, and we can see really how they're going to be in these clutch situations. And I think they'll perform well. You mentioned, those aren't repeats of the same double kill.
And it felt like it because it also got set up by a Talisalt. Both times.
Right.
That's teamwork. That wasn't just Gera getting lucky and catching them on a rotation. That's a setup play every single time. And even with getting knocked into the lower bracket at risk, they're still able to get that ready and pull it off.
I think that's why we were so surprised after the first 2 games, because knows the team that can show up when they want to. Ascension Peak, map number 5 to decide the final team moving on to play Team Project in the upper bracket finals. Ascension Peak, what kind of vibes does that give you, I suppose, when it comes to composition, maybe specific strategies that you might see?
Just another open map, I would say, and a map where you can kind of get away with having maybe a less than ideal point tank. You can use the statues as cover while still contesting, so characters that can re-heal back up are exceptional on this map because you know the fights could be long. You don't necessarily need to play for that hard commit because you can just disengage, re-heal, and then re-fight. So Buck is going to be high priority, I'd say. Anybody with a high range is going to be priority. Victor, already eliminated in the ban section, would have been fantastic if he got through. And I don't think I even have to say it, but of course Io is going to be good on this map if D69 decide to let it through.
Yeah, you look at the point fight here, Io will carry a little extra weight if possible. Victor taken away, so bated breath may be awaiting for the final ban slot, and it is Vivian that gets taken away, so Victor, Vivian, both off the board now. We're going to have to see something a little bit different from Gogurt here in this set. After a 22-10 performance despite a loss, D69 decide they've officially had enough of the Vivian in the hands of Sanguine. That is going to leave the IO open for first pick here for Sanguine. In a point-heavy map, you know, it's a big point, but there's lots of space to kind of move in and out behind those statues. Having some guaranteed contest with that Luna, ever so important, so it's a great way to start off here if you're Sanguine.
I just don't think it's worthwhile to let through for D69. It was so good in the first couple of games. In my head, you let Victor through, you know Sanguine's going to first pick it, and then you can go this Buck Ash super aggressive. Victor handles it a little worse. He has that Predator, but he's not going to lifesteal off of a shield. You can keep that aggression up. Just 6-9 though, that 6-23, get it right back. Just run back from them. Buck and Genos again, damage boost on that Buck can help him live, and that little bit of healing will help him get into the fight and disengage also.
Hey, again, 6-23, but a win in the win-loss column there for Buck in the previous game. D69 feeling confident that that's one's maybe a bit of an outlier here. Kinessa, you bring up long-range damage. Sanguine have a little bit of that now in their favor. We've seen great things from Kinessa so far here in this set, whether that's been from Sanguine or from D69. So I think a good couple of picks here. Now pairing that with the Androxus as well. I mean, you talk about burst damage potential, Sanguine have got it.
Yeah, and I like how they're taking away the picks that D69 might have wanted to use. We know Logi's looked great on the Kinessa. Sanguine, cool, is very comfortable on it. So pick it up early. Force them onto the Strix, and then maybe your aggression can actually clean up on that sniper as opposed to going in, forcing the teleport, and then hoping someone else is going to be able to follow up on it. I think Ash being picked up by D69 in response is great. You can still pressure the Kinessa, force her to use that teleport, but
right.
With Buck and Ash moving together, especially if you can catch the IO, I think that is a great way to answer having let that go in the first place.
Yeah, you look at that kind of 1-2 dive punch that D69 now have with the double leap potential. So great at controlling some space is what D69 have here, and if one team's got a Kinessa and Strix is still available, you almost have to pick it up just to be able to try to duel on back. Con locked in for Wadu here for Sanguine, so off-tank confirmed. Good on a map like this, especially with open sides, really on either end, depending on where you're fighting, or maybe a sneaky well ult for Wadu with that overpower. Ying to round things out here, though. Focusing Lens tends to be the flavor in these double healer compositions. Do you figure that's what we might see?
Oh, for sure. We're going to see that 100%. Being able to get that hit scan burst damage if you hit all the shots, and we know the players of this caliber are going to be able to. And I think it's pretty good into the Buck. You play behind the illusions, you out-sustain what he brings to the table and mitigate that disadvantage just a little bit. I actually like what Sanguine ended up with. I think having the double healer gets rid of the weaknesses of the IO. She can go a little more aggressive with them, use that poke damage to stop anyone from sitting in the back line, and it could help them a little bit against the Strix.
All right, Kresnik, one final game to add our final team to the upper bracket finals. Do you like one over the other?
I think I like the double support on this comp. I think sustain is the way to go on this map.
Hey, Sanguine, they'll like hearing you say that. Game number 5, Finch and Gormizer, let's find us a winner.
It looked like Sanguine were going to take this one easily, but that was eons ago, Gormizer. These last 2 maps have been basically dominated by D69. They've really had a resurgence around this buck for Cruncy, and they look to be reprising it here yet again. But it'll have some help. Ash will be here as well this time, so which way do you think you're leaning?
Man, I really like what Ash can do here, but it's hard to bet against Io. It's just so difficult, and that's a
Right.
stats position, not even me liking her as a champion.
Ash's
That is
map.
literally just pure numbers that Io has put out. You go to Worlds last year, it was 100% win rate. You look at most of the regions, it was 70 plus, 90 plus in Brazil. So she's got a lot going for her. But I think Logi back on this Cassie is going to look good. I think the Ashe is going to be solid. I think District 69 have a good fighting chance.
Well, the Strix took a lot of early damage to the high ground claimed by D69, but perhaps forced to give it up as in comes Wadu, waddling his way up and pushing everybody back. Mid-control seems to have been reclaimed by D69, though, probably courtesy of that Luna, if I had to guess, as it now gets contested. Baller Steve, though, is keeping Wadu topped up top, as it seems like that's where all the action is happening. Cruncy tries to bow out and instead has to sit down. D69 did get some good percentage built up, but it's Sanguine now in control of this midpoint.
And being able to set up Luna specifically right around those statues, it's already a big spot for tanks to be able to dodge damage there. And now you've got control of all the angles at which you could see and maybe stop this from working. So the best way to get to her is to get back there and deal with Io herself. But they just, again, bodyguards around this support. You've got Wadu controlling the high ground. With a Vortex script, the stuns are going to be easy to set up. And all of a sudden, it's easier to find the damage pick right afterward and the follow-up.
Excentra tried to force his way in to get Luna off the point, but it's just not happening. Sanguine with the stranglehold here at this point, get the full team wipe as they send everybody back. That is the objective captured as well, and Sanguine can now start rolling into a pretty good offense. They won't have any staggers to worry about, any tanks in the way. They can get right into position to start moving forward.
And cool showing off one of my favorite things about that Headhunter ultimate, specifically that comes down to the fact that it's good for sniping. You're going to be able to do a lot of damage if you're hitting fully charged shots with it, but sometimes you just got to hip fire and aim at the head and hope that it does a lot for you, because a lot of the times, especially with squishies, it's going to be enough to find those kills, and it is enough, at least in that case, to chase people down. Unfortunately, this is also where Kinessa maybe stops being as huge a part of the conversation, right? A lot of these long lines of sights are around this mid-fight, so it's perfect for Excentra maybe to fight back into the objective here for Cool. But once this push starts getting outside the base, it's going to be very difficult to find the right angle, I think, for Cool. Finding those spots, finding those openings to get those picks, maybe more pressure onto the Androxus to pick that up.
At the big pull from Wadu, though, should bring one more member right back in. Excentra goes down, and Sanguine can perhaps get to work here, Gora. I thought last time they were in pretty good position, but District 69 essentially wiped them. Let's see if this second go-round is any better. Cursed Arm is in the back pocket for Poison if he wants it. Takes to the sky, so certainly an option, but elects not to, even with the larger grouping. They'll wait on a better opportunities. He continues to find some shots, but this last chokehold can be so difficult to try and make your way through here on Ascension Peak. Pushes stall here all the time, but the Buck makes his way around the corner, gets caught. Fish Echo goes down. Great work from Poison to track him, and now the Cassie stepping up as well. What did they see? Clearly not Poison, as he answers them both easily.
And now you've got people in the perfect position here. Not only is District 69 still trying to respawn, but you've got your Kinessa somewhere where she can actually snipe, Andrew somewhere he can get dismounts and lock him down. This might just walk in.
Yeah, I don't even know how much any of that's gonna matter. Sanguine get the conversion, and suddenly on set point game 5, the one to determine who stays in the upper bracket, it's Sanguine with a stranglehold, and it's just a curious couple of decisions there on the backside. What did you like here from Sanguine to find that dominant start to this Ascension Peak?
And you can look at it in multiple avenues. I mean, it felt like a very calm, and honestly, the kills even relate that, start. I mean, 5-1-2, 5-1-4, the biggest slash lines in the game for Sanguine, and I would argue most of those kills cropped up after the mid-fight. A lot of the mid-fight was silent, little bit of poke here. Oh, we can't get aggressive. We can't go on that avenue. We can't get up here onto the high ground. And it felt like it was I don't want to say a slow forfeit from District 69. They just couldn't do anything about it. You couldn't deal with Baller Steve specifically on this IO, and with the control that Wadu has had over here, it's just difficult to dive into the backline.
All right, Kronstein didn't pan out quite that time. Tries to dash in and falls immediately. Logi as well. But the good news is Fish Echo is here to collect. Gogurt and Wadu are the price to pay. Poison does eventually collect Fish Echo on the backside. And looks like Luna really didn't rack up a whole lot of percent. So District 69 still with the percent lead. But Poison just walks up and gets the job done. Gera gets buried. Now Poison with the accursed arm through the wall catches Excentra as well to put down the Strix. It is still a percent lead for D69, but Poison is on a rampage, a delayed triple as he lays a waste to D69.
You know how in the first 2 games of this we were talking a lot about Cool, a lot about Gogurt? There's not a lot of talk about Poison because he was just doing the job. He didn't necessarily show up and have these insane slash lines. He decided to change that, at least for this one. I think the last few games he's been very essential to Sanguine to make sure that things are going the way. But this Andro right now is just controlling the pace of the game. It is making it difficult for D69 to get in there. And it's what's helping set up the likes of Cool on this Ganessa.
I believe just got the double, got his life traded by Logi in return, but it's still heavily favoring Sanguine as Fish Echo and Logi both drop down in response. So Sanguine can start surging forward, not able to find the grab, but they don't need it. Excentra will fall either way, and they still got some ultimates in the back pocket to try and work with. This Cruncy comes out aggressively, and he falls right away. Meanwhile, Poison, still the man on a mission, keeps the zone strong, pushes Gera back, and the rest of the squad from Sanguine is right there behind him. This was such a close set up until now, and Sanguine have flipped the switch and suddenly are in complete control.
Man, that felt like there was an ego check coming in there for Poison, getting maybe too aggressive, maybe finally now biting off more than he can chew, but it doesn't matter. They spent so much to kill him off. The rest of the Sanguine is getting kills left and right. They're still pushing this payload forward, just straight through the choke point that should be stopping them and favoring D69.
And this is Ascension Peak Gore. It doesn't go like this that often. I feel like it'd be a slow map, but Cruncy locked down right away. Sanguine are able to grab victory away even after losing 2 rounds in a row, and they shut down the opposition.
And all of their wins are 4-0s. I mean, they control that from the get-go. The very beginning of this set, it was just kind of like a smack. Okay, we'll sit back for a little bit. And then they decided, no, exclamation point on the very end, just to make sure you know there's a reason that they were able to dominate in North America, much like they are here. It's impressive to have them turn it around. And I think a resounding statement there for game number 5.
And District 69 is one of the other big contenders here. That's a big statement win, I would say, for Sanguine, with the rest of this tournament still looming over the horizon. It's only Friday. 2 more days to go. I'll get it over to the desk so they can break it down.
Oh, and Sanguine are firing. They're firing. 4-0s are all their wins here in this set. D69 able to take games 3 and 4, but it all comes to fruition on Ascension Peak, Kresnik, and it is Sanguine who end up moving on to play Team Project. That's been where a lot of the online banter has been back and forth. We'll be able to touch on that moment before closing the show here. Or we'll be able to touch on that in a moment before closing the show here. Let's talk about game number 5, though, and I guess everything that went right for Sanguine, because not a lot went right for D69.
Yeah, D69 definitely struggled to get anything off the ground, and I think having the solo tank Fortress Breaker Ash was definitely a misstep against the aggression that Sanguine could have with that sustain. And, you know, I'm really starting to think that District 69 might want to ban IO. I don't know what's pulling me in that direction, but 12-0 for Sanguine with IO?
I think it's logic.
And, something along those lines, but they clearly, they're not drafting against it. It's so good for what Sanguine like to do, and I think whenever they're in their comfort zone, teams can't knock them out of it. Sanguine just plays so well when everyone's got exactly what they want.
Yeah, my man Baller Steve has a 21 streak on an IO, or on the IO here in game number 5. Hard to go wrong when that is on your healer. 12 streak for Wadu, 15 streak for Poison. I think Poison had a standout game here today where the headlines had kind of been dominated by Gogurt on this Vivian. I think Poison on the Androxus really brought things home in a big way for Sanguine.
Oh, 100%. I think he was absolutely the MVP of this map, for sure. He was just able to go in uncontested, more or less, and when he was contested, he just won the fights every single time. We saw that triple he had in this round, I think. Right here, I believe, would be it. But when he was able to go in ult through the window, no one was expecting it to get that follow-up and then being in the right position. There's a reason Androxus is banned sometimes and so high priority right now. A good player on it can get away with almost anything.
Wow. I mean, look at that movement. I mean, a small clip like that is a perfect scope into the potential of that champion. A pin-perfect, maybe one shot goes wide on a stealth Strix. Execute a Strix, dash around, keep yourself alive, reversal the counter out, a lot of the buck damage. Perfectly played there by Poison. Sanguine certainly better off for it. So your upper bracket finals are locked in. Team Project versus Sanguine. Winner of that one, well, they move on to the grand finals. Loser still has a second chance in the lower bracket finals. So tomorrow we will be carving through with all of those lower bracket games. D69 dropped down against Carnage Gaming, looking for their first win here this weekend. Parallax and Celestial also will be playing. And then, of course, the winner of those matches move on. Team Project and Sanguine will be the final match of the day tomorrow. So now we get a chance to kind of look at that one, Kresnik, a matchup that we saw time and time again, Team Project versus Sanguine. Do you have to give the edge to the number one seed here in North America? A quick synopsis maybe for our final matchup tomorrow.
I think I do have to give the edge to them. Last time they played was 3-0 strongly in Sanguine's favor, and I think with the Corvus being introduced into the game, it's working for them too. Steve looks super comfortable on it. If it comes down to how flexible can they be, who can they target ban, I think Sanguine honestly will come out on top if it comes down to a champ pool battle.
We're going to get to find out who wins that one tomorrow. That's the final game of Saturday Paladins Summer Finals action. Thank you, everyone at home, for watching. We'll be starting 1 p.m. Eastern time in the lower bracket, work our way through there, and we'll have some teams punching their tickets onto the grand finals later on in the day. But on behalf of myself, Kresnik, the other casters, everyone in production, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.